Uh-oh. That is still on my phone too now. Hey, David. Hey, Mustang Chris. What's up? Okay, so Miguel, what's up, dude? Okay, David, I'm so glad that you're here because working on my dad's Mustang. Ah, Stang. I think we will watching videos in here. Okay, cool. So here's the thing. I wanted to attempt to share my screen with the playlist gems that you put together. And I'm not really tech savvy. I'm okay. I'm not a complete idiot, but I don't, So I'm gonna attempt to share the screen with the Discord window that I have, where I have the links that you put in there. If that does not work, I'll just do what I did a few weeks ago and just go ahead and share it with YouTube, and we'll go ahead and watch and answer to your Christian, Chris, some of Coach's tutorial playlist. The first Saturday of every month, I I did this a few weeks ago, and what I want to do is just attempt the first Saturday every month to help some of the new people and us that have been in the group for some time stay fresh. I'm really re-inspired. I was talking to Arlo this morning. I'm really reinvigorated because of the communication that David, you and I had yesterday. I really enjoyed that. I felt like somebody reached back and grabbed my hand and said, "Hey, sis, come on, I got you." You know what I mean? Coach has already done that by allowing me in the VIP program and to be a part of this group and get all the benefits that come with it. But for you to reach back and say, "Hey, I caught on a little bit quicker than you did, and I kind of got it going on. And since he's a little bit busy right now, here you go. Come on up. Let me pull you up. Let me help you out a little bit." So I'm almost getting ready to make myself cry thinking about it because I'm visualizing that. I'm a visual person. That's how I create videos. So it's like I can literally see you like we're on a cliff climbing, reaching back and say, "Hey, I got you. Come on," and grabbing my hand and say, "Yeah, I'm not gonna let you fail, sis. Come on." So thank you, man. That I'm like welling up right now. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Really. Um, okay, I think this might be you here. Is this you? Hold on. Is this you?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Let me turn this music down. And actually, let me pause it because I think that kind of my computer's not the best. And I think when I play the background music, it kind of slows things up a little bit and makes things buffer. Okay. So I wanted to attempt to, how are you this morning? First of all,
Oh, I'm good. Staying busy.
cool. I know that's right. Work on those cars, dude. Man, I'll tell you what, if I had proper eyesight, I would be doing that. I would be delving into it. I love that Nana does it because I come from a family of mechanics. So, and musicians, all in the same family. So, when they weren't playing music, they were working on cars because my grandfather owned a salvage yard, which they still own in Rahway, New Jersey. So it's called Lige, Lige, Auto Salvage. That's my maiden name is Lige.
Oh,
Um, yeah. So I grew up around them fixing mini bikes and cars and all of that. And I always was a tomboy and had interest in it, but I just never pursued it. And now that I don't have eyes, it's like, damn it. But yeah, so I'm into cars and music. That's part of what I do. But anyway, I wanted to try to share or tap into the playlist stuff that you did for the new people that might be in here watching. I think that's awesome what you did
well,
and put
Jude,
that
did you
together.
see that Coach ended up creating that separate channel now?
What?
Yeah,
On
Coach.
YouTube?
Coach ended up making a channel. I think it was last night, and it's in the education area now. And it says, I think it's training videos, and it has all my playlist in there. And uh, the same way that I sent it to you, they're all just broken down into the groups in there.
Wow. Okay, let me see if I can't share the screen.
And I had been talking to him about doing it for a while. So This way, I'll keep them organized. I'll keep them updated. So whenever Carter posts new ones, I'll just automatically update them, and they'll go automatically into those playlists.
Dude, that is absolutely, sorry, I'm chewing on some Fritos. That is absolutely amazing. Cool beans. So I'm gonna see if I can't share the window. Um, let's see. I've already got Discord up. I'm so weird with this stuff. Sometimes I think I get it, and other times I feel like I should have played with this first before getting on here. Okay, let me do this. Let me just go ahead and hit the share. Guys, bear with me as I attempt to do this here. Window. Okay, yeah, there it is. Discord. Cool. Yeah. Okay, so it's a channel.
Yeah, if you go down to the bottom, there's a I think it's education area or something like that. Way down at the bottom.
Can you see what I'm doing?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I think it's a little further up.
Let me enlarge my
Oh,
screen
you know
through
what?
my phone here.
I'm double checking it on mine because it looks like
Straight Talk with Coach, After Hours.
oh
Facts
no,
are.
it's way down at the very bottom. Like almost when you start getting to it's in the education and training area, and it's way at the bottom. And then there's a section that says training videos.
Training area. How-to videos.
No, further down. Or I'm wondering if you maybe don't have that section checked.
Oh, in the thing, browse channels. Okay, let me go
Yeah.
up because I remember Bruno saying. Okay. Paid members lounge. One-on-one training. New videos. It wouldn't be new videos, right?
No.
No.
Further down. It was probably the
Videos.
box that you don't have checked, maybe.
Those are tickets. Would it be under the? No, those are tickets. Okay. Back up.
So what do you have there? No. Right there, training videos. A
Training
little bit higher.
videos. Yep, I see it too.
That one.
Is that?
No. Further up to the
There
right,
it
right
is.
there. That one. Right there.
There we go.
And then so now he has it broken down the same way that I sent the group. I know I've posted it a few times, but people were saying that it just keeps getting lost, like in the comments. So this way they're all there,
Yeah.
and I'll just keep them updated.
Cool. All right. So here we go. Thank you for that. Okay. So basic mechanics. I guess we can just go through each of these.
Because there's a crap load of videos in some of them.
Yeah, well, you know what? This is what I'm doing while Jen is at work. So
Because
I
now
got
there's
time.
already, I think there's a total of like 200 videos now total. And then so these
Yeah,
are broken
yeah,
up
in the
in
whole
there, and
playlist.
the way that I kind of explained it is like some of them might overlap. Like it might be in pre-market and also in the what is it called, the support and resistance, because technically the pre-market lines are support and resistance. So some of them
Yeah.
overlap, but like the way I do it, I'll just pick a group and then just be watching them one video at a time. Like when I have spare time, and I just leave that one group up, and then I just keep running it, and then watch it when I have time, and then when I get done with that one, I go back to the next one and start watching those all over again. And you'd be amazed how many times you catch something different that you didn't catch the first 50 times.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm completely stoked here. So I think I'm gonna go with the first one would be, I could start at the top, but I'm so wanting to focus on support and resistance. So I think I might start with that one
Oh yeah,
because
and
you're
that I
doing
think
that.
really, really helps out. And if people could start charting their own uh, pre-market lines, and then that way they're already set up by the time coach comes on and does his pre-market. We're just verifying
Right.
our own lines, and that builds so much confidence. Just right at the beginning of your morning, you feel badass because it's like, okay, I put in all this work, and then a guy that has 30 years of experience just came in, and I'm 2 cents away from him. I'm good. I'm good. I'm
Yeah.
ready. My plan is verified this morning.
Right. I want to get to that point. Um, so cool. Let's start with that one. And thank you for putting these together. You're amazing. Okay, so it says leaving
Because
Discord.
it's giving you the link to YouTube, so it'll say, yeah.
Yep. And of course, we can see how slow my computer is.
Oh, and then Vaughn was asking if I go in and if I trade in the first 30 minutes of the day. Yeah, I'll go in at the first 30 minutes of the day, but only if the bigger trend, like the 5 minute trend, is showing a call, and the 2 minute trend is showing a call, and we break uh, a strong support and resistance line, and we break the pre-market that we had designated. If not, and we're channeling inside the channel that we designated for pre-market, I won't touch it until we get some type of sign showing momentum in one direction or the other.
Okay, cool. So I can just hit play all.
Yeah, that should, and then that should just start them, and it'll just start running them in the order that they're in the group.
I'm looking for candles. That's the bottom of the candles that are long, right? So every time we see a wick touch somewhere, right? You see this one, and this one. Every time we see those, that creates new support and resistance lines. And then new relate to people mentally on being a higher, more of a resistance line.
That's weird.
Then I always go back at least if there's anything else in range I should be knowing. I always look at pre-market high or
We can hear the video, but it's still showing the playlist.
Okay, here we go.
just a high of day overall. So that's going to be your high. This is your low. These are all your channels. See them?
Outstanding. Okay.
Now inside of these, right? So I'm looking at where they touch, where they touch. You can see them all in here. Like here's another one that I didn't draw out. But I look at how many times does it touch that area. because then it gives it more weight. Just like you see how there's so much traffic in here.
Yeah.
You guys still there?
One. So the reason this is pulling so hard
Yeah,
is
I can
this line
still
right
see
here.
the Discord,
Major.
but I can hear the video, but we're still not seeing it on your share screen.
There's a reason we know that is because
Okay,
so
this
many
is,
times and so much traffic was in this
see.
range. Okay, it's going to pull pretty hard, right?
Perfect.
But we know that going in, but we also know, okay, so
Because if
since it's
the
in
video
here,
popped up in a
since it
separate
pulled,
screen, you got to
now
go back
we're
to
in
click on that icon that says share screen and then designate. It might want you to flip it to that other screen.
Ah, yep. Okay, let me do
So
that.
if it breaks here, it's going to come in here. If it breaks here, it's going to be in here. And if it breaks this final, right, there's nothing supporting this anymore, right? So we know if it breaks this one, like, that's why I say if it breaks this one, big pull. Otherwise, so if we look at this now we're in the next channel. You see how we're in here now?
Yeah.
Now we're scalping inside of this channel. Now we break this channel down and go, okay, it's right here because of this wick. See this wick? So, and there's not a lot of them. And here, this would be close. It's real close. See how these are real close? Right? It doesn't always have to be exact, but you want to be pretty close to the ones that it's near to give you a pretty good idea of what they are, right?
It's
So that
not,
is a complete breakdown of Apple's.
it didn't open in a separate window. That's weird. You know what? Let me try doing this.
So here's the situation with something like this. So right now it's been on a nice move to the upside.
So he created that on YouTube then?
Right? So we've had this nice big power move.
Well, see, each one of my links will take you to my playlist that I have saved.
Right.
So each time you click on a different link, it takes you to a smaller link that has like 50 videos at a time because the main playlist is like 200 videos.
Right.
So you might have clicked on that one.
If it hits this line,
because if you clicked on his main one, that might have taken you just to his YouTube page, and then you got to scroll down and click on the ones that I had broken down into smaller groups. And when you click on the link of one of those, it'll take you to a group of videos about just that.
Instead of keep taking that, trying to go,
You might have clicked on the first link, and that, I think the way you put it on the page, let me see, I'm checking it right now.
Right?
Yeah, so if you clicked on the first link, that one took you just to his page. You have to scroll down and click on the one right above where it says basic mechanics, or the one that's right above support and resistance. So if you click on the link right above the one that says support resistance, that'll take you to the group of those videos.
Never mind, I'm gonna buy it right here.
I think you might have clicked on the first link.
So you want to look at the oil at all to see how it's all green and looking like it's strong?
Well, that's the thing is you should have already been in here, right?
Right, but I'm just saying it's at that line.
Yeah, well, that's okay though, because this is what's the next important thing. If you didn't enter at the right time, which was here, now you're scalping, right?
Right.
So now we've gone from it should have been here.
Why is it not showing YouTube?
So now we got a call out. Hey, coach.
Like, how's that even possible?
That looks good.
And
because I can hear the video, so you've got to.
Yeah, I can hear it, but I'm like, I don't even see the screen.
That's what I'm saying. Have you closed all your windows or minimized all your windows to show the desktop?
No, it's not. Look at what it did. Anybody see here?
Yeah, I would have lost.
See what I'm saying?
Psychic.
Because you might have like a small pop-up window that popped up with.
Okay, there it is.
We'd have been like, yeah, this is awesome. Everything is set up. This is great. This looks fun. Yeah, it's been long. Oh, awesome. But if you didn't see this, boom, you just got.
Okay.
So here's here's the situation with something like this. So right now it's been on a nice.
See, I think it'll be easier if you just close that link that you opened and then go back to the disk and then click on the one that says support lines or whatever.
Okay, so YouTube support and resistance. So the link
the link is the one right above the picture.
Can you still see my screen or no?
No.
Okay.
So if you see the picture that says support and resistance, the link
the link
right above that one is the one for the support and resistance.
Okay. All right, so let me attempt to share this again.
Yeah, so right there you should be able to just hit play all, and then that'll take you through. And shit, I don't remember. I think that one has like 50 videos or something like that.
Okay. Now this is weird because I feel like this is what I just did. So come on, Cletus.
So if we look at Apple to get it, you're talking about support and resistance, right? But right here, so what I'm doing is, let me start drawing these out and I'll talk about it while I'm doing it. I'm looking for candle wicks. That's the bottom of the candles that are long, right? So every time we see a wick touch somewhere,
Come
right,
on,
you
it's
see
buffering.
this one and this one. Every time we see this, that creates new support and resistance. What we do, or it touches those areas, the more times that a candle is touched mentally on being more of a resistance line. Go back at least the previous day to see if there's anything else in range I should be noting. I always look at pre-market high or just the high of day overall. So that's going to be your high. This is your low. These are all your channels.
Shit, did I just stop it?
See them?
Outstanding. Okay.
Now inside of these, right? So I'm looking at where they touch.
Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to work out the bugs. I've never done this like this before.
But I look at how many times does it touch that area.
All right,
Again, I can hear it, but we just
I fucked up right there. I don't know what I did. So let me stop doing it. Let me go back
the reason
over
this
here.
is pulling so hard is because this line right here was a major supposed to be support line. See how it's fighting in here? And the reason we know that is because so many times and so much traffic was in this range, okay? That means if it can't hold here, it's going to pull pretty hard, right? Perfect. But we know that going in. But we also know, okay, so since it's in here and since it pulled, well, now we're in each channel. So we have to, if we're scalping these, now we are inside of each of these channels, and we know where it's going to go and how much wiggle room we have. So if it breaks here, it's going to come in here. If it breaks here, it's going to be in here. If it breaks here, it's going to be in here. And if it breaks this final line, huge pull.
So Oh,
right?
let me just do
Nothing
what I did
supporting this
before.
anymore, right? So we know it breaks this one. Like that's why I say if it breaks this one, big pull. Otherwise, so if we look at this
Like,
now,
where the
now
hell
we're
is
in the
it?
next channel. You see how we're in here now?
That's weird. I don't see it
So we're
anywhere.
scalping inside of this channel. Now we
I've
break
like
this
minimized
channel down.
everything.
Okay, it's right here because of this wick. See this wick? So, and there's not a lot of them. And here, this would be close. It's real close. See how these are real close? Right?
I don't want to
Doesn't
start
have
it
be
again and
exact,
have
but you want
5
to be
of them
pretty
going.
close
That'll
to
be
the ones that
crazy.
it's here to give you a pretty idea of what they are, right?
That's
So that
fucking
is a
weird,
complete
dude. Like, where the
breakdown
hell
of
is that
absolute
YouTube
supported resistance
screen
lines.
so that I can stop it and try it again? Let me try this again.
So here's the situation with something like this. So right now it's been on a nice.
All right, so let me
move
go
the
back
upside.
to.
Here's the thing.
You want me
gotta
to see if
I
be
can
careful
do it?
with. So we've had this nice chance to break these channels before it's actually.
Yeah, it's like,
So
what?
let me get a
Like,
line.
I'm not even sharing a screen with it, and it's still going. I minimized everything, and I have no idea where that is. Like,
Right
it
here.
didn't show up anywhere. It's not in my tabs
So this is the
below, but I
tough
still
spot,
hear it, but
So
I
right
don't
here,
see it
we're like,
anywhere
"Man,
so I
I'm
can
gonna go
close
in
it
a
out.
band." Problem is right here, it's hard to determine. If it hits this line, it can go. So what the best entry is on this is above it. And while you will lose from here
Dude, where
to
the
this
fuck
point,
is this at?
the advantage is if it comes up here, it can't hold it. It's going to go just like that, isn't it?
Like, I don't even know
So
where that's
instead of
playing
keep
from.
taking the, trying to go, I'm going to break this, and you buy
I
it
feel like
early,
it's
and then
my
it pulls,
computer's
and you lose,
glitching or
and then you're like,
something.
oh, I'll do it again. It comes up here, you buy here early, and it pulls. Well, now you're down 3 times, right? When you should have honestly waited for the perfect entry, which was literally it comes up, it holds, not comes up and pulls, but it comes up, starts to make new candles inside of here. That is your buy, right? Because now it's long. Does everybody see the difference? You know how many times I've tried to go, I'm buying it right here because if it pops, I'm going to. And then it goes, nope. Oh, never mind. I'm going to buy it right
How the
here.
fuck is that happening? Is that even
It's gonna
possible,
move.
dude?
Nope.
Yeah, see, I don't know. And then because we could see the screen, and then the screen popped up, and then it went white for me. And so I don't know if it did anything different for others. And then I could still hear all the words, but it just stated like a YouTube screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. It's
Yeah,
like I
that's
don't
okay,
see
though,
a
because this is-
YouTube
this
up
is
anywhere.
what's the next
So,
important
like,
thing. If
where
you
is
didn't
that
enter at the
sound
right
coming
time,
from?
Which was here. Now you're scalping, right? So now,
Like, I can't even find it to.
better, which this is awesome. So now we got a call out. Hey, coach, this looks good, and I'd say, "Yep, that looks."
Like, I might have to shut down the live and just
right?
create a
So
new
now
one.
it's critical.
'Cause
Where
it's
had we
like-
got it at the right time, yeah, it would have been awesome. But now it's not. Look at what it did.
I can't even,
Anybody see
like,
that?
it's nowhere to. Wait a minute, hold on.
I would have lost.
You know what I'm saying?
Psychic.
So this is
Okay.
what I'm telling you.
This is over
You would have
here.
been like, yeah, this is awesome. Everything is set up. This is great. This looks
Oh,
fun.
I found
It's
it.
been long. Ooh, awesome. But if you didn't see this, boom, you just
Okay, I found the shit. All right. Dude, I was like, how freaking weird is that? Okay, let's close all that shit out. All right. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. We're going to get it right. We're going to get it right. Anything worth anything is, takes a little bit of shit to get it. So, okay. All right. Support and resistance. There's the link. Just talk amongst yourselves. We'll get it. All I wanted to do was go make it bigger. I end up closing it out or doing something weird with it. Okay. All right, there we go. Share that one.
So if we look at Apple,
Can you guys see it?
Support and resistance, right?
Yep.
So right here. So what I'm
Okay.
doing is, let me start drawing these out and I'll talk about it while I'm doing it. I'm looking for candle wicks. That's the bottom of the candles that are long, right? So every time we see a wick touch somewhere, right? You see this one, and this one. Every time we see those, that creates new support and resistance lines. And then what we do is the more it touches those areas, the more times that a candle is touching it, it gives it more weight to people mentally on being a higher form of resistance line. Then I always go back to at least the previous day to see if there's anything else in range I should be noting. I always look at pre-market high or just the high of day overall. So that's going to be your high. This is your low. These are all your channels. See them?
Outstanding. Okay.
Now inside of these, right? So I'm looking at where they touch. You can see them all in here.
Seems low. That's as loud as it can go, though.
I look at how many times does it touch that area, because then it gives it more weight. Just
You
like
guys can hear it okay?
Traffic in here.
I can hear it at the same
big
volume
one.
that your
So the
voice is at,
reason-
so yeah, it's not bad.
Line right here. These are supposed to be support lines. See how it's fighting in here? And the reason we know that is because so many times and so much traffic was in this range. Okay. That means if it can't hold here, it's going to pull pretty hard, right?
Perfect.
So we know that going in, but we also know, okay, so since it's in here and since it pulled, well, now we're in each channel. So we have to, if we're scalping these, now we are inside of each of these channels and we know where it's going to go and how much wiggle room we have. So if it breaks here, it's going to come in here. If it breaks here, it's going to be in here. If it breaks here, it's going to be in here. And if it breaks this final line, huge pull, right? Because there's nothing supporting this anymore, right? So we know if it breaks this one, like, that's why I say if it breaks this one, big pull. Otherwise, so if we look at this now we're in the next channel. You see how we're in here now?
Yeah.
Now we're scalping inside of this channel. And then we break this channel down and go, okay, it's right here because of this wick. See this wick? So, and there's not a lot of them. And here, this would be close. It's real close. See how these are real close? Right? It doesn't always have to be exact, but you want to be pretty close to the ones that it's near to give you a pretty good idea of what they are, right? So that is a complete breakdown of Apple support and resistance lines.
If you guys don't mind, I'm going to actually start that over. Only because I was so into trying to get the shit right initially, so. This is huge.
So if we look at resistance right here, so what I'm doing is I'm start drawing these out and I'll talk about it while I'm doing it. I'm looking.
So basically, you're looking for areas of consolidation, right?
Bottom of the candles that are long, right?
Well,
So every
see,
time
so
we
on
see a
the
wick,
bigger time frame,
right?
you'll look for points where it's had multiple touches. And on the bigger time frames, it could be a combination of like two bodies that hit right at the same exact spot, and maybe another wick or two that like drag down past the same spot, and the body might have been a little bit higher. I kind of, that's why sometimes I'll split the difference, because then at least that way you know that it's in that general area. And then if you get down further
Yeah.
into the smaller time frames, you'll see, okay, you know what, I had a strong line right here because it was the big time frame, but in the smaller time frames it's like 10 cents this way or 15 cents this way, and then to the downside it's maybe like 20 cents. So you'll see those in the smaller time frame that you won't necessarily see in the bigger time frame, because in the bigger time frame it just blew the candle past it.
Right. Which makes sense because it's not as much information. It's a more generalized picture.
Yeah, you're looking at days, and then so actually your chart turns into weeks or months depending on how far out you're spreading the chart. So you're looking for those large points, and those are the ones that me and Eric always talk about, that they're, oh, this is a hard support. And then so you'll catch Coach and you'll see him, he'll zoom out and he's like, oh, we got it real heavy right here. He usually uses heavy. Me and Eric use the term strong. Same thing. Like, this is a hard resistance and this is a heavy spot. Well, if it's a heavy spot, that means because he's already telling you, I can tell, or what he's basically saying, I'm calling it heavy because it's at a spot that we've fought a few times, and if it breaks it this time, it's going to run. So he's already calculated a few things by the time he says it's heavy, because he's seen where the channel's at, like immediately.
Yeah.
And then we still need the time to process it and say, okay, well, yes, I see what you're talking about. And then we've zoomed out and he's already done, and it's all calculated and he's ready to go.
Nice.
That's why these little short videos are so helpful, because it hits you, and then the next one hits you, and then the next one hits you, but they're concentrated in groups of videos where it's all the same thing. And it's hard throughout the day because he's always constantly going through different things, because there's such a large group. And this way, if you watch a group of these videos every week and just concentrate on support and resistance this week, you watch maybe one or two today, one or two the next day, it's going to take you a while, but you're concentrating on one section. And I think the support and resistance is one of the most important things after the EWO, because of course the EWO gets
Absolutely
there, but knowing when to avoid them and knowing when, okay, you know what, it is an EWO, but if it's going to hit this line right here, I'm going to have to stomach some of this damn pain. Let me see if it hits it and then rejects and then continues, or let me see if it hits it and just runs.
And I need to get the hell out.
Yeah, like whatever way it's going against you, then at least you know a little bit better than just, I'm jumping in the EWO and we're going to see what happens.
And just hope it lasts long or something. Yeah, I got you, bro. Okay, cool. Hopefully you guys are, dude, we have got a master class going on here, ADT family. So definitely. All right, let's hit it.
This one, every time we see those, that
Thank you so much,
creates new
David.
support and resistance lines. And then what we do is the more it touches those areas, the more times that a candle is touching it, it gives it more weight.
I just want to pause one more time. Is that a Head and Shoulders right there? Kind of weird left shoulder there.
Well, see, because you technically want the shoulders to be a little bit closer. You see how that one's a lot more lopsided to one side, down further?
Yeah.
But technically it played out like the Head and Shoulders, or the whatever they call it, the inverse Head and Shoulders, so that it's leading back to the upside. So it played out like it. It was just real wonky. That's why patterns, it's never going to look perfect. And so, like, you'll see a cup and handle on a bigger time frame, and it doesn't look like a time. But if you technically think about it, you know what? Yeah, because it's not always perfect. If it was always perfect, it'd be easy. You've got to kind of interpret it. So that was a pretty good catch. Yeah, it's pretty close, and it did play out the way it should have. So,
which your Head and Shoulders is a bearish pattern, right?
So if you're looking at, so you can actually have that Head and Shoulders right there, and then if you go right where the Head and Shoulders started and where your little mouse is at right now, you technically have an inverse right there, because you had the lower little shoulder, then you had the head, and then right where we started creating the next Head and Shoulders, that was the break from that inverse, and that's why that other one kind of acted funky right there and kind of double bottomed.
So the inverse, this would be the head?
That one down at the bottom would have been the head, and then see, it never created the full inverse. It turned into a double bottom and kind of threw it into a channel. So a continuation would have been another shoulder right there, and then a run, like a strong run up.
Mm-hmm.
But we had the weird pattern right there, so it's like a broken head and shoulders right there, or inverse head and shoulders.
Right.
So all these, the patterns are gonna give you a general formation. Sometimes they look exactly the way they get explained, and then sometimes they look somewhat, you're looking for the trend of what it should be in a head and shoulders, or you're looking for what the trend should be in a inverse head and shoulders. So it's going to look like it if you kind of just do like a straight line, but if you're looking at the chart, it's all kind of jagged and kind of weird.
Yeah.
Mentally, I'm being a higher, more of a resistance line. Then I always go back at least the previous day to see if there's anything else in range I should be noting. I always look at pre-market high or just the high of day overall. So that's going to be your high. This is your low. These are all your channels. See them?
Outstanding. Okay.
Now inside of these, right? So I'm looking at where they touch, where they touch. You can see them all in here. Like here's another one that I didn't draw out. But I look at how many times does it touch that area, because then it gives it more weight. Just like you see how there's so much traffic in here.
Yeah.
This one was a big one. So the reason this is pulling so hard is because this line right here was a major supposed to be support line. See how it's fighting in here? And the reason we know that is because so many times and so much traffic was in this range, okay? That means if it can't hold here, it's going to pull pretty hard, right?
Perfect.
But we know that going in, but we also know, okay, so since it's in here and since it pulled, well, now we're in each channel. So we have to, if we're scalping these, now we are inside of each of these channels, and we know where it's going to go and how much wiggle room we have. So if it breaks here, it's going to come in here. If it breaks here, it's going to be in here. If it breaks here, it's going to be in here. And if it breaks this final line, huge pull, right? Because there's nothing supporting this anymore, right? So we know it breaks this one. Like, that's why I say if it breaks this one, big pull. Otherwise, so if we look at this now we're in the next channel. You see how we're in here now?
Yeah.
Right.
Now we're scalping inside of this channel. And then we break this channel down and go, okay, it's right here because of this wick. See this wick? So, and there's not a lot of them. Then here, this would be close. It's real close. See how these are real close? Right? It doesn't always have to be exact, but you want to be pretty close to the ones that it's near to give you a pretty good idea of what they are, right? So that is a complete breakdown of Apple support and resistance lines.
Nice.
So here's the situation with something like this. So right now it's been on a nice move to the upside. Here's the thing you got to be careful with, right? So we've had this nice big power move. It has to break these channels before it's actually to us. So let me get a real line. Hold on. Right here.
Hey, Air Twister.
You see all this traffic? Yeah, right here.
Hey, LNT.
So this is the tough spot for it. So right here, if we're like, yeah, I'm going to go all in on band. Problem is right here, it's hard to determine. If it hits this line, it can go. So what the best entry is on this is above it. And while you will lose from here to this point, the advantage is if it comes up here, it can't hold, it's going to go just like that, isn't it? So instead of keep taking the, trying to go.
For those of you that are just joining us, we've got David in here who's he's taking some time from his weekend. I think he's working on some cars, but he's in here with us and just kind of helping us through. This is the playlist that he sub playlist that he went and created off of Coach's playlist, where he has categorized a lot of different areas like basic mechanics, support and resistance, and things like that. This is the support and resistance playlist because selfishly, that is the area that I find that I'm probably lacking the most on. I kind of have a firm grasp of some of the other strategies, the EWO, how it works, and the value of the indicator lines and things like that, the 9 and the 21 and 55 and all that. But support and resistance, that is my Achilles heel. So I'm going over that today, and David is awesome enough to be in here with us and kind of stepping us through it. So that's what we're doing. So we're focusing on support and resistance today. And if you have issues in that area, sit back, get yourself a snack and a drink, and pull out that notebook and that pad or your iPad or whatever, and get to writing. And welcome.
And then you lose, and then you're like, oh, I'll do it again. It comes up here, you buy here early, and it
cool thing is you can go find these playlists yourself. Coach has created a channel called Training Videos right at the bottom of the left-hand side, where you see the channels in Discord. He's taken what David has done and created a channel for it. So you can find these groupings yourself by just going to Discord at your leisure. If you can't hang out all day with us or hang out for a couple of, I'm not gonna be all day, but I'm gonna be in here for a few hours watching this whole playlist. And yeah, just go down all the way down to the bottom. It's called Training Videos. That's the channel. If you don't have it, go to the top of Discord and click Browse Channels and go in there and look for the Training Videos channel and just click it. And that way you'll be able to go to the left side, go all the way down to the bottom, and you'll find this for yourself.
Well, now you're down 3 times when you should have honestly waited for the perfect entry, which was literally it comes up, it holds, not comes up and pulls, but it comes up, starts to make new candles inside of here. That is your buy, right? Because now it's long. Does everybody see the difference? You know how many times I've tried to go, I'm buying it right here because if it pops, I'm going to, and then it goes, nope. Oh, never mind. I'm going to buy it right here because if it pops, it's going to moon. Nope.
So you would look at the Elliott.
See, that's not to keep stopping it, but and again, if anybody wants to come up and talk with us, that's fine, and compare notes and stuff like that. But see how it's going up. Inexperienced trader, which I still consider myself, would be like, okay, yeah, it's like he said in the beginning, hey, I'm going all in on band. It's going up, it's flying up. But in actuality, see the line, the light line that's drawn across there? That is a support and resistance level. And if you look to the left, you can see where it consolidates right there. So that's why that's a strong level, because it probably not only did it here, but did it the day before or did it at another time frame as well. So if you're looking right there, there is a line there, right there where that consolidation, he has it drawn all the way across, and he knows, hey, when it hits that area, it has trouble. And David is a master of that. Coach has really trained him up, and he has really grasped it. And that's where we're trying to get to. So when you see that line, don't automatically think that it's just going to go up. But you don't know that if you don't have that line drawn in there. So I'm thinking, yeah, man, 2-minute EWO, boom, support and resistance line. If I wasn't aware of that line, that 2-minute EWO is really probably going to go to shit quickly, especially if I got in it late. All right, I'm going to stop talking.
Well, not only that, but if it's a real hard resistance line and you get one of those huge candles to pull, it'll knock out half your damn premiums in a minute. Especially if you're in something like Tesla or SPY. That's why Apple might knock you down like 15-20% on a crazy ass candle at a rejection. I've been in Tesla before where literally I've gone from like 150% down to like 85% in a candle. And so that's why it's like, well, shit, why am I doing this to myself? And if I can sit in something that if it really retraces against me, it takes half of what I've seen before compared to the other volatile stocks. Well, shit, it's a lot better. It's a lot easier. It doesn't move as fast. You don't have to panic as much. So
I'm bought in. I was talking to Arlo this morning. I'm like, yeah, she says she's going back to Apple too. I'm like, and I said, I'm done chasing, this is more my speed. And it's just about time to just chill. I've done all the bad shit, and it's like, okay, damn it, I'm gonna try it still. I can do this. I can do SPY. I can do no, I can't, and I'm okay with that.
Well,
So
see,
it's
and once you get to this point, of course, this is to help you identify points where you could see resistance and uh, know what you're up against while you're in an EWO. Well,
yeah,
once you get past that point and you're a little bit more advanced in setting everything up, you
then you
will actually
yeah,
see the bounces from these and lead into the EWOs. So I don't know, you'll hear me every now and then. And I'm like, well, I beat it by 4 minutes, or I beat the EWO by 6
yeah,
minutes. So you're constantly trying to evolve your trades all the time and adding in. And like I said, that's why I was really trying to push this, because to me, this is the biggest eye opener in my path going forward. And from where I started to now, I think this has made the biggest difference after the EWO. It helps you know where everything is coming up. And then, of course, now that we have the 21 and the 55, that's all helpful. But when you start seeing all this and you know, okay, well, this is a spot where it could do something. Nothing's going to tell you this is what's going to happen, but it
yeah,
says be careful. And then you get a verification or a confluence that says, oh yeah, the candle's going in your direction, the candle's going in your it's again, or it's still climbing on the EWO. You get all these little things. It builds so much confidence because you already had that in your mind. If you're just floating off in space and you have no lines of resistance, no lines of support, and it's running, you're just holding, and then and
you're
I'm saying
in
it
the
because
middle
of
that
past
stop.
experience. As
Yeah,
soon as you see it start retracing a little bit, but it hasn't broken any level, you're like, and you choke it and you cut your profits because it's coming against you. But if it didn't really show you a sign and break the previous channel, it could just sit there and consolidate and then retest and then run for you. So
yeah,
that's why you've got to know all these levels, which ones are more of like a heavier support, which ones are short time frame, long time frame. They all play out differently. And so what I was going to do too is I posted that picture Thursday night of my chart, so that I was going to post my picture from the end of the day on Friday, just showing you where everything played out in comparison to the lines that were already drawn on Thursday night. And you'll see in the larger picture of the day, we hit the large white support lines, which are the higher time frames, and we bounced extreme all day long on those.
well, you're gonna do that.
Yeah, I'll post that one later on today once I have a little bit more time. I'm all dirty right now.
Okay, cool. I'll be looking for that. I will be looking for that. All right, guys, I'm gonna hit the play button and get it back going.
See how it's all green and looking like it's strong?
Well, that's the thing, is you should have already been in here, right?
Right, but I'm just saying it's at that line and it's
Yeah.
up. Like,
Yeah, well, that's okay though, because this is what's the next important thing. If you didn't enter at the right time, which was here, now you're scalping, right?
right.
So now we've gone from it should have been here, which this is awesome, to now we got a call out. Hey, coach, this looks good, and I'd say, yep, that looks good. Well, now this is a critical move, right? And look what it's doing. Right? So now it's critical. Where had we got in at the right time, yeah, it would have been awesome. But now it's not. Look at what it did. Anybody see here?
Yeah, I would have lost.
See what I'm saying?
Psychic.
So right there, David, is where you would, if you have multiple contracts, go ahead and shed, right?
Yeah, if you're in heavy and you've got a heavy support line that you have seen hit multiple times, for me, I'm sure Coach does it all the time, because that candle right there in a very volatile stock is a lot of percent, probably 25-30% on some of the volatile stocks. On Apple, that might knock you down 5-7%, but those real volatile ones are basically double that. It could be even triple that.
Yep.
So
Yep, been there.
if you know you're coming up to a zone and you know, okay, I've got worst case, I've got 5, and then you knock out 2 or 3 right here, and it was only $20 on each one, you've already locked in $60. Okay, you're comfortable, and then you really get a little bit more leeway. You're in your channel, you're holding on the channel, you're not breaking. You can stomach that because you know you've already got the 60 in your pocket, and you're just waiting. and then
Cool.
it consolidates. Even if it consolidates for half an hour, well, on a call it's going to kind of chop you up, but it's not ripping you apart. So are you willing to sit there and wait and see? As long as it hasn't broken down past that channel, it hasn't given me a strong sign of rejection. So you would be picking up a tinier channel from previously in the day, or you would be picking up the channel probably right where the mouse is at right now, on the screen. So right in that level, you have a line right there, because you could see you had a semi bounce right in that area. So in your mind, if you're scalping, that would be another one. But if you're in a what is it called, 2-minute Evo,
Am I right here?
you're trying to look for the larger one so that you can give it more room to breathe if you're in an Evo, especially if you're that high up compared to where they started. So you don't need to panic right at the very beginning if you're not scalping. If you're scalping and you were hoping it broke, this already is a bad sign for you. But there's no telling what it's going to do after that until you get the confirmation candle saying, okay, yeah, we're going to start running back down for a while. And if you're in a scalp and these candles are knocking off 15-20% at a time, you're done. You're like you said, you're toast. But if you're in a call and it's retracing back and you've already sat up 100% and it's knocking you down 15-20%,
You got in here.
you can stomach it a little bit better and let it sit in the channel and then run, especially because you know you've already locked in a little bit of money. So that's when it comes into play that it's a lot harder to play this with single contracts. So that's why he always tells you it's better to have a couple. That way, and it was what I was doing in the beginning. I'd be riding it. I didn't like it. I'd get out. I would take whatever I could grab and run. And then I would wait for the next one. So now I've gotten to the point where I have a handful of stuff and I can grab a bunch of them at one time and slowly start dispersing them instead of having to just let all of it go at one time.
That's awesome. And that also speaks to, if you get in down here on this second candle right here, you know what I mean? Then you can stomach a pullback like that because you've been up all this time and you've also experienced all of this profit.
Oh yeah. So it's way, and of course you've seen, or we saw Friday that the Apple Evo was kind of crap. It only had like 3 decent ones that gave you pretty good profit. So if you were sitting in single contracts, you wouldn't have stomached all of them. So you would have got minimal gains, and then you would have had losses on the others. So there's also, when we talk about knowing when to trade and knowing the trend of the day. So Apple was in a big ass channel all day long, a large channel all day long that you could see if you would have charted out ahead of time. So that's why all day long I was saying to be cautious, because it was in a large channel and we were technically in a downtrend most of the day until we flattened out. So flattening out doesn't mean it's great to the upside. It just means that you're seeing, now you have a definite pattern of consolidation and not a downtrend, which was what we were in coming out in the morning from the pre-market. So when I post those charts, you'll see where I break it down that we broke the pre-market, or actually the chart that I posted was at the end of the day on Thursday. So then you'll see where we were already heavy on that thing where Coach always says the fruit on the tree, breaking the limb. It was already heavy. So when we were already opening up for that day, it was looking heavy. And then the other thing I had said that morning was that VWAP was still over the EMAs. So that was, to me, something showing heavy as well. And then when I heard Mark Mancini say, oh, I'm going in on the calls, you could do that because we were expecting a little continuation of what we were seeing at the moment, but we were seeing an overall weakness still, and we hadn't done anything to signify a definite break, like a bunch of continuation candles. And that's why I was real cautious right there in the beginning. And I actually played the scalp on the way down from the rejection. So I was against Mark right off the bat.
Wow.
And that got to play with the support channels. So we had coaches, or it was actually technically our pre-market line in the morning, and it overlapped with a very strong previous support resistance line. And we never got a candle, continuation candle telling you were going to run above it. What we did have was a crazy ass wick that went all the way up, touched, and then started pulling back down. So when we held under the pre-market, if the pre-market is telling you it's good to go up, then technically in a scalper's mind, it's good enough for you to go down. So I used it as a break, and I wrote it down to the bottom of the channel, and that was like the complete opposite of the channel where it ran and double bottom there.
Wow. What I did while you were talking too, my brain kind of froze where you said hold on, where you said we were in a huge channel, so I went to go look at it and I took a picture of it. Hold on one second. I'm loading it in Restream. Okay. I'm going to hit play, but then I've got to go out. It's weird how Restream is. I literally got to go out of the stream and then back in so that it can update that picture, and then I'll show it to you guys, the channel that he was talking about.
Okay.
This is what I'm telling you is this is awesome. Everything is set up. This looks, oh yeah, it's been long. Oh, awesome. But if you didn't see this, boom, you just got destroyed.
Oh man, you don't want to leave me in here unattended.
Here, it comes down, bounces. This is exactly what we talked about yesterday. If we're trying to get into it early, we're going to get burned every time when it does that.
Got it. Okay. I thought the confirmation was it just breaks through, not.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my mechanics are wrong.
Okay, let
Yeah,
me
it's got to break through and hold. So that's why I said you'll miss the initial, like if it's going to, you'll miss the original pull, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's okay. You need confirmation. Otherwise, you're going to get burned every time it makes this move.
Okay. Thank you.
And is that similar for when it goes above VWAP or below? You want to break over and below, and then
Yep.
have a candle showing, above or below that? Okay.
Every time it has to break and hold. You will miss a little bit of the action, like say it's popping way up. That's okay. It's better than getting burned thinking it's going to move.
It's a less risk.
That's right. You're taking way less risk, right? To make sure you're rewarded.
Sorry about that, guys. Hold on. I'll play that one again for you.
Give me a second. I got to run upstairs and grab something. I'll be right back.
Okay.
The Tesla's big to the downside here. Yeah, that's a major line of resistance, I would think here, right? Because you can see every spot it's touched. I would think that's going to pull. We'll see. You see it here, and now here, right? So since it's already been to the downside, what are the odds of it going to the downside again? They're better than to the upside, right?
Sorry, my
we'll
computer's
see.
weird. I'm
Never
trying
know.
to find
What I
that.
think could happen here. A couple things, obviously, but you could have a false breakout. It'll pop. Everybody will be like, "Yay, time to get a call," and then it'll go, "Nope." This is a dangerous spot, is what I'm saying. If either side, we could guesstimate it's going to pull, which, right, I would say there is a 70% chance of a pull instead of a pop to the upside. But again, because this is a risky play, it is not giving us a definitive direction, I wouldn't touch it here. I would wait for it to clear to the upside confirmation or touch this thing, break a little bit, false breakout, boom to the downside, and then nail it, right? But right here, danger zone. So half of you that are like, "Oh, I'm buying this." Some of you, it's funny, half of you are like, "Oh, I'd buy a call." And the other half's like, "Well, I'd buy a..."
Okay, here's the video that was right before that. Let me pause it.
So here's the situation with something like this. So right now it's been on a nice.
Okay, so here's the pic that David was talking about with the channel that he was talking about. And if when I scrolled out, I apologize for it being so small. I took it on my phone. But see that right there? That was Apple yesterday. And I screenshotted it and used the little markers on the screenshot to draw out the channel that he talked about. That is Apple all day yesterday. David is so on point. And I see that where that wick is that he's talking about there. But look at that channel right there. Apple was literally, but when you're in it, you don't see that. You know what I mean? If you're not really drawing support and resistance lines and things like that, all you are is at the whim of the stock going up and down, and you don't know what the hell's going on. You're like a blanket that somebody's just throwing one way and another, like just have you by your hands and just swinging you around to and fro, and you have no control over it. Well, what David and has gotten from Coach, and that we're all getting from them, is no, you can't just let yourself be thrown all around. You have to know how to pull out of that grip, know where the stock is going. And by learning how to chart, that's what you're doing. You're learning its ebbs and flows. And David was prepared for a day like this because he had already had it charted out. And just like he said, it was in a huge channel. Well, I wouldn't have even known that if he hadn't said that, and I just went and looked. I'm like, holy shit, now that I kind of am on board with what he's talking about, I pulled it out and I was able to look at it and see, holy shit, yeah, I'm looking straight at it. And I drew it out. That's a huge channel that it was in all day long. Now, my lines are a little wide there, blame it on the eyesight, but you can see where it basically went up and touched a resistance level up there several times. Like it looks like a good 4 or 5 times it topped out at that area, and then it went down to a support level that it looks to me like a quadruple bottom, like it hit 4 times down there. So if you're thinking that it was going to keep going when it went down in one of those channels, when it went down and thought it was going to keep going, well, no, it was going to go right back up. And I even see like a couple little micro channels in there, you know what I mean? So, or at least one where I know you can't see my mouse right now, but you know, like right in that midsection, like right after those first 2 sections, that little section right there that's lower, it went up and down a few times before it shot all the way up to the main resistance level again. So it stayed there for a little bit. But overall, yeah, it was one big, huge channel that it was in. And if you had mapped out by about halfway through there, okay, it seems to be hitting here. It hit it twice, and then it hit it another 2 or 3 times. Okay, it's in this channel. And you would be looking for that, you know? So this is huge, guys. This is huge. This is how you can start to take control of your success and stop being just swayed any which way by the stock. David, are you back? Nope. But you guys get what I'm talking about. I get what he's saying there. This is huge. I'm doing this for. Oh, okay. Did you see the
Yeah, I
pic?
saw it real quick. I was gonna see if I can figure out how to share I can at least share one of the charts real quick, but it'll show the break from the overall bigger trend for the past few days, and that was what I had posted on Thursday, and then you can start seeing the channels that it played out in the day. Let me see.
But I see the channel that you said it was in. Look at that.
Oh yeah, no, you're gonna freak out when I show you the other one.
Are you ready to share it now?
That's what I'm trying. Let me see if I can do it. Let me try to get it set up, and then we can do it after a video or something.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let me go back to the videos and get them back going.
nice move to the upside. Here's the thing you got to be careful with, right? So we've had this nice big power move. It has to break these channels before it's actually to us. So let me get a real line. Hold on. Right here. You see all this traffic? Yeah, right here. So this is the tough spot for it. So right here, if we're like, yeah, I'm going to go all in on band.
I'm replaying
The
it.
problem is right here, it's hard to determine. If it hits this line, it can go. So what the best entry is on this is above it. And while you will lose from here to this point, the advantage is if it comes up here, it can't hold, it's going to go just like that, isn't it? So instead of keep taking the, trying to go, I'm going to break this, and you buy it early, and then it pulls, and you lose, and then you're like, oh, I'll do it again. It comes up here, you buy here early, and it pulls. Well, now you're down 3 times, right? When you should have honestly waited for the perfect entry, which was literally it comes up, it holds, not comes up and pulls, but it comes up, starts to make new candles inside of here. That is your buy, right? Because now it's long. Does everybody see the difference? You know how many times I've tried to go, I'm buying it right here because if it pops, I'm going to, and then it goes, nope. Oh, never mind. I'm going to buy it right here because if it pops, it's going to moon. Nope.
So you would look at the Elliott wave at all to see how it's all green and looking like it's strong?
Well, that's the thing is you should have already been in here, right?
Right, but I'm just saying it's at that line and it's up. Like,
Yeah, well, that's okay though, because this is what's the next important thing. If you didn't enter at the right time, which was here, now you're scalping, right?
right.
So now we've gone from it should have been here, which this is awesome, to now we got a call out. Hey, coach, this looks good. And I'd say, yep, that looks good. Well, now this is a critical move, right? And look what it's doing. Right? So now it's critical. Where had we got in at the right time, yeah, it would have been awesome. But now it's not. Look at what it did. Anybody see here?
Yep, I would have lost.
See what I'm saying?
Psychic.
So this is what I'm telling you is we'd have been like, yeah, this is awesome. Everything is set up. This is great. This looks, oh yeah.
This is the kind of shit that it's magic. Somebody's watching me. I got in, and as soon as I got in, it went down. No, it's not that. It's that you didn't know that there was a line there that you should have not gotten in.
Well, it's because
it was probably
the
going to
banks are the
reverse.
ones creating these channels, so they're like, yeah, let's hit it right here. This time they're probably going to expect this, and bam, there you go.
Yep. Institutional traders.
Oh, awesome. But if you didn't destroyed.
Are you ready, or you want another one play? Or you'll just let me know.
It looks like I'm ready. Yeah, it looks like I can do it.
Okay.
Did it show up?
Hold on 1 second. Let me get back over there. Yep. I got it.
Okay, so let me see, because I'm trying to figure out how to control my mouse while I'm... Okay, so I had posted the Apple chart on Thursday night where we had already gotten out of the normal pattern. So the normal overall that we had been sitting
I
in.
still have it.
Huh?
This is the chart that he's talking about, guys.
Yeah. So this one was the one I had posted on Thursday night showing, but I posted it showing it in the 30-minute chart. So in the 30-minute chart, we were right here at the bottom of the chart. And I knew that that was a point of interest, not necessarily what it was going to do, but I knew that it wanted to do something because we were at a trend line and it was real heavy at the trend line. For that big of a drastic drop from the top of the channel all the way to the bottom and sit there in that big of a candle, I thought something was going to happen. So that's why I took the effort and I posted it late at night saying, hey, you know what? In Aftermarket, we had already dragged down under the channel, and for some reason, it was staying heavy. And you could see that the trend had changed. Definitely, we flattened out significantly there. We were
Yeah.
outside of the channel, and then you could see when
It
we
flattened
started
out.
the day, we never broke. This was our biggest resistance that we were dealing with in pre-market leading up into the market open. So we had broken this one already, which was at the 189 area. And then this previous one was a weak one, so we weren't too concerned with that. So when we were talking about pre-market, we designated this area, which was basically the 189.40 something area.
Okay.
So then you see that, and you zoom in here. This line right here was what this area. I don't remember the exact cents. I always just put them kind of close because I don't worry about the cents. I worry about the general spot. So we might be a couple of cents off of what we said in pre-market compared to what I put. Especially when we're that close to a strong support line, I won't overlap it. I'll just put it so that I know where it's supposed to be.
Right.
So we didn't get the confirmation candle going past it. They tricked us by pumping it all morning long. So everybody's golden. Oh, yeah, great. Well, we were going into the long weekend. So what do we expect? Coach always says
In the pre-market.
we're
Yeah.
probably going to have a sell-off because of the long weekend. People want to take their profits. And even if you were just profiting for the morning, it was a steady
Right.
climb all pre-market. So, yeah, if I was making money all morning long and I wanted to get the hell out of there and go start smoking a barbecue or something, then I'm going to get the hell out. Okay, I'll take my money and run. So you
Yeah.
would have needed to wait for that confirmation here, and we never got anything. What we did get was a crazy ass wick right here, which was another strong resistance. To me, when we hit that and we started dragging down, it was almost enough for me to get into it. And I actually waited until we held under the pre-market line because I was like, you know what? They could be faking us out again, drop down and spike halfway down and then feed right back up into it. So this one was my line, and then I had my stop loss pretty tight, not too crazy. So I got in on a scalp here. We broke under the 21. I got another one. We broke under the 25. I mean the 55. I got another one, and I think I did 3 at this point because of this line as well. This line holding under and closing was good, and then this body right here was great. And then I would have been worried here if we would have rejected because this was a heavy line, but when we broke and held, and so I actually sold in this candle right here because it was enough for me to hit here. We wicked, we broke a soft line and we were breaking a hard line, and I was in heavy. And I didn't like the way we were feeding in the morning because we were against the trend. So I didn't take any of the EVO into consideration because it was for scalping for me. So I was already in the EVO 2 minutes, 4 minutes before the EVO started, and I got the confirmation with the EVO, but I beat the EVO on this one. So technically, if you would have waited for the EVO, that would have been your second bar here. Look at where your second bar was at. So
Yeah.
on that version, I would not like it because you have to know this support resistance line is here. You have to know you're going against the trend of what you currently were in. And then, so that would be cautious. You don't want to cherry pick. It's too early in the morning for most of us. Just avoid it. Don't worry about it. And then wait for a better entrance later in the day. But you can see how these levels play out. And so technically we had this line for the pre-market to the downside, which technically if you would have been getting in on those, you would have got a little bit of action. But you wouldn't have known any of this. We didn't know what the market wanted to do. So we just are seeing what we're given. And what we were given was not an upside trend. We knew we had broken out of the upside trend and we were at least flat. And then once we started this morning, we were still, because see, people will think we were in an upward trend because of the action they're seeing here. But
in the
because of
pre-market.
this knocking you down, all of this disappears. You don't care about this no
Yeah.
more. So these should technically they're gone. I'm done with those. They're gonna disappear when I recalculate my lines, because we did this, couldn't even do them and hold into it. We came back, we tested again, and we broke back. So for that, these lines are invalid for me now. They might come back into play later on down the line, but I don't need to clutter up my chart. They're gone. We did not respect it. We're behind it, or we're below it. So now I start looking, and I'll start going on the bigger picture and figure out what are we in the trend now, and I'm gonna have to change the angle of these drastically to continue. And we might be on. So I grab this, I take it down this way, and that's what I'm saying. You're always constantly modifying your lines. But I already do know that this one was unvalidated. This one I can still leave because it's the top, so I could extend it out there. I could start picking up different points from this side and running across and creating a different trend line. But all of these things play into what Coach says the trend. I understand people think he's talking about what is the trend for these 2 minutes we're playing. No, he's asking you what's the trend, the overall trend. So you go in to a trade that's against the trend. 9 times out of 10, it's not going to run all day for you. It's against the trend. It's going to do a retest. It could do a breathe back. It might be something small. And if you're going in heavy on those little breathe backs or whatever, it plays with your head because you think it's a bounce and it's a breathe back and you get ripped up. That's why you have to wait for all these confirmations. You might miss some of those momentum plays and you might miss some of that stuff. But when you're trying to begin and get consistency, you need all these little tools to kind of help you out and see the bigger picture and avoid more trades. Do less calculated trades, less perfectly calculated trades is the way to go. So you're doing less trades per day, but planned out properly, and you'll see a better success rate that way instead of jumping in every 5 minutes every time a candle turns on you.
Cool. Awesome. With this, looking at this picture, it doesn't look like it formed a specific trend all day. It kind of looked like it just kind of stayed sideways all day and just went up and down.
So that's why I was saying this isn't a day for traders, for beginners, because once we got this and a rejection up here, we know this is playing today. Once we got these and these and these, so that's in the first 30 minutes of the day. That to me says we're fucked. That's why in the first 30 minutes of the day, I kept saying we're screwed over. It's not going to be good. And I was trying to avoid people getting burned because it was not a beginner trading day, because you were already designated your channel. You had it. You already had it. It's a strong one. Previously, we hit it and rejected. It's a strong one, and we hit it multiple times and rejected. So now you know you're playing. You never know. It could have come up to this channel and then came back down, but you don't know that. So that's why if you're scalping, you get into a rejection here. I'm going to ride it for a couple of minutes and see what it does. And then you get confirmations. Next thing you know, you're riding it and you beat the EWO by 6 or 8 minutes. You get into the EWO and you're getting burned because you're here and you're catching this, and this little rejection is right here. If you don't know it exists and you don't know it's a heavy one, you're still leaving your stops up tight or loose, and you're like, oh yeah, I'm golden, and it's gonna keep running, and then it comes back and slams 30% off your contract, and you're screwed.
Wow. Hey Mark. Why can't I type into public chat? I don't know. Are you on here with us? I'd let you in.
And then so you see how later in the day where it actually played down, and then you could see that it starts respecting this line. It respected it here, right here with these wicks. It respected it right here with these wicks and little hesitations. But initially, it broke it. Then we ran up here. So if you're a scalper, you're playing these channels, you don't get a confirmation to the upside. So this is exactly what Jimmy would be doing. He's waiting right here saying, okay, well, my confirmation is a break and a hold. Never got that. Does that means, okay, well, I can go in small, or if you have the budget, I can grab myself a handful and see if I can get lucky on this rejection. And then you stomach some of this, and then you get paid. If you're in with one, you might not like this because you're, what is it called? It's too much choppiness for you. But also the other thing is, if you're scalping, it's a lot harder in single contracts and stuff like that because you have no way of shaving or nothing. So it's all based on the game you're playing. And this is the hardest one because we had a clear, defined channel at the beginning of the day. So right there, and that's why I said it multiple times throughout the day, be cautious. It's not going to look good because by these candles right here, we knew where at least our existing channel was at. Whether it was gonna channel all day or channel for just one more run up and hesitate and then run, but we knew that those lines already were in play, because then technically, instead of rejecting here, we could have started climbing. The next thing you know, we could have climbed and tested this one, and then the new channel could have been down from here to here. But without all of these lines on your chart and not being able to see them as quick as coach can see them, you're running blind. You're just floating in space. It's not working. And that's one of the reasons why people think they get into a trade at the wrong time, because they're not planning their trades. They're just jumping in.
That's huge. That is huge. That's huge for me, and I'm sure a lot of people that are down there in the chat. So let me try to let Mark McC back in again. Mark, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I backed out to reload and see if it made a difference. I don't know. The public message thing's not working on it. It just says messages will be displayed here. So no big deal. I don't need to type. I was just going to say hi. That's all.
That's weird. Huh? You're subscribed, right?
Yeah.
That's weird. Is anybody else experiencing that?
No, I actually have it up on my big TV so I can see the charting better and stuff. And I'm actually talking to you through my iPad, but I can see people's messages up on their screen, but it's not showing on my iPad for some reason. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Just want to say hi. High State game didn't start till 3:30, so I thought I'd see what was going on.
Your what game?
Ohio State don't play till 3:30.
Oh, okay.
Late game.
Yep, we got the Apple Guru in here with us today.
Yeah,
and he's we're going through his support and resistance stuff that he's most likely going to be doing Monday. But we're looking at his playlist instead of just going through the whole tutorial playlist randomly. We're watching David's playlist. That did you know Coach created a training video channel?
Yeah, I seen the comments on there. Well, I seen David's list that he handpicked to make it easier, and I'm glad Coach let that channel be created so it doesn't get buried, because there's thousands of videos on the YouTube channel, and you can create your own playlist. And I appreciate the effort that David did the other day, I think, and cherry pick some of the good ones for people to be able to go to in a hurry. Because those same questions get asked all the time. Where's the 2-minute EWO, or where's the channels, or what? So it's he makes new videos every day, so it's bound to get buried eventually. So yeah, I really appreciated the time you took, David, there the other day when you first posted that chart there with the channels and stuff in it. And I'm getting better at the supporting lines and all that, so I'm able to sit there, because like you said, you just jump in blindly because you see it going up. It may only go up for 2 seconds because it's going to hit that next resistance line and stop and get rejected, and you wonder why if you don't have those lines drawn there. So that's why it's important to do that. And I've learned a lot just from watching you do it too, and the coach. And I actually mimicked your drawing on my Apple chart with that channel, so I could see what was going on. And I was pretty close to what you had previously, just with lines. And I finally seen how you do them dot dash line. I looked at it, I'm like, oh, that makes it nice and stuff. So
I won't leave those anchored, and I just reposition those each morning. That way they're already on there. I move them up to what I think it's going to be, and then when we all talk about it, I have them in place. And then if Coach validates them and we're a couple of cents off, then I'm golden. Let's go.
Yeah, those dotted ones are your pre-market setup, high and low, right? The yellow is the high, and I think you said the red is the low.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
okay.
That I like that. It's better because you get 1,000 lines drawn on there, and you don't know what they were anymore.
Well, see, that's why I use those dark blue ones, because they kind of blend in, and then my strong ones are the white ones because I really want to be able to see those.
Yeah, I've changed my representations. I use blue and red and white and yellow, And I was like, well, I'll make this color because I want to remember this something special. And then, a week from now, I don't remember what I did that for. How often do you clean your charts out?
Usually every week I'll adjust. If
Yeah.
I have two lines that came into play and they're maybe like 10 cents apart, then I go back and I really try to figure out where are we supposed to be at, and then figure out, is there really supposed to be two of them? Have we hit each one of them that many times? And then figure out, okay, is one of them stronger than the other? And then kind of change my coloring based off of that. And if it's like 2 cents or 3 cents, I'll just split the difference if it's that close.
Yeah, I got to start being a consistent what each color represents, because you just get too many lines and stuff. So, and yeah, I like how you did that. And now I'm going to start taking the time too to actually put text boxes and notes on the things too. I think that's helpful because you can fix them on there also.
Oh yeah, see, I'm not that sophisticated yet.
I wasn't either, but I heard you guys talking about the other day, and it was like a eureka moment. Everybody realized you could do that.
Yeah, so Eric, I think, is one of the ones that does it, and I was like, what the hell? I said, I need to figure out how to do that, man.
Yeah, that would have helped with all them thousands of lines I had drawn on there, why I drew them. Of course, I guess then you just get too many text boxes. It's the same problem. So, yeah, I try to do mine. My goal is to do mine once a week, but I'm not very successful at it. I get sidetracked, and sometimes it goes for a couple of weeks where I clear mine out. But yeah, I just go with I usually start with a 4-hour chart and look through and see where the main touches are as my main support, and then I might go down to 5 minutes or whatever to get some of the finer lines.
Because I usually do, my strong ones are in the daily, the 4-hour, and the 1 hour. Those are pretty good little chunks there. And then start breaking down the weaker ones in there. And then what I do throughout the week is, if it's a one that I had labeled as a weak line and it's come back into play, and it looks like we've hit it multiple times in this one day, and it changed. I'll change it from a blue to a white, telling me, hey, you know what? In the current, it's playing out a little bit better. So let me make sure to change this color, and that's what, like, the type of updating I'll do also throughout the week.
Yeah, see what I would have done if using your chart you got displayed there right now, right, pretty much dead center, where it had like the double top there.
Yep.
I would draw a line there already. When that happens. If it doesn't happen right then, I'll do it sometime when I'm looking at it during the day. So then that keeps happening over. And it's actually, you could argue it's a triple top if you go to the left of that.
Oh yeah. See, so that I've learned it's kind of difficult to do throughout the day. But like, if in the day you see it hit 5-6 times on something that didn't exist before, shit, hell yeah, I'm gonna put a line there.
Yeah, I think that's why mine's so cluttered, because every time I see a double top or triple bottom or whatever, I draw a line there, thinking
See,
that.
So for me, in a day,
then you end up with 1,000 lines.
Yeah, in a day, it would need to hit it multiple times for me to add it in a day, because then that's when you start to get just too cluttered in the small plate, in the small part of the picture.
Yeah, that's what happens to me. I gotta quit putting so many on, because after a while it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Because then it actually, remember what Mitch used to always say, the technical paralysis. So you get too many lines on there, and it's like, well, I'm going to wait till this one. Oh, I'm going to wait till this one. I'm going to wait till this one. Next thing you know, it's already reversed against you, and it's like, well, maybe I'll get into the put now. Maybe I'll get into the put now.
Yeah, because I noticed myself saying, oh, okay, on my million lines I already got drawn on, it's going to hit this next line, and if it breaks and hold it, it's going to take off. Well, that line was only good 3 weeks ago, and it doesn't mean a thing today, and it doesn't do even come close to one way or another moving, So it's actually, it means nothing, I don't know on average how accurate the supplies resistant lines are, whether it's 2 weeks or a month, or I don't know if there's a general. What do you feel?
Well, see,
on Apple, how far back do you think that it's still accurate?
Well, see, that's what I was saying in the chat yesterday. Is right now we're technically in no man's land. We don't have a lot of history here because we're in the highs. So we've only hit this dollar section a couple of times. So we don't have a lot of data here. So everything is current here because we just hit this price point, which is great because it's all current. We're not dealing with 2 years ago data. So that's one of the good things, but it's also a bad thing because we're creating while we're going.
Yeah, right.
So
And
it's
the
kind
market
of
doesn't
fun.
know. The market doesn't know what's good or bad either.
Oh yeah.
So everybody's having the same problem.
Yep. And then, well, if you look up on Apple, the market, there you go, like the analyst pages. This analyst panel says it's a buy. This the panel analyst says it's a strong sell or whatever. They're always up and down. You can find a couple that say this and a couple that say that, so you never know what is really going on.
Yeah, well, I have that Bazinga Pro. I mean, I just have the free account now because I didn't pay for it. But I still get the news, even though it's delayed a few minutes. And I look at that, and every morning there's, probably 20 or 30 blurbs on there from analysts. And it's amazing. This letter A analyst says Apple's going to be $205. And analyst B says it's going to be only $180. And analyst C says it's good. It's going to be $300. So who knows how these guys pull these numbers out? I think it's just more to get them on the news than anything, but because it wasn't that long ago, they said Apple's supposed to be at 200 already.
Oh yeah, well,
I know it.
when it was still at 170, they were saying it was supposed to be a
and it probably. I have no doubt.
That was like 2 years ago.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's face it, Apple. Once you get so big, it's hard to. You can't just keep growing 15% a year when you get so big, because once you're so big, it takes more and more and more and more to maintain that percentage of growth. They're still going to grow constantly, but
remember I told you guys that there was a guy that started me learning options with Apple.
Yep.
This was back in November of 2021, and it was at $40, and then it got to like 167. You know what I mean? So this was 2 years ago, and I'm like, it's going to be at 200. Of course, not knowing shit. I said $150. Apple ought to be at 200 by Christmas. It's Apple. I had no idea. I'm thinking it's going to jump up 50. I didn't know how stocks move or none of that.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's still 2 years later, not there yet.
Well,
I played with it.
Yeah. Well, I read a thing the other day, whether it's true or not, because news is news. You don't know if it's true. But with that new VR thing that Apple has, they were going to make, 4 million of them or something. Now they scaled it back to less than half of their projected, what they were going to make. So that, if that was true, that's not good. That means they're not finding as much, excitement about it. Maybe. I mean, it's not even out yet.
Expensive. It's extremely expensive. That's probably what the drawback is.
Well,
it's a cool ass thing. I looked at the video Lee posted a couple months ago.
Well, Apple suckers all of us into paying more for them what you need to. I mean, I'm an Apple fanboy now. I mean, I wouldn't say a fanboy, but I'm all in the Apple architecture. Everything I got's Apple now. I used to be Android and I switched to Apple. So, and I like it. I mean, one's not any better than the other. They all have their advantages. But I do like my Apples because they all, if I pick my cell phone up right now, it'll mimic what's right here on my laptop. It just transfers right over. You don't have to do anything. So they talk to each other. But anyway, I appreciate that, David. You did a lot of work there and sharing it. And I've always been a fan of yours because, I made a lot of money on Apple listening to you and learning. And it's a good a good company to learn because it's not so volatile. You watching Tesla or Nvidia, it's just like, it's like watching the seismograph on an earthquake go up and down.
The good thing is, if it's so consistent, it will give you plays if you sit there and wait for it.
Yeah, right.
That's it.
Yeah.
If you can afford the time to sit there and wait for it and follow the rules, it pays off, and I guarantee you, it works.
Yeah, it does. It teaches you patience. It's a good one to learn patience on. It really is.
Well, I know you're Jimmy all the time about making money watching paint dry.
Yeah, I was just going to say my goal is to get to where I'm making $200 a day consistently, and I see where that's possible with Apple. So it's like, that's what I need. Coach said to kind of figure out what you need, you know what I mean? And that's what I figure I need to kind of get my bills back on track and to feel comfortable. And I'm pretty sure that, David, you're crushing that in a day. And with all the homework and studying and time and work that you've put into learning the ebbs and flows of that stock. So I'm confident that at one point it'll be able to to get me to that point. So
You know, I was doing Apple. I started getting in Apple mainly because, you know, when I first joined here this beginning of the year, whatever, you know, David started being vocal about it. And so I started listening to David and Coach. Don't get me wrong, I listen to everybody. But I was drawn to the things that David was talking about at the time. So I started making good money on Apple on a consistent basis. It worked so well, I quit doing it. And I went to NVIDIA and, you know, these other ones. And,
you sound like me. I
you know, it
got
worked
that
so
down.
good, I'm going to quit doing it, you know. Well,
Yeah, I
Apple
get
kind of
bored,
went into
right?
a little bit of a slump there for a couple weeks where it wasn't moving up and down a lot. It would be good for, you know, short scalping. And it just wasn't exciting enough, moving enough there for a little bit. It got a little bit boring. So I switched and I went to learn NVIDIA, which is, I applied the same principles that
Did it teach
David
you some
teaches.
lessons?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I've made good money too. I don't know. I should go back and I haven't analyzed my net dollars on NVIDIA because I have lost money too, but I'm better at NVIDIA. I don't lose as money like I used to on NVIDIA because now I was with Apple, you learn its personality and stuff, you know,
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and the level. So that applies even more on those kind of stocks because it's bad.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, I think I was saying it yesterday, where if you follow the rules and then adapt them to whatever stock, it should work. It's
Oh, it
just
does.
built on your personality, because if you can handle the fast moving crap, that's all fine and dandy. I'm chill over here. I like it slow. Apple's
Yeah.
perfect for me.
Well, what I like about
Mhm.
Apple is it's a reasonable price.
Yeah,
Oh.
and it's easy for math. It's
Yeah.
easy
That
for
too.
math because of the way the contracts are usually priced right at the money. Either way, up or down, it doesn't matter. But they're usually priced pretty decently in the 100, 200, or certain days they're in the 20s or 30s. But it's all easy math. You can work with it, and as long as you're going into it knowing your percentages, that's part of it, because you got to know what your percentages need to be before you get in a damn trade.
Yeah, well,
Right.
I usually do 10 contracts or 20. So it's, you know, I know every 10 cents it goes up, I make, you know, $100. So
Yeah.
that part of it's how I kind of look at it without actually looking at my profit and loss chart
Well,
going
see,
up and down.
I've already adapted towards what Jimmy says, that he doesn't watch the
Right, me too.
yeah, so once I know it's running in my direction or it's moving and I'm getting a positive direction, I'm just watching just strictly the candles. I'm not paying attention to nothing else, and I'm watching my lines. And you'd be amazed of how big of a difference that makes.
Yeah. I see that I didn't, because I got out before early yesterday because I had stuff going on. I made good money basically getting into the pre-market and riding a little bit. Did Bruno stay in that AMD all day? Because when I looked, man, that thing was still climbing all day long.
No, it didn't sound like it.
Oh, he got out before the end.
It sounded like
I mean, it did drop towards the end of the day, but I seen he was watching that. So
Am I thinking of the day before? I thought AMD was a put yesterday.
I
might be thinking of the day
well,
before.
I think he played a couple days in a row, but that's why, because he had good returns.
Yeah, that's his honey baby now.
Yeah.
That's his thing.
Right.
That's his jam.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to Apple. I think next week, go back to my first one that I got to where I understood it. For patience, because my account right now is technically, I mean, I'm making good money as a general rule every week, except this past month when I screwed up and lost $8,000. I mean, I still made money, but net, I actually drew, because I'm drawing out on my retirement account every month. I take, whenever my bills are due, I pull out every 2 weeks. I just pull out money. So I'm maintaining, but that $8,000 that I flushed down the toilet, that put the hurt to me. So I'm more concerned. I mean, I'm conservative anyway, but I'm being even more conservative until I get back to where the level I want to be. My account's probably at the lowest level that I've ever had, just because of withdrawals. But so I'm, these guys start with 500 and end up with 500,000, and I can do the same thing, and I have been.
That's right.
Smaller base hits, get back up to where, so I've cut my size of my contracts down, and it's still amazing. Every time you even cut your contract down, you still make the same amount of money because you're letting it run longer.
Well, that's what I was
with
going to
less
say.
risk.
It happened to me. I think it was Thursday where my first initial 8 contracts that I had got me a X amount of dollars, and my last 2 that I let run ended up being more than those 8.
Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
My
wonder
next
where we learned that
graduation will
from.
be allowing all the 10 to run.
Yeah, and that's I want to be, and that's the other thing, because I'm going into 10 or 20 contracts. That's using up your available cash. So when it reverses and goes into a put, then you're kind of hesitant to jump in it because you're going to use your money up. So I think that's what my goal plan next week is to, ride the ups and ride the downs on Apple with smaller amounts, whether it's 5 contracts or maybe even 1 or 2, whatever it takes, so that I have the money that I could stay in it and ride it all day long instead of being done by noon. I mean, I'm not really. I'm balancing making money versus freedom of time. Okay?
Yeah.
So yes, I can sit there and be obsessed all day and do smaller trades and probably make double maybe what I am.
Yeah.
If
So
I was patient.
that's what I balance. So
But I'm enjoying this, like being. I'm not really retired because this is my full-time job. I still got to make money and pay my bills. I got debt.
Yeah.
I got debt. The bank wants their money. The electric company's standing on my front porch. The insurance company's standing on my front porch with their hand out. So it's not like I got debt. I have to work. Okay. So, but this is my job and I love it. I love this lifestyle. I love it. That's why there's no plan B, and I love this. So I'm going to be more patient and I think I'm going to do my own little, how do you say it? Back testing. I don't think I'm going to go over 5 contracts next week.
That's what I was going to say. Trust me, it pays off. So on days where I know I'm going to be in here all day, I'm going in light all day long until I see something that looks golden. And I might upsize while I'm in a play real quick. And of course, that messes up your percentages. But if it's running for you, there's no harm in buying a few contracts and shearing them off in a minute or 2. But if you don't see that confidence of a strong run, just leave them running, and you'll end up. It'll work that way too.
I mean, look at your chart you got on the screen there. There's a real nice call in the middle, a real nice put right after that, another nice little call. You could have made a couple $100 each way.
Oh yeah.
It's the matter of getting into watching the flags change to jump back in there. So I think that's what I'm going to try. I know it works because I've heard it works. I've done it before on 5 contracts and made just as much as I had doing 20. But you got to stay there longer. That's all.
Yeah. So it's a balance. I'm in the same exact boat. So like ever since I technically retired from my 9 to 5, I've had family. Hey, can you help me with this? Can you come over here and help with this plumbing? Can you do this? Can you do that? I'm doing a pool in the backyard. I'm doing work on my dad's Mustang. And it's like, okay, well, I still need to make money, but I still want to keep up with everything I'm doing. So I try to balance everything. And if I'm not doing it, nobody else is going to do it. So I got to fit it in somewhere.
Well, that's I'm the same way. I might pinch myself. I'm like, I'm retired, I'm living the retired lifestyle, if you want to say, while still needing to have full-time need to make income, But like you say, like yesterday, my contractor buddy come over to do. I stopped trading and come up here and did whatever I did. And later on, I didn't trade anymore after I made that profit. I made like whatever it was, $1,700, something like that. But I was done for the day. I wasn't going to give it back. But I just love that freedom. I just like, it's a dream, really, and I don't want to blow it. And so I think I'm going to prove to myself for the next 2 weeks that I can make the same amount of money on 5 contracts that I was on 10 and 20. And I know it's already what the answer is yes.
Oh yeah.
And plus I'll lose less when things.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. You have less skin in the game. So losing of course you've set a stop at whatever percentage, but most of the time there should be something telling you before you get to your 20% or 30% stop loss or even 40% stop loss. There should be something along the line that tells you, this trade's going against me. that way, okay, well, you know what? I'm only at 20%. I had to stop at 40, but it broke this resistance line. I don't like it, and get the hell out of it. Like Coach says, he says it's for that initial buy-in, price fluctuation, all of that, not to hope that the trade reverses for you.
Yeah, right.
So once you can dial in on that, getting the hell out of them and not letting them turn into a complete loss. And you know what? Let me just scoop my stop loss a little bit more. Let me just scoop the stop loss a little bit more. And next thing you know, you're down 80%, and you're like, well, you know what? I might as well just let it run and see what happens. And then you're down the whole damn thing.
Mm-hmm. Hey, have you experimented more with the 2155, the cloud there, to make it more sensitive so it opens and closes faster as the stock goes through its highs and lows?
Well, see, since those are based on the 21 and the 55 EMA, so you would be adjusting the EMA periods.
Oh, okay.
So you could do it at like I have heard of people doing it based off of the 9 and the 21.
Okay. Well, I've heard 9's more for scalping, but
yeah. See, so I've always heard that people do the 9, the 21, and then the 13 and the 21, and the 21 and the 55. Out of all my testing, the 2155 was I guess the most consistent one for me. Okay. And that's why I kept harping it on Coach and throwing it out in the chat. And
right.
And this ribbon just helps to be a visual, real good visual, because it allows you to put the ribbon color behind it. Right. But I was doing it in the beginning with just the EMAs on the chart and just the blue and white line, and that was it. And but you would see the flip flop, and that's what we were really basing everything off of.
Yeah, it's harder just to see two little lines without that coloring in there. It makes it visually more appealing and easier to see.
Yeah, you can do it in the cloud and just get rid of the cloud.
Yeah,
and then just leave just the 2 EMAs.
Yeah, but it's harder to see that way. So I like the visual of the indicator. So
yeah, see, and I'm real visual. That's why all my Excel sheets are color coded. Like if I would get in the first hour of the day, I would color it red just to remind myself that I did something I wasn't supposed to. If I did a red trade, it would end up getting tagged as red. If it was green, it was a win. If it was yellow, it was a break-even trade. If I went into a call and I was under VWAP, I would put a note of that to let me, like a note in red, letting me know, okay, you did it, but you weren't supposed to because it was under VWAP. And then that's when you start seeing all these little clusters. Hey, you know what? Every time I did this, it was red, red, red. So I did something bad and it turned into a loss. Every time I did this, it was red and I turned into a loss. So you start grouping those together and you see the cluster of the same losses. And then you start seeing the cluster and small percentages. And it's like, wait, you know what? It was real tight when I had these losses too. And then you start piecing those together and then you start figuring out what the hell was wrong in there. Well, most of the time I was fighting against the trend or I was fighting against the EMAs or something. And you start adding all that together and it freaks you out once you start digging pretty deep.
Yep. I know mine when I lose, discounting knife drops or bad news in the, nationally or world, things that you don't have control over. It's 98% of the times breaking the rules. I mean, it's just that simple. Or not knowing. I'd say 70% breaking the rules, 30% not knowing where your support and resistance is at. And that's between you talking about it and Coach emphasizing it more. I've become more, aware of the need to do that.
Oh yeah. Well, and that's why I was saying that the support and resistance to me is one of the bigger things, and that's why we were hoping that breaking down those categories really helps, because I can understand that it's kind of daunting to go to a playlist with a couple hundred videos and then it's one after another of something completely different. So that's why I wanted to make sure that we could help people as much as possible and break them into the smallest categories so you can concentrate on something different every week and then the following week. And some of the videos overlap because they're basically the same structure, talking about the same things like as pre-market and support and resistance. So
but it's another way to just reiterate it. Okay, well, yeah, we're playing support and resistance, but we're also playing the pre-market, and then so some of the videos do overlap in the playlist. But at least that way you're constantly reviewing and going through a chunk of information instead of just one and then a different chunk and then a different chunk. This is all like one concentrated, basically, session.
Yeah, and I
Right.
think too, probably, I would probably guess that Carter and Coach were both surprised, when they started creating videos, what a monster it was going to turn into.
Oh yeah,
And the lack of cataloging and having a consistent titling, and
well, and then he's a
until it
one-man
grew so
show,
big where
so
the need
it's
was there.
constantly evolving.
Yeah, somebody needs to go back through, and that's a full-time job there. Go back and title everything and organize them and put them in channels, and and that's not an easy thing to do. It's a lot of work. Because some of them don't have titles. You got to go watch them to see what they're talking about. So
yeah, so that's one of the reasons why I figured it would be kind of helpful to group them. That way, at least we have sections, and then if they want to venture out after these playlists and see if they can start picking other things that they want to check out. But at least
Yeah,
they're in a group.
kind of started spearheading that process, David. So thank you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's its own beast, and I don't envy anybody that's got access to that, that's doing that cataloging and trying to, make it more searchable and everything.
And I'm going to continue to try to draw attention to it, through this stream as well, because it's going to be really, really helpful for me. And that's the whole point of why I created the stream, really to just kind of continue talking about it and help other people who want to continue talking about it after hours,
Mm-hmm.
So I appreciate you coming in and helping and being a part of that and just kind of talking things out, because we all know I am still losing money. I should not still be making the same stupid ass mistakes that I'm making. So that's one of the reasons I created this, because it's like, I still need help. And so and I know other people do too. So why not continue Coach's teachings,
Right.
and everybody's kind of embraced it. So it's awesome.
Yeah, don't forget, Don, this is your house. You only let people act the way you want them to act in your house. And if they ain't behaving in your house, then don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to time out or boot them permanently, because I see you got somebody helping you moderate, which is what you need. So,
yeah.
But you could, the other day, man, that was just uncalled for, and I'm sorry you had to go through that. I kept my mouth shut, but they're coming into that ain't no different than them coming into your own physical home and acting that way. That's just. So, unfortunately, when you have something public like this, you're going to have to deal with the discipline part of it.
You run the risk of it. Coach and I talked for a couple minutes, like a good 15, 20 minutes afterwards. And he's like, here come the crazies. Get ready.
Right.
Because as you grow, you're going to get that. And I said, I know. He said, just make sure that they're not trashing, ADT, and just try to stay on top of it. And I said, well, we got people like Brad James and Miranda and all those guys in there because I made a ton of you moderators. So everybody has the capability to moderate it. Those of you that I'm more familiar with that are in here all the time,
Mm-hmm.
I've given the capability to do that and help out with that, because I certainly can't do it, So, I appreciate that. And the cool thing is everybody that was involved in that has apologized. JoJo came in. Ralph said he was sorry for losing his temper. Cox said the same thing. So, because it was just a weird turn of events, and
it was a full moon, It was a full moon.
Jen said that. Jen said, I'm a moon child. I have a Cancer. I'm a moon child. She said it was that moon. As soon as I shut it down, I'm like, damn, you believe that? She's like, it's the moon. The moon did it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we all are human. We all have our moments that we're not proud of. And as long as you can move on and get over it, that's good. At least they were nice enough to say something. Yeah, I just felt bad for you.
I accept all your apologies, and it's human. Let's just move on and just continue to move forward and just respect each other. And that's all I ask. I don't mind. Like Lolo continues to come in here, and as long as Lolo is respectful and understands where we stand with regards to Coach's teachings, I got no problem with Lolo coming in here, because he as long as he's sharing good information that goes right along with Coach's teachings, then that's all I can ask. As long nobody's being disrespectful, then that's all we can ask, because at the end of the day, it's the education and getting into the heads of the new people and actually helping them that matters.
Yeah, I talked to
So I
him,
don't
and
shut it down because it's a good idea to do it, you know?
I talked to him because I'm on in the mornings, early, and
Yeah.
he pops in, and I told him flat out, I'm like, listen, this is, you're a smart dude, but you listen to a lot of different people, and there's 1,000 ways to invest, and I get it, but this is Coach's house, and we're going to go by Coach's rules, and
Yeah.
and we're going to espouse what he's teaching. If you're a Christian and a Muslim comes in here and wants to teach his teachings, and then you got it just gets confusing. So
Yeah.
you have to have, this group is what it is for a reason, and this is what we, our cult teaches, whatever, if you want to look at it. I'm not saying we're a cult, but you know what I mean. We espouse
Yeah.
a certain set of values and rules and principles, and it's not a good thing to come in and say, well,
Rock the boat.
yeah. I mean, if you want to go listen to other things, that's fine. That's there's
That's fine,
there's
but
four
it's in here,
thousand
you know where it is.
yeah, there's four
You know
thousand
where we
indicators
stand.
you could
So,
use to trade with. And there's
yeah.
some standards that's been around since the stock market was created. You keep,
Right.
we make fun of the Fibonacci. None of us use it, but obviously there was some value to it, or it wouldn't still be around. You know what I mean? I don't care to use it, but I'm doing what this is the easiest as it gets. It takes all the fluff, all the noise out that you don't need to know and try to learn, and do this 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, how easy does that make it?
Yeah.
But
Hey, Ralph.
if you want to explore other things and see why they are what they are, and back test it like David did. David back tested and improved his back testing and published his back testing. Look at the things that's come out of that. Coach already
Yeah.
knew it worked, but David proved it on top of it. So there was a second voice
Hey,
saying
what's
it
hey,
works.
hey, what y'all talking about? The Fibonacci?
We were talking about you before you got
Y'all
here.
was talking about
the
me?
rainbow trout.
Y'all talking about me?
Yeah, we were talking
Look,
about
he's
you.
got the
Listen,
heart right there. That's
There,
rainbow trout right
David,
there.
Ralph ain't here today. Let's talk about it. No, I'm just saying, it's fine to look at other things and read and learn and grow in your knowledge, but don't come in and try to say, well, that is okay to learn here, but you could do so much more by using the Fibonacci over the golden rainbow trouts on the third candle's fourth
hey,
day on the fifth. You know what I mean?
I want to
And
tell a
that's fine.
story
If that
about that.
works, for you, fantastic. I'm not, who am I to say don't use the Fibonacci? If that's what you like and understand and know how to work it, more power to you. But we don't use that here.
Mm.
And that's not what the coach teaches, and that's not what ADT is based on.
Yeah.
Go to the
I wanted
Fibonacci
to
Discord if that's what you want to espouse.
Everything he
exactly.
said
That's true.
that he's come in has been right in line with Coach. So I think he acknowledged it and it's like, okay, yeah, let me not tip the apple cart. If I'm gonna go in there, let me at least conform to what's been going on. And I'm glad he's done that. So
Yeah, what if I'm a strong
Cool beans.
believer in the 9 EMA? Okay, that's fine, but we're not using that. That's not an indicator. It's
That's
there.
why the few of
There's a
us that
purpose
use
for
it,
it, but
we
we're
talk
not
about it,
using
but we don't push it on people. It's like
Right.
It's completely advanced. It shouldn't be used, but some people have found use of it. That's
Correct.
about it. That's it.
Yeah, and that's all that does is it gives you analysis paralysis, because there's another thing you got to know about, and it really, in the big picture of what we are doing, it probably doesn't matter. And I still believe there's a reason for all these things. All these, I mean, look at value lines, that pine editor. People take, the 2155. There's 400 other indicators built based off the 2155 that people's added their tweaks to because they think it has some sort of importance. So we start using every one of them people's things? No, you can't. You got to pick and choose. And like I say, this one's been proven and back tested by multiple people, starting with Coach. And then when you get a member who goes to all that trouble and documents everything like David did, and now look what happens. So now you have another voice, an educated voice out there saying, this what Coach said works. I proved it myself with my own family's money.
And we see his continued success. That speaks volumes.
Exactly. Anybody can be
so
lucky
you
with
just
any
add
indicator
all the
one
tools,
time.
and it helps refine it.
I'm sure if I used a Fibonacci, whatever it's called, and learn what it actually did, I'm sure I can make probably successful trades after I learned it. But why?
If you're already making successful trades without it.
Right. I don't need something else to confuse me.
Right.
And if it was that great, I think Coach would have already adapted it into his.
He would have been on top of it.
Exactly. So
Well, you know what's even funnier is I have a buddy that uses the Fibonacci. One of my buddies that I used to trade with when I was doing the swing trades, and he still uses it. And a lot of times when he'll share charts with me every now and then, send me a text and, hey, check it out, I hit it to here and this and that. My what is it, support and resistance lines are a couple of cents off of where he had his lines, and I put resistance lines, and he's like, well, how did you come up with that? And I said, well, I put it over here and I did this. And he goes, well, shit. So support and resistance basically are just based off of previous, and that's what the Fibonacci is based off of old patterns or potential patterns and percentages. So if you look back at it, a lot of times when you throw that Fibonacci thing on there, it shows you where support and resistance lines are at.
That's what it's for. And the funny thing is, Coach has taught us how to be our own Fibonacci retracements.
Yeah, so that's why he doesn't push it, because you're relying on something.
You don't need it.
That Fibonacci shit will cause you to miss the trade. Listen,
yeah,
I might not have enough time to go up in here and listen. I want to tell a story about the Fibonacci where I got into it with somebody. You know what I'm saying? That was, Coach be bashing that mother effer. I'm like, bro, calm down. You know what I'm saying? Why do you need to learn the Fibonacci? Oh, I know the Fibonacci. I know all that, do all this shit. Okay, well, if you knew the Fibonacci, you will know that if you trade options, which that's what you claim to be so good at, why the hell would you need the Fibonacci to get in of a trade? Listen, man. All right. What you want to know about the Fibonacci? I know a lot about it because I went on my own and figured out what it is. Basically, it works because of herd mentality. And then when you go to other markets, the Fibonacci comes in play because of the school of Fibonacci traders. I mean, like in crypto, I remember listening to Coach one morning, and he was like, "Oh, y'all want to trade crypto, but y'all don't even know how to trade. And then if you go over there, you don't know what you're doing. You don't even know how to work Fibonacci. You don't know how to do this. You don't know how to do that. They will chop you to pieces. You don't just buy crypto, wake up in the morning, and think you're gonna be a millionaire." And so that's what stuck in my head. I was like, okay. And then I know in the other markets, they believe in it faithfully. Man, Fibonacci works because of herd mentality. They have people that go in and just put orders right on the levels of the Fibonacci level, right? And so I asked him, since you know so much about the Fibonacci, why do you want Coach to talk about it? That's what I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just saying. And then they say, I'm just saying he be bashing it. I'm like, well, why do we need it? Why do we need Fibonacci to trade
Coach,
options?
the teachings that Coach talks
We don't
about.
need that. That's only gonna make it. That's only gonna make the way we trade harder. You know what I'm saying? I said, well, what's the Fibonacci golden zone? I don't know none of that shit, man. You know, so stop it.
Right, I know. It's like he teaches you what the purpose of that is for anybody. You know, so
we don't need it. We don't need the Fibonacci to trade options. Listen, all you need is the EWO. And how y'all doing?
Good. EWO and support and resistance lines.
Yeah, the 2 men. That's all you need is the rules. Listen, I was late this morning. I'm sorry. I'm really just sticking my head in here to say hello because I had to take my daddy to the farmer's market on Western because I don't want him to hear me. I mean, it was crowded because it was a first, and it was aggravating, but I ain't gonna lie, I enjoyed myself. I don't want him to know that because he'll be wanting to go all the time, and I ain't for that, All right, yeah, we can talk again. He's somewhere around here. He can probably be calling me in a minute to come get his stuff, whatever he bought there. He just bought a whole bunch of vegetables. J&J, y'all will be proud of us today. Y'all will be proud. Everything green. I'm like, man, what the hell? What we gonna do with all this? Who gonna eat all this? That's what I want to know.
Crazy. So I'm gonna pull the playlist back up so we can go through a couple more of these videos because I was really into that. That was really cool. I gotta share it. I gotta share it. All right, there we go. Did you know that Coach created a new channel called Training Videos, Ralph?
Oh, you talking to me? Of course I know that. Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
Training.
ADT. I'm
You didn't
ADT
know it.
bound. I'm
You
all
didn't know
over it.
it,
I knew
lying
about it.
ass.
I
No,
did.
you didn't.
I did know about it. I knew about it, man. I knew about it when David posted
When
the
did
link
it show up?
2 days ago.
Oh,
Am I
damn.
wrong? And it happened at nighttime, around about 8, 9 o'clock. You did.
You ought to know you ain't
All
getting
right.
nothing
I
over
live in
Ralph.
the
You
Discord.
don't know.
I live in the Discord, okay? Y'all was asleep when that
You
thing was
got me.
posted. Go ahead.
All right, here we go.
So check this out. I mean, look at it though. Tell me this was the textbook again. Everybody see this?
True.
This line was drew out way before this hit down here, but we knew it from here. So,
Yeah, and I have that line. Yeah.
well, here's the thing. Your play isn't until it breaks and holds below, right?
Okay.
Because remember we talked about this yesterday. If it doesn't break and hold, and then you start to pull it down, it does exactly what happens here. It comes down, bounces. This is exactly what we talked about yesterday. If we're trying to get into it early, we're going to get burned every time when it does that.
Got it. Okay. I thought the confirmation was it just breaks through, not.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So mechanics rule. Okay.
Yeah, it's got to break through and hold. So that's why I said you'll miss the initial, like if it's going to, you'll miss the original pull, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's okay. You need confirmation. Otherwise, you're going to get burned every time it makes this move.
Thank you.
Is that similar for when it goes above B wrap or below? Break over below.
Yep.
And don't show her back.
Every time it has to break and hold. You will miss a little bit of the action, like say it's popping way up. That's okay. It's better than getting burned thinking it's going
Right.
to.
It's a less risk.
That's right. You're taking way less risk, right? To make sure you're rewarded. That's a big downside here. That's a major thing here, right? You can see every spot it's touched. I would think that's going to pull. We'll see. You see it here, and now here, right? So since it's already been to the downside, what are the odds of it going to the downside again? They're better than to the upside, right? So, but we'll see. You never know. What I think could happen here, a couple things, obviously, but you could have a false breakout. It'll pop. Everybody be like, yay, time to get a call. And then it'll go, nope. This is a dangerous spot, is what I'm saying. Either side, we could guesstimate it's going to pull, which, right, I would say there is a 70% chance of a pull instead of a pop to the upside. But again, because this is a risky play, it is not giving us a definitive direction, I wouldn't touch it here. I would wait for it to clear to the upside confirmation or touch this thing, break a little bit, false breakout, boom to the downside, and then nail it, right? But right here, danger zone. So half of you are like, oh, I'm buying this. Some of you, that's funny, half of you are like, oh, I'd buy a call. The other half's like, well, I'd buy a put.
And then the other half's already in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the other half's about ready to get ran over already.
I got both.
So this is anytime you're like think about this before you click the button every time. If this is one of those moments where it could go either way, best to leave it alone, right?
If I want to stay in a trade for 7 to 30 days, what charts should I be looking at that time?
7 to 30. Okay. Typically, if I'm going to go that far, it's usually going to be around the hour or the 4 hour. You see this? These are typically good charts to be looking for. See here?
Okay.
And then you're going to do the exact same thing we do like our regular charting, right? Just like this. This will give you a full 30-day picture here on the 4 hour. And then when I'm actually setting up, I'm looking more at the 1 hour right here. See this?
Right.
I'm drawing my line, my trends just like this. So you can see been going up for a long time. See it?
Right.
So see, that's what I had done basically on the 30-minute chart, and I had it posted Thursday night, and that's the post that I had shown just so that we could be aware of what was going on going into Friday. I think he had it on the 1 hour chart. Mine was on the 30. So kind of same thing. You're just trying to see the overall, and if you're at a point where you're in the current channel or if you're breaking that current channel.
You know what's amazing? Just watching these two little ones here. Every bit of that made 100% sense to me. I understand it. I already knew it. So that tells me, hey, I must have learned something since January. You know, it's like I already.
Yeah, it's like constant reinforcement of it. You know,
why ain't I a millionaire if I already know these things? Little by little.
Because we're not real.
If I could cut out all the stupidity,
we need it coming out of our ears.
Be. Powerful, yeah. Those
I think
consistent lines. That's powerful. It really is.
Yeah, it's like we don't put enough weight on it, and I'm starting to really see the forest for the trees. Like, holy shit, I've been walking around in the dark, not just because of my eyesight, but I've really been sleeping support and resistance. That's, if I had to say what would be the ticket and what would turn my game around, it would be that.
Well, the problem is 90% of the people in our group don't do it. You know, we tend to go listen to coach and hope for a call out instead of doing the work like you would any other full-time job or any business you would own. You would put your all into it to be successful. But it's because of the group and so many knowledgeable people in here, it's easy to be lazy and just ride somebody else's coattails. But if you are going to be successful, I mean, you know, Jimmy said not too long ago that, you know, he disappeared for a while. We didn't hear from him. And he said that one time, he had to walk away. He was literally obsessed with trading and making money. Whether it was making money or the trading part, I don't know. But, you know, he gave it his all. Of course, he said, you know, he kind of inferred that he overdid it. You know, it was his all in all, and, you know, he didn't do anything but. So he finally got a grip, sounds like, on reality and living a good life now. But, you know, if we don't put into work, you know, it's like, look at the freakouts when we don't get, if coach gets to talking on a subject and the pre-market doesn't happen until 2 minutes before it opens. Everybody freaks out. Why?
Yeah.
That tells you right there that nobody's doing the work or hasn't taken the time to understand it.
Yep.
That's the first thing I do when I get on in the morning. I usually get on about 5:30. And I click on the Zoom link and I'll sit there. I'll say hi to whoever's in there. And then I start, you know, rough charting right away. You know, move my lines around, looking back real quick. I mean, I haven't cleared my charts out like I need to and then redo them. I'm going to get better at that. But that's the first thing I try to do. And I'm finding now I'm getting a little bit better at pretty close to what coaches are. You know, I may not be, you know, within pennies. Sometimes it's 5 cents, 8 cents off, but you know, that's neither here nor there, just so I'm not getting it too early. That's the thing. Mine are I usually move mine higher or lower than what his are if I'm off. But Yeah, we're people. Say people, and I'm got. Remember when you're pointing the finger, look how many fingers you got pointing back at you. Don't want to take the time to do the work. And if you don't want to do the work, you're not going to be successful. Yeah, you're gonna make some money listening to call outs or things like that. But long term survival, I want to be, if coach drops dead tomorrow and this group ceases to exist, that I don't need this group. You know what I mean? I want to be
Yeah.
able to take everything that everybody's taught me and be able to live the life. He's taught us how to fish. Now we can fish on our own. When he's not here, the moderators, you guys do a great job. We should be at this point, especially if you've been here more than 6 months, you should know how to chart already, within reason to be successful. And if you're not doing it, just because you're lazy, that's all there is to it.
Yeah.
You cannot
That-
depend
that-
on David to tell you what the support and resistant lines are, the channels and all. And there's nothing wrong with asking questions if you don't know. I mean, that's how you learn.
Yeah.
I put a comment in Discord because somebody was saying you get tired of hearing the same questions over and over again, or people don't know how to do things. But we were all there at one point. Yes, it gets aggravating listening to the same things over and over again. But David, how many times you've been asked the same questions about Apple? That's how we learn. It's how we learn.
New people every single day. I get new names asking questions all the time, which is great. That means we're still getting an influx of new members.
Exactly.
So
when you don't get questions, that means you're either over mature as a group, or people are afraid to ask. So you have to put up with it. That shows the group's growing. So, but yeah, if you're not doing the charting, I haven't been in the morning here since the last 2 days when Coach was off because I had other things to do here. So I wasn't even there for the pre-market. I don't know how well that went. Was it just Bruno and David and the normal guys doing the charting numbers, or did other people,
basically
or
Mark
other people step up? Yeah.
Yep.
So we should have that. Like I said, I have mine pretty close. Last time I look at it's maybe 7:30ish or so. So sometimes the market moves quite a bit before then I have to readjust. But I get it close anyway. So if you're not doing it, you're just plain lazy. That's all.
Well, see, because remember, we used to be in the previous day Zoom early in the morning.
Yep.
And then we would be doing our own lines and testing ourselves with Pastor and with everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And hey, let's do this one. Let's check this one out. And then that way we were ready to go by the time Coach was getting online and getting onto the Zoom.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, it does work because I got in on that EBDL, whatever it's called. I made the money on Friday. I was in that stock in the pre-market once before I made a couple bucks, but this time it was even cheaper. So I when I was using the scanner playing around with it, that popped up. So I started looking at it. So I went back and I had a few lines from whatever it was a month ago when I was in on that. So I went back real quick and charted it, and man, it wasn't a couple minutes after the market opened, that thing went berserk. I bought it like $100 or $1, I don't know what it was. Let's just say it was $1.70, and I sold it at $4 something. In a half an hour, less than a half an hour, I made good money just buying the stock and selling it. But that was because I already had a couple lines on there, and I took the 3 minutes that it took to put it on a 4-hour chart, and a 5-minute timeline also, and draw some lines on there real quick. And that just. And it actually stopped clear up there. It had a halt right where one of the lines was at. And that's when I got out, basically. It did go up a little bit more after that. But it's just, when you do these things and do these charting, that's the only way you're going to get self-confidence and that you think you know what you're doing, that you're starting to grow in your education. You got to do these things. You can't just depend on, we understand. We see why Coach picks his numbers and he says, it hits here, it hits there, it hits there. Well, there's no reason we can't do that.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be doing that. If nothing else, you should be doing it before, say at 8:30, be done with it by 8:30 in the morning, so that at 8:45, if Coach starts the pre-market, his numbers will be pretty close to what yours has, unless the market's dramatically moved in that 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And that helps build your self-confidence that, hey, I'm starting to learn this. Don't be lazy, people. Do it.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry for the rant.
It's true, and I remember just when I first started in the group, hearing some of those meetings early in the morning with Callie and Pastor and and you guys figuring out levels, and I'm like, I need to get to a point where I'm doing that. I knew then that that was going to be huge, but I will admit I have been one of those people who have been lazy and have not really taken the time to dig into it for myself. And I could always say that the vision is an issue, but I don't let that stop me when I'm trying to make a video. So why not put the same time and effort into learning this like I did those apps to make videos. So I'm like, this is where it's at. This right here is the one piece that I need to add to the puzzle to get a lot more success. So I'm committed to doing it. It might be 7-8 months late taking it to the level where I need to, but better late than never.
Oh yeah, it's the same way with me. This is starting my 9th month with ADT. Hey, I'm green for the
Yeah, me.
month. I think this is the first time I've been green for the whole month. I'm green for the whole
Oh,
month of
cool.
September right now. Oh wait, there was only one day, wasn't there? I'm 100% green for the month.
Womp womp womp.
while it's only one day, right?
Yeah. No, but it is. There's a lot of
You
these
know,
things. I don't know. Maybe I'm a slow bloomer or whatever you call it. But these things I'm finally just like, what an idiot.
there's something I used to pull in high school. I remember I used to have posters. I'm a huge kid, and I still, even my office has a bunch of posters of Bob Marley and Prince and John Lennon and all that. And I was like that as a kid. I loved posters all over my wall. That was my thing. And my mom, one semester in high school, I decided to kind of goof off, and came home. She was pretty strict. She liked me to have A's, B's, and maybe a couple C's sprinkled throughout, but not too many. But I came home with a bunch of D's, C's, and D's, and I think I even failed out in one class. And she's like, "Oh hell no, we're not having that. Take all that shit off your wall right now. And the only way it can go back up is if you show me what I know you're capable of doing." Don't you know that the next report card had straight A's on it? So it was always in there, but I was just being lazy and getting friendly with everybody and goofing around. And I told Jen, I'm more worried about, joking around in the group than I am actually learning the material and being successful. I came in with that idea, but then it turned into, hey, who's saying what, or who's I actually bought more into the group atmosphere than I did what was supposed to be being learned in the group. And it's like, no, this is what you're here for. You need to get back to that. And then when I started doing it and I started realizing, okay, I'm losing money. It's not funny. It's not a game. What am I doing wrong? And then I bought into the 2-minute EWA and finally figured out that it wasn't the candles on top. It was the damn wave at the bottom. I'm like, Jesus, I've been all along not knowing that. That woke me up to just how much I was goofing off. I thought I was learning, and I kind of was, but not nearly as much. And so now I've internalized a lot of the stuff, and this is the one last piece. And of course, you're going to continue to learn and add new things in, but this is the one piece that I have not completely mastered. So I've kind of mentally pulled all of my posters off the wall. And it's like, nope, you need to really dig in and learn this support and resistance, because that's what's the difference in your trading. Why one day you luck out and you make $200, the next day you're losing that same 200. So yeah, it's time to stop being lazy and dig in and get it, so that, to your point, if coach decides, hey, I'm going to take a week vacation, that I'm not sitting out there relying on other people doing the charting to get where I need to be, that I know how to do it for myself. And with that being said, you guys still there?
Oh yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I'm going to hit play. Honestly, that's another reason.
So right.
interest. Then what I want to look for is basically the middle tons of traffic where you can 383. See this? Set for a long time. That's going to be traffic is in here, right where it literally. This was all pre-market traffic. That's the most traffic up today is exactly where it's sitting. This is where we set up for the pull. You see this? 24 minutes, so we'll see what it does leading up. Right here, this is where we're setting up and hitting it for a pull right on a put, because then you've got a 90, 93, and then it's lights out for SPY, right? Now, SPY shorts the gate. Once this breaks this 393.83 to the upside, it's the same thing. We start to look at a long. If you want official confirmation, you can wait until 394.50-ish right here, and then you can long it to the upside, and then we'll have to start drawing out the channels from the previous day because there obviously won't be any for today. That's your SPY rundown.
Dude, that's play that again. Fucking that was huge.
You see what I'm doing here? So I'm looking for key areas of interest. Then what I want to look for is basically the middle where it's had tons of traffic, where you can see right here is huge. 393.83. See this? Set there along a high level of resistance when it comes. Most of the traffic is in here, right where it literally right where it's sitting at. You see it? This was all pre-market traffic. That's the most traffic up today is exactly where it's sitting. And right here, see this 392.14? This is where we set up for the pull. You see this? Now we still have 24 minutes up to it, but right here, this is where we're setting up and or we're hitting it for a pull right on a put, because then you've got a gap down to 390 and then it's lights out for SPY, right? Now, SPY short squeezes out of the gate. Once this breaks this 393.83 to the upside, it's the same thing. We start to look at a long. If you want official confirmation, you can wait until 394.50-ish right here, and then you can long it to the upside, and then we'll have to start drawing out the channels from the previous day because they're obviously one for today. That's your SPY rundown.
Okay, he said the previous day. I get that because he's like, okay, so because it's not going to be anything. So what are you're going and looking for those levels where it probably hit above that?
So if it could have been a week before, it could have been last month. It all depends on what range you're playing in right now. And that's why I was saying, like on Apple right now, we're in a range that it's hit, but not a lot of times because it's still technically in the higher range of its price. So we've just been floating in this range for quite a while.
Yeah. And then once because it's never been over 200, right?
Yeah. So when we were first hitting this section of price, there was nothing out there telling us. So that's why we had a couple of days where it was just jumping like dollars at a time, because once it broke, it's like, okay, well, there's no other real significant resistance lines to the upside. Yeah. And when we broke up, and then it kind of flatlined, and now we've just been like in a basically in just a wave. Now we're just in a channel, a bigger channel now.
Didn't it go over 200, David? Didn't it get to like 207 or something like that at one point a couple months ago? Or am I imagining that?
I don't.
Or it got to 200 and then went right back down like 201. Like it tapped it, and then I think it was when Data was here, wasn't it? I could have sworn it tapped 200, and then but it hasn't been there since. Like it tapped it, got to maybe 201, 203. I mean, you would know if you don't remember, then that must be in my imagination.
Well, yeah, because I remembered like 90. I knew for sure high 90s, but
or maybe
it was when I was on vacation. It might have been when I was on vacation.
That's when, because I remember getting to 199, and I think I was actually in that play that day when it got to 199, and I'm like, okay, it's going to hit 200, and when it didn't, I got out of it because it was having a very hard time just going up $1 more. And I'm like, somebody does not want this to hit 200, and I got the hell out of it. I had made a couple dollars off of it, but I'm like, okay, for whatever reason, it's been sitting here for like a good 10 minutes. It's gone down, 5 cents, come back up to it, gone down 10 cents, come back up. It's not getting to 200. So I got out of it because it looked like it was on purpose.
No, it looks like it was 198.23.
Yeah. 52-week high, 198.23, 52-week low, 123.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, see, because I know it never hit over 200. Yeah, because I was like, I might have missed it when I was on vacation one of those days, but other than that, I know I didn't see it trading in the 200.
Yeah, I remember the day it hit that. Data was in it. It was me, Data, somebody else, I can't remember, but we were like, oh, it's gonna hit it. It's gonna hit too. It might have been Ted. I think it might have been Ted. And it's like, it's gonna hit it. It's gonna hit it, and it never did. So wow.
Yeah, see, so now we're in a huge channel from that high all the way back down to where we were at, like in the 170 something range. So we bounced off of that range, and now we're climbing back up towards the top. But like I showed you, in the current time period, we're hitting some pretty good little support and resistance lines right now. So
yeah, it's only $10 from
170s.
new high.
I really didn't.
Yeah,
I really didn't. I was like, if I'm going to start learning this, I probably would want to go back to the 170s. And I thought, nah, you're crazy. It's too far along. It's not going to go back that far. And I'll be damned if that's not what it did.
So you guys know, I'm here with you on the 11th is when I joined. So I'm just under 1 year, but, I've been in here day in, day out. And, making profit on because a couple months back that chimed in and told you, you're changing everyone's lives and you.
did y'all lose audio too?
That's what I was thinking. I was trying to listen. I was saying I can't hear anything, and I noticed that I have my mic is on mute because I'm in here shelling peas, and I don't want y'all to hear that because I don't want it to be like a Machilo thing and like I'm sitting there clicking. But I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear anything. Dawn, you got to fix the audio. Is that Christina?
Yes, I just woke up.
What's up?
There goes the
Is that
neighborhood.
Bruno? Oh
There
man, I
goes
gotta
the
leave.
neighborhood.
Too many people coming in. I gotta leave.
No, you don't gotta leave. Good morning.
Good morning. What's up, Bruno?
Hello, sir.
All right.
Christina, you're gonna have to cut back less than two packs a day.
I don't even smoke a pack. In fact, I smoke a lot more now than I was like a week ago.
Goodness.
Oh my God! I thought she was gonna say she
day.
smoked less. She said,
I've been smoking more lately. You guys make me nervous. No, I don't know. I'm smoking a lot lately. It's bad. It's because of my life situation right now.
What's everybody up to this morning?
Oh, checking out the new channel.
Started having technical difficulties. She was playing videos, and then we were kind of reviewing each one.
Yeah, I'm
talking about support and resistance and
thinking about going to the pool.
Talking about support and resistance and taking responsibility for drawing your own lines instead of riding the coattails of everybody else.
Sounds like a good idea.
Have you guys been on since for hours?
And I don't know. I just came on a few minutes ago. I just come back from the farmers market.
But now that we got the videos grouped a little bit tighter, hopefully people will start paying attention to them and watching them and liking the videos. We should see those likes get up. If it's this easy to get to those videos now, there shouldn't be any excuse.
Oh, why? What did you group them together? Because yeah, sometimes you don't know what the video's about.
Well, there's a new Discord channel.
Can you guys hear my keyboard?
You guys?
Yeah, but it's really low.
Real light.
All right, I'll just have to mute myself.
It's no, you don't have to mute yourself. You got to strain to hear it. This is really quiet. Like
I
the
got one
only
of
way.
those. I got one of those gaming keyboards, so it's loud.
Oh,
as
you got
hell.
the kind like Coach. I saw that. If it's
And
the
there
one
might
that
even be some
glows.
people that like
Yeah.
that clicking.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah,
Like
and I
Dawn.
like that, and I do. I'm one of the ones that like that clicking. So
I like to
don't
hear it
don't
click.
mute yourself. Don't mute
Speaking
yourself.
of
I like it.
gaming, you might want to pay attention to Microsoft this coming week or so, because the new Starfield game's coming out, the one that they spent billions on, and it's not getting very good. It's getting very mixed reviews, and that's not going to be good for them if this new game doesn't get bought like they were hoping to.
That Blizzard deal went through, I think, right?
Well, this is not Blizzard. This is the other company. Anyway.
All right, yeah, because you said Microsoft, so I thought it was talking about Blizzard.
Yeah, it's the other company they acquired. So before PlayStation bought them out, but the Starfield game is like the big game of the year for them. I get it free because I'm a Game Pass subscriber. So, but I can't. It's not released to the general public till the 5th. So, but anyway, you might want to just keep your ears about. I don't know if you don't watch gaming stuff, but if it doesn't get very good reviews, it may stunt the income for that game, and it may not. It may falter and fail like some games, highly anticipated games do, and that will really hurt Microsoft's P&L.
So since we waiting on Don, Christina, what we doing today? What we got going on? What's on the schedule?
I'm looking at her ceiling right now.
We picking stuff up, or what are we doing? It's a Saturday. We going to the dumpster. We going to serve papers.
Get gas.
We going to get gas. What are we doing today? What's going on?
These guys picking on Christina.
Talking to me?
What
am I doing?
Yeah.
I got to get to the credit union. I got to go pay my rent because I didn't make it yesterday. I
One
got
of
to come back and move my mom. I got to
She's
move
gonna
her
jump. She's gonna jump through the computer and slice you.
Who's gonna slice me? What?
No, I'm saying you guys keep picking on Christina.
Oh, I'm gonna. I'll cut you. No.
I only poke a little bit and then I back off.
I wouldn't hurt anybody. I'm delicate as a flower.
So how's it like soloing by yourself there? I guess that's the word solo means by yourself. Bruno. Terrifying.
It's so much better. Like I don't expect my instructor to come on this call, but he drives me absolutely insane. when I'm by myself, I know what needs to get done. I'm so focused. I'm in the zone. But then when you're in a lesson with them, like always constantly in your ear, like get out of my ear, bro. Like I'm let me fly the plane.
Well, he may know that one thing you need to know. He might know your support and resistance lines that you don't know, and then you end up upside down.
Yeah, but I guess I've come such a long way that, like, I in a way it's good because you have a second opinion and second set of eyes looking at you, and you're like fine tuning it. But at some point, I think if you just want to listen to yourself talk, just write it down and we'll talk about it afterwards. Don't talk to me while I'm flying the plane, unless we're gonna die, of course. Or
then you can say something.
Yeah, but that's not the case. It's just perfecting a new set of maneuvers that I've been learning for commercial that is actually absolutely wild. Yeah, and 50 degree steep turns, and so
I've seen you on your flight aware thing, Path, when you were going over that one lake down there by, was it Waco?
Oh
And,
yeah, I saw that.
You were doing like an
They posted the
S
picture.
turn over the lake and then back
Yeah.
off the lake and then back over. Was there another student behind you? Because it looked like another guy. I didn't
There
watch
was,
that much. So he was following the same kind of path.
Yeah, last night I did the same exact thing. I just didn't want to keep telling everybody because I don't want to be annoying in the lounge. Like, hey, I'm out there again. But yesterday there was about 3 or 4 guys in the pattern, and that's all I needed. I just need to have at night, and then also 10 takeoffs and landings I need to have completed. I already have like 17, so I'm done
You
with
can
the night.
always land. Landing's the easy part.
Yeah, but at night, I'll be honest with you. The first time I've been to this airport plenty of times, but at night it's like a different feeling.
Oh yeah, I bet.
And when you're landing, okay, so obviously we know what the colors of the runway lights are. So, and then taxiway lights are blue. So when I first got there, and this was the night when everybody was tracking me, so I was like, let me not mess up. I mean, you won't be able to see that I landed on a taxiway, but I was coming in. And I was on what they call a base leg, which is you're kind of moving yourself, positioning yourself to line up with the runway. And I was coming back around, and I started looking at the lights, and I'm like, dude, which one is the runway? And I'm like, yo, this is so crazy. And I have okay vision. My vision's not horrible, but I'm looking at these lights and I'm staring at them, and I'm like, okay, the runway's over there. I see it now. And we've had commercial pilots, we're talking like airline pilots, almost accidentally land on a taxiway full of planes that were waiting to take off. So I didn't want to make that mistake. But it's a different feeling at night. And also when you're over the water, and then when you're over land that's not lit up, it gives you the illusion. There's an illusion. It makes you feel like you're lower than you are. And then you start tripping out because like you start looking at your instruments like, okay, how high am I and what's the elevation around here? And as you're turning final to the runway and there's nothing below, there's no lights, nothing indicating the ground. It's like kind of like, what's that expression? You're looking into a black hole. There's a black hole. And then you're like,
gotta be like, how long have I been up here?
yeah,
Okay.
I'm like, okay, am I high? Am I low? And then you just gotta reel it back in real quick, or things can go sideways real fast. So.
Well, that's what they figured killed John F. K. Jr., wasn't it? He wasn't experienced enough, and he got in fog and at night and all that, and they think he literally turned upside down and didn't know it.
Yeah, he was. There was a lot of things going on. Dark. He was over the water. There was no moonlight. He couldn't determine which way was up. And also, he was an instrument rated pilot. He actually took off from the airport that I started my training at, and which was in New Jersey. And he wasn't super proficient. And that's the thing the FAA wants you to know, the difference between proficient and currency. And currency, legal, proficient means, do I have enough time flying at night to be safe? And he just went and lost sight of the horizon and didn't know which way was up and crashed. So
didn't trust his instruments.
Absolutely. When I'm flying through any conditions like that, or if I lose sight of the horizon, my eyes immediately go inside, and I stay inside until I can regain.
Well, it's not like walking around on the ground where you can see 360 in front and back and around. In a plane, your sight line is limited to straight forward unless you're looking out a side window where you can look down a little bit. But you don't really get to see the ground.
Yeah, and then our planes, I just switched over to this low wing aircraft. So now the wings are pretty much blocking your sight, but you could still see a little bit to the front and to the back. But directly below you makes it tougher to see what's down below you. So, but on a Cessna, the wings are positioned up high, so you can see the ground no matter what. I mean, at night is a different story. We'll go back to that situation that I had. So,
yeah, well, good
but
for you.
I was calm, cool, collective. I had no care in the world. I even put on some music.
Well, what provided that training for you was being a member of ADT and being a moderator. That's what prepped you for being a successful pilot, remaining calm under stressful situations.
Yeah, and I also I told people before I'm also a firefighter as well. So
Oh, okay.
being in a position like today, I had another situation, but it ended up being Texas fire that's out here. But you don't know, and it wasn't on the report. So when we took off, I took off. I was there at 8 this morning, Central Time, and climbed up to 2000. And then all of a sudden, I get this burning smell coming into the cockpit, and I'm like, "What is going on?" And it's the same plane I had the issue with before. Apparently, they put it back in service. So my immediate reaction was like, okay, let me look at what the electrical equipment is doing. Is there anything that's shorting out or overloading the system? And everything looked normal. And then yeah, and then I was like, let me level off, let me see what's going on. Then I gave it full power and I started climbing. And then once I did that, obviously the airspeed builds up and the air comes into the cabin even faster, and then the smell intensified. So I was like, okay, I gotta go back. So I turned around, and then when we got on the ground, we went over to the maintenance hangar, and then we started asking other people that have been flying early in the morning, and they all said the same thing, but it wasn't on the reports, on the weather reports, which typically something like that we should be aware of it because it's going to decrease your visibility as well. So yeah, didn't see it on the report, but then others were saying it, and then lo and behold, we found out that there's some land that's burning, and the winds carried the smoke to where we were positioned, and then we got back up in the air, and immediately our visibility went down. But I'm an instrument rated pilot now, so that's not an issue for me. But at first, I thought something was burning up, or maybe we had an alternate failure or something, or a belt was burning up or something. So but that's what the training's for, to prepare yourself for these events. So,
How's that work in pilot school? Is it like a pay as you go kind of thing, or is it more like college where you pay quarterly or something?
well, if you
I
walk
know
up
it's
off,
not cheap, and I'm not asking you about that. It just how's that
I have
work?
no I have no problem sharing it because it's public knowledge. When you walk up off the street, you can pay as you go. They require like a deposit, and then that money sits in your bank account, not in your bank account, but their account, and it just sits there in your student account. With accelerated programs, is what I'm in. You're flying 5 days a week, and you have off 2 days sometimes. But I've been pushing hard because I'm way behind because of the weather delays that we had, and we had a bunch of issues. So I should have already been out of here, and I'm not. And because of that, I just decided to stay here 3 weeks in a row, only go home every 3 weeks, and then fly almost every single day and not have a day off. I think I had like one day off. I just keep going, going, going. But anyway, but with me, an accelerated program, and when you're part of this program, it's not sponsored by the airline. They put their name on it, but they're not paying for it. I'm paying for it. So one of the things that you do is you take out a loan that has the airline's name attached to it. So they have a credit union. So they set up these things for people that want to be pilots. So the program total cost, the full amount that you could take out is $120,000, but the program doesn't cost $120,000. It all depends on the student. It varies from student to student. If you're a very intelligent person, or you can grasp it and you don't need multiple lessons, or you don't fail lessons, then you don't have to repeat the lessons. And then that every time you repeat a lesson, that's more money that has to come out. So the program itself costs about $100,000. Roughly about that 99, 98, 96, somewhere around that range. The extra 20,000 is for living expenses, and my living expenses, just my rent alone, is about roughly 9 to 10,000 a year. So if you multiply that, if I stay here any longer, that's going to be, if I stay here 2 years, that's going to be 18 grand. And then that's it. There's no other money for anything else. And you obviously can't have that. So, but yeah, you have to come in here super lean with very little debt, credit card debt, very little expenses, nothing, can't have the Amazon Primes, the Netflix accounts, all that stuff that racks up money. You got to come in
Damn,
here.
it's gonna take me 7 years.
Who's going to take me 7 years?
No, this is
Imagine if it took me 7 years, I'd be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I've read where like commercial pilots, it's like $250,000 for training everything that you need to get
But at
fly
that,
with the big boys.
yeah, but at that point, the airline picks up that cost. You're not paying
Oh,
for that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my cousin, he was a pilot, and yeah, I knew
Yeah.
it was at the time. I think he spent like about 75 grand. That was, I don't know,
Yeah,
decade ago.
I was losing my shit before at 3,500 feet. I was getting on my instructor a little bit, but not in a disrespectful or unprofessional manner. But I was losing my mind because I keep telling him, I was like, you know how many hours I got? Let's just get out here, do what we got to do, and let's just go back. And then if there's anything you want to see done differently, or if you think it's done wrong, we'll come back and we'll do it again another day. Like, let's not sit out here and just do the same thing, one maneuver over and over and over. Let's just run through them, and eventually I'll grasp it. But you just kept harping on the same thing, and I'm like, dude, if I do this maneuver one more time, we're gonna run out of time for the day. And then we had that issue where we had to go back, so that ate up about half an hour. So I spent about 1.9, about 2 hours roughly in the plane. And I'm trying to stay under 2, but he likes, because instructors, they also get those hours credited to their account. So yes, there are guys in the industry, and guys and gals, they milk the hell out of people because they're trying to get their hours just as much to get to the airline. Well, the difference between me and somebody new is I know what they're doing, and I have to kind of keep it in balance and keep it in check and say, listen. And I had a conversation with him this morning, and he was like, yeah, we're only going to go out there for like 1.5. And I laughed and I said, okay, I'm going to hold you to that. And then next thing you know, 1.9. So we already went a half an hour over what we said we were going to do, because I still have other lessons that I have to log. So I don't need to be out here. They book us at 3 hours. We don't need to be out there the full 3 hours, because that's going to be like roughly 3 hours. 2 hours is 500. We'll say about $750.
Yeah,
For 3 hours.
fuel's expensive.
Yeah, it's fuel, it's instructor, it's plane, it's maintenance, it's insurance,
Mm-hmm.
it's all that stuff. And they obviously, the school's not in business to not make money, so
Yeah,
they
it's
got
not
to
a nonprofit.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
good for you. I'm glad you're getting along good. That's got to be exciting.
yeah, thank you. I'm excited for it. Last night kind of solidified everything I've been doing. When I'm by myself and I'm like up there, and I'm like, man, I'm happier than pig and shit up here. All I need is a computer and an ADT server and the plane on autopilot, and I could do both.
I think you better pay attention to where you're flying and trade when you're on the ground.
No, I'm watching everything. My eyes are moving all over the place. So
good for you, Bruno. Good for you.
Yes. Thank you, Mark.
You still there, Dawn, or did you go still take a nap?
She's having technical difficulties. She just posted something in the chat. Hey, David, you still here?
Yep. What's up?
What about doing like I don't know, a Zoom call for like charting? I don't know if you talked about that. You said something yesterday.
Yeah, well, I reached out to Coach already, so I'm waiting for him to give me the final okay, and then I'll post something. If it's going to be definite on Monday or not.
I think that will alleviate some of the pressure off of the people that are looking for it in the morning if they learn how to do it.
Oh yeah, and then that way, if everybody, the way we've explained it before, and the way I actually shared it before you jumped on the call, I was sharing my screen showing how we have the support and resistance lines, how it played out on Friday, and then also that I have 2 separate lines that I leave floating, and all the rest of them are fixed. I locked them all in, that way they can't move around. But these 2, I leave those as my pre-market high and low, and they're colored differently. That way, when we're getting into pre-market, I move them myself where I think we need to be. And then if Coach is here and he clarifies it, and we're like a couple cents off, and I'm good to go, and I'm like, okay, well, yeah, it played out in something that I thought, or there's been a few times where he's like a few cents away, and I'm like, well, and I might have missed like a what is it called, a wick on something, and I might have gone off the body, but most of the time it's reassuring that you're in the same ballpark when he gives you something.
Yeah, at least if you come close.
Yeah.
Those things are never supposed to be accurate.
Oh yeah, as long as you know the general area, that's
area,
all you
yeah.
can shoot for.
Can you guys hear me now?
We can.
Cool. Yeah, all of a sudden my sound went out.
Yeah, because we even lost the sound to the video, the last video.
Yeah, I actually
don't mind
took
us.
it
We
out.
just took over your house. That's all.
No, I love it. I love it. I figured I'd let everybody chit chat for a minute and then I'd go back and try to pull it back in. I stopped sharing it because I think it was slowing it up. I have got to get a better computer. My shit, man. It's like, why is my sound knocked out when I pull 6 people in here? I got to look into that.
Oh yeah, like the processor slowing down.
Yeah. But yeah, if anybody wants to contribute to the DoorDash fund, that would be awesome. You saw I put that down in the chat, Bruno. He's like, she put something in the chat.
Yeah, I said she's still here.
Let me go find it. Okay, so the cool thing is I'm trying to draw attention to the new channel that Coach created that has Bruno's playlists in there, the ones there where he's got it all categorized.
David.
Because it's really cool.
David's playlist.
Yeah, David's playlist. And it's really cool. So I'm gonna go back to I picked the first one is basic mechanics, but the second one down I think is support and resistance. So I clicked that and we've been watching those videos today and just going over that because that is a huge area for me and I know a lot of people. So we decided to go with that. So I'm gonna reshare my screen. Come on, computer. All right, there we go. Screen share. Let's go window. That one. Okay. So I guess, I don't know, maybe we were about halfway down the playlist, David. Support and resistance.
I thought we were at least like, no, we weren't. You're talking about in the individual playlist? I think we were only like 7 videos in, I think.
7?
You know what I might do? You know what I might do also next week? Since, I'm one of the early birds.
What?
There's the same 5 or 10 of us in there usually every morning. Maybe we'll just pick one and we'll do the support, not necessarily the pre-market open, but we'll do the walkthrough. We'll pick one and just go through and see if we can all agree on support and resistant lines, just with the few handful of people we got in. I know nobody that's in the room right now is in there at that time. And I think I might try it, just see what the reaction's like. They may be good at it because a lot of the people in there are OGs.
Do that.
But I might try that just to see what happens, see what the reaction's like, because it'll be good for me too. And ON's in there all the time, and so there's the same group generally are in there. Sometimes there's no talking at all, but then other times we are. So, I might try that. I might just throw that at him, just see what happens. Hey, let's look at whatever stock, and then just to see how it matches up. An experiment.
Yeah, and it'll get them active.
Mastering free market. I'm looking and I looked at the title of that and I don't seem to see it. So charting trades. Oh, there it is. That's the one Tesla. All right, so I'm just going to go about 7 in. You guys can still hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I probably should have just hit play all because and then just go down from there because I think it's going to try to go individually on these. Yeah, let me do that again. Come on, Cletus. Okay, there we go.
So if we look at Apple to get it, you're talking about support and resistance. On the first 15-minute candle, if it has not broke pre-high, is going to be a bearish indicator typical day unless there's some kind of weird what's that mean to you? That means if Microsoft does not break 245.52, you can expect Microsoft the rest of the day to pull or be to the downside. Does that make sense to
everybody? Still there?
The screen's not showing the video though. Not for me. No, I see the Discord.
Microsoft's chin. Right here, we are looking at a long position.
I think it's the same thing
If
where you
it
gotta
breaks
go to
over
the
256.6
and pick the screen. There it goes. No sound.
I'm not getting any sound. Anybody else having trouble?
I don't have any sound either.
Nothing here.
Well, I'm gonna take off for the day. My wife's starting to give me the stink eye. Plus, the football game starts in another hour and a half. So, go Buckeyes!
You guys hear me?
See it? Well,
Yeah, now we can.
Have a good day.
Okay, Mark. Thanks, Mark, for coming and hanging out.
See you, Mark.
No problem.
All right, now I got to get this back.
Am I right? So we get the Danny DeVito toe. This is where I talk about size. You do this. I've now sized in. Google, and this is what I'm talking about. If this pulls back, it doesn't hurt to go to the upside. I add to the up, right? I add to the positive side. I never.
Can you guys?
Because if it starts to go up, I was
No
right
screen
at
share
the
right
time
now.
of entry. So now it is correct. Does that make sense to everybody? So I won't go heavy here because we know this is a danger zone.
You don't see it?
I can scalp now if I want.
It
I
just
you
popped
can see
up
right
now.
here, I'm already to the green, right? And you Google. We know 100 is going to be support. If it can't hold 100, we get it the hell out. Right there it goes. You see how it's going to the upside? Trying to add more on Google here. Can't add. It's going too fast. I'll just cancel the order. Placing it now. You're in a positive on Google. Do you see it? There you go. There it goes. So if that makes sense to everybody, that's a break and hold. Let's go ahead and look at Moderna. I called that out on news this morning. Moderna blasting off almost 12%. Congratulations on that. Moderna's just cranking it out. Had big news, by the way. So 185.58, you can already see this. Seriously, if this breaks out of the gate new high, we're going to see what it wants to do. But I would already long this. Watch the reverse down here. 213, this is when I would a small short position. If it continues to move back down to here, which is 180.24, this is where I would definitely be shorting it. But right now, I mean, you have blue skies out here above this 185.86.
Look at that zoom out.
That? So 185.86, that's going to be a home run for you. There you go. Thank you. So there you go. There's your two moves. I'll mark this one yellow just as because remember, 185.86 is going to be a big level of resistance, right? Because that's where it tapped a couple times. But that's the move. That breaks loose. Hasta la vista, baby.
Nice.
And do Netflix. I know someone asked about that earlier. Same thing. This, of course, will be to the long side. This will be to the short. Same exact situation here. I mean, it's almost there now. Yeah, I mean, it's already looking like full city here. But if this drops, another dollar coming out of the gate, this is when I would start looking at it to the short side. Same thing here. I'd be extremely cautious. I wouldn't start looking at a long position until well above 305.52. And to safely enter into a longer position. Of course, there's no such thing as safe, but I would look at this until it seriously started to recover. What's it at 301? And it moved $16 pre-market. This is a guesstimate. We have no idea here, but I wouldn't start looking at long in it until about 305.52. Same thing right here. If this dips down 148.51, that's a definite short. If we see a pullback right out of the gate at this 149.20, this is where I'm going to start to have a short entry. To the long side, 150.66. We definitely want to long it there above that 150.66, but it's sitting so close to 150. If you break 150 out of the gate, and I know it's really tight, but if you break 150 out of the gate, I could start a small position to the upside here. Everybody have that on your chart?
This is awesome. It's nothing but support resist. This playlist is awesome, David.
Seeing is good because they're short videos, straight to the point, no extra nothing like the cloud of the day where you're just hearing a million things. You're seeing the pinpointed little nuggets that you need.
Yeah.
Right here, if this can break above 940 only at the open, that's when I'll look at entry. You can already see it's just tanking. Trying to see if there's really anything. It's already gapped down to yesterday. So it's okay. I'm gonna have to go with what it was yesterday. So right here at this 89 again, boy, we talked about that. That and 90, right? The two big ones for itself. But so 89 and below, I would short it. I mean, literally, it's telling us already that this is about to be hammered.
Yeah, look how that wick tested that down there.
This could bounce. Let me mark this here. So below 88.89, which will give you confirmation below 89, that's when I would start shorting it. But what you want to be careful of is down here. Let me look. You could get a bounce at 88.35, and then of course down here at 87.88 if it goes that far. We don't know if it's going to go that far. Let me see if there's anything out. Yeah. Oh, right here. Right here's a big one. I just caught this. I'm glad I saw this. 88.60. That's the move. You see that, Jimmy? Mm-hmm. 88.60 right here. There's a lot of weight to it. Okay, so at the open, if that breaks, go back. So 88.60 is a big one. I'm glad I saw that.
He was a couple days back on that one already.
Not necessarily. Now, what could happen is at the open, it breaks, pulls really hard. It could touch down here around this 88.60-ish, bounce back up, which will then start eating everybody's options. Everybody will then jump ships, and then boom, hammer right back down through it, right? So we just have to be mindful, though, of the 88.60. Okay. Yep. That's a big one.
We're listening to Jimmy learn that shit right there.
Yeah, and
other
just
than that,
listening to every single thing he's saying.
61,
Yep.
88.35, and then 88.12.
Yep, you can hear him. Okay. Just following right along.
And see, I've heard the comment before that Jimmy was handheld. No, Jimmy put himself in that position where he's like, you know what? If I'm involved, I'm gonna learn that much more because I'm really, really paying attention. And you can hear him in a bunch of the early videos where he's just going back and forth because he was involved. That's all it takes is get involved. If you're having a bad day, talk about it and tell coach about it, and then he will talk to you and walk you through stuff. You've seen him do it with people multiple times.
He's done it with me. He's done it with Arlo. He's done it with, a bunch of people. Sounds like somebody either came in or went out. I may need to let somebody in. Hold on 1 second. Yep. Hello?
Just me. Knock, knock.
Oh, hey.
Land shark. Land shark. Just me. Hi. I had to go out and in. When I leave my neighborhood, I lose service, like right in my neighborhood, and I'm in the canyon, so it comes and goes.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass, right?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Couple things we want to watch for. If SPY pulls down at 393, we're going to hammer this to the. Couple things we want to watch for. If SPY pulls down here to this pre-market 393, we're going to hammer this to the downside. As soon as SPY breaks above 395.05, that's going to start to green light us to the upside. I'm going to make this green 395. At 395 and above, I'm going to start looking at a long position on SPY. If SPY starts to pull below 394, that's when we're going to start looking at a short position, okay? So 394 will give us a pull down here to this 3.
I'm muted, Chris, so so we don't hear the air, okay?
395 and above is going to look good.
Okay.
So Apple, yeah, I broke this one down this morning already. So Apple, if it breaks 142.84, I'm going to start looking to long that. If it drops down below 142.15, I'm going to look. Same thing here. If this falls below 141.91, should have a really hard pull on Apple. Let's look at Amazon. This is Jimmy's favorite now. All right, let's see what we got here. So let's see. Where are we at? 89.08. Yeah, right here. As soon as this crosses, I mean, it's really close. Let me look. 88.83, you can see, is all this traffic down in here. So this would give me an actual good indicator to start shorting Amazon at 88.83. You can see here if it already starts to work its way. I'm going to put this in here now. Hold on. We'll make this the caution, like get ready. This is definitely the pull. And of course, same down here. So you can see right here, 88.96 starts to work its way back down here. You can pull this down to 88.82. So I'm looking at a short there. Let me look to the upside. Looks like around here. We'll put in a caution. So right here, if it breaks up above 89.24, I'll start to look at longing this up to 89.38, and then I'll definitely long it. And anything above, of course, 89.59, which is pre-market high, we'll long that as well. So Microsoft this one's a pretty easy one, obviously. If this breaks pre-market high right here above 240, it looks like 247, you can look at longing that. If it starts to break down here, though, at this 246.24 range, that's when I'm going to start setting up for a short right here. Let me look. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, if that breaks below 246.24, this is when I start looking for a short. So right here is probably where I would short it at 246.09. Same thing here. This will be to the downside. Let me see, where are we at? This will be to the upside right here. As soon as this starts to break, this 321.95, so we'll just say 322. So that'll be to the upside, starting to get into a smaller position. And of course, once we break 323, we're going to long that, right? So there you go. Short below 320, start to long it above 322. You see this range?
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate that.
Absolutely. That'll at least get you started. And then, of course, as the day goes on and on and on, we'll break it down. But that'll at least right at the bell give us something to identify on what we should be reaching for.
That's huge, dude.
Well, see, and
we watched him do.
I've told you before a few times where the only reason Coach is doing those right then and there in the morning and he doesn't have anything there already is because he doesn't need those lines. So like everybody else, if we're doing the support and trend lines, the support and resistance lines ahead of time, it builds confidence when that line's already there and it might have played out 2 days ago and you already had it on the chart and it's playing into the pre-market already. And then when Coach comes in and jumps in on it, man, it's even better because, okay, it was a heavy line before and we know it's playing out today enough so that Coach noticed it So that's one of those things that I said I wouldn't get in the first 30, 45 minutes of the day until we started doing all of this with Coach, because it was like, well, you know what? I don't really know. I don't really trust this, and it's too volatile. And now that I'm a little bit more comfortable with it, you can see things that give you the confirmation that, okay, you know what? It's running in my direction, or it was a positive change in momentum, or whatever.
Right. Critical levels training.
All right, AMD bouncing off this critical level. By the way, the 67.84 is what we had throughout. Look how many times that stopped. Yeah, that was all yesterday. Look at this. Tell me that doesn't hold weight. You see it here? All of this, close to here, and then it did it, and then it did it again. All in this, right there. You see this? This is why 67.84 is so critical to AMD. Everybody see all those?
Yes, sir.
So that's going to be a level of support and or resistance depending on what it does. That's why it bounced off that. You have to know these ranges when you get into positions, so you know if you need to either start shedding weight, adding more, doubling down, whatever you're going to do, right?
67. And AMD is up over $100 now.
You can either wait for exact confirmation, which is going to be above 121.50, which we had marked out earlier, right? So 121.50 is going to be a big one. So this would be a green light to me to the upside. Or you're going to be scalping this channel. Right now, hold on, let me draw this channel. I'm going off the top of these wicks. Here, here, here. Let me show you. This, 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 and partially of that. Can you guys see it? So that is telling us for sure that this is going to be a level of this.
I'm going to pause it right there. That's freaking huge, dude. That is freaking huge, because it's like I was just looking at charts and just seeing, you know, a bunch of lines before I knew what was going on. And now to just like look at that, and that's like where it becomes critical, right, David? It's got to at least hit it a minimum of what, 3 times?
Well, see, so that's the thing. You never know. It just depends. So as long as you know that that point exists, and it wasn't just a tiny little something where it kind of breathed back and didn't really pay attention to it. No, now you know the more times it hits on the overall trend, or the overall, the what is it, the daily chart, the more times it hits on that, that's why we put so much significance on those. Because on a day chart, that means you saw a full day's worth of consolidation at that same exact point where it hit at a bottom or a top or whatever your line is at. So that's why we put a lot more weight on those. And then when you break it down to the smaller time frames, you'll see those same channels playing out in there as just a chunk of the overall.
Wow. So when you're charting for the morning, you're using the daily.
Well, see, I do that on the weekend and have it planned out for a section of money that I think it'll run for the week. So Apple will usually run a couple of dollars here and there. So I just need to make sure that everything that I have charted, probably $4 or $5 from here and $4 and $5 down, is all current and up to date. That way, when we go into it Monday, I have all my ranges. Because what if it pops $3 and I haven't updated, and then I'm chasing, trying to figure out, oh crap, I need more. Well, this way, if I've updated up to $3 above where we're at, or $4 above where we're at, and it does start climbing in the morning, then I have time to start mapping it out. You know what? It looks strong. It's going to keep running. Let me start scaling out and start double checking these lines that I didn't update, so that you're, like I said, you always have to be constantly updating these things. So if you didn't update them the week before or whatever in that price range, you might want to look at it if you're slowly climbing towards that range.
And also, what you said, $3 or $4 below as well.
Yeah, because you, like we said,
go either way.
You're gonna go into the market, and what if it tanks for $3 that day, and your lines aren't updated $3 or $4 down, at least covering what Apple normally runs in a day to get started for the week. And then if you want to just,
What's the
I
most
usually
you've ever
keep
seen it run in a
most of
day?
it updated. I just go through the whole damn thing and update all my lines and modify as needed in the price range that we're at. That way I'm keeping it real current.
What's the most you've ever seen it run in a day, David? $5?
I don't know the exact dollars, but yeah, we've had over $3 easily.
Wow.
I know I've seen that a few times. So, but the average range is up and down, and then we'll have the occasional day. So if you look back at Apple now and start picking out days at a time, you can see that it actually consolidates almost as much as it goes up. And then it goes down less because of the overall trend that we've been in for the past, forever, because it's always been climbing.
Yeah.
So if you know the difference between a consolidation period and a continuation of a trend, like what I had posted on Thursday, it helps you prepare for the day. So you really got to know that going into the next coming week. So I do it basically on my own, checking every night. Okay, what does it look like tomorrow? It's still in the channel. Okay, great. And then, oh, you know what? It's towards the bottom of the channel, and that's why I thought it was important to put it on the chart. If it would have still been in the middle of the channel, it's not no big a deal. I don't think it's going to do anything crazy. Nothing's telling me it's at a point where it's critical. So it wasn't that big a deal because we had been in an uptrend. And then what caught my eye was that we had broken down and we were sitting on the bottom of that trend. And that's why I said, well, you know what? This is a change in pattern. And like Coach always says, we're playing it minutes at a time throughout the day. But if you're looking at it on the bigger picture and you have that same weird change in pattern where Coach says, oh, it's still dropping, and then it kind of consolidates and flattens out, leading into a period where it could just consolidate for a couple of hours or it could start creeping back up on you. Well, being able to notice what type of channel you're trading in, whether it's a up channel or just a flat channel, which is just consolidation, that's helpful also.
Got it. Yeah, because I'm looking at these two areas where the bottom of this, where this white line is, and it's like the one candle is it's supporting, and the other one it's resistance.
Yeah, so you'll see it throughout the day.
Same line.
And that's what I was talking about on Friday, where we were talking about, okay, well, it's climbing, it's broken into the next channel. So once you know that there's another channel that you're in, well, there's a lot of times it'll retrace and it'll kind of float on the channel you just broke. Like sometimes you'll see some stocks will do it on the 200, or you'll see them do it on VWAP, where it kind of hits VWAP and kind of hesitates around VWAP for a while before it makes a decision. So you'll see that in other trend lines as well, or other strong resistance lines. It'll come up to that and kind of float around before it tells you what it really wants to do. But it never gives you a definite that it's reversing. You would need to wait for the confirmation breaking that past support. So if it's coming on the way back down and tested a couple of times and it's not strong enough to break it, you still don't know if it could run up for you. So that's why you just got to be cautious of all the levels you're playing in for the day.
Got it.
Now you can see the other channel is right here. You see the bottom of these wicks. Let me get rid of this. Let me put it in. So this is the channel we're dancing in right here. Right there. Now I got that. These, this, and this. Do you see them? So right now, if you're a scalper, you can trade in this channel, right? That's the scalp play inside of the channel. If it breaks to here, we know that's going to be a nice long. We know if it breaks here, that's going to be a nice short or a put, right?
Yeah.
Right. But that's the channel we're trading in. So scalpers, do your thing inside of your channel. For everybody else, there is your 2-minute confirmation EWO to the upside on Tesla. Do you see it? And this is nice too. So you've got candles. Every candle's higher, right? Stair stepping. Looking good. Now, you also know if you enter this, you have a 25 to 40% until it goes green. It's probably going to go green literally as soon as it breaks the top of this candle. But of course, we want to have more action. We want to see it touch back up here around this 121 it was at 27 and then continued to fly. You know, if it comes back down here, because you got, well, there you go, you're getting paid. Never mind, use your stop, you're good to go. Here's the thing, and this could happen to a lot of people. You could have your stop that went green and you had your stop here, right? You barely made money. And that can happen, but at least it's a green trade, right? No matter what, that was a profitable trade. But then you feel like, but coach, I wanted to get more. Well, that's okay, right? If you had a very small size, you didn't care that you bought it here and it went to here because you're like, well, that's only $10. Okay. Well, then don't put your stop here when it goes green. Allow this to work a little bit more, right? You're not worried if it goes down $10, right? Which means you can have it dance in here for a little bit until it has a big breakout. You see the difference? If you were heavier loaded, right? If you had 100 contracts instead of one, well, when it goes green, I want to put a stop because guess what? That's a $500 trade. Immediately, boom, $500. You might go, well, I only got one and that was a $5 trade. Okay, well then don't have your stop right here. You can still allow it to come back down here, right? You still got a lot of room you can wiggle.
That was huge. All of them are huge. Everybody learning something?
All your trend lines, all it's helping you get a quick visual on what's it doing. We're going to do this
Vortex.
See this? Right there, that's what it's doing. Look at the breakout. You see the breakout?
Yeah, that's what it's doing right now.
Yeah. So this is kind of neat when you do this. And again, the only thing that gives this technical analysis weight is because everybody else just did exactly what I did, right? All the other stock market traders just drew out what I did. And then we know if it pops this trend line, right? Just like down here, we know if it breaks to this side, guess where it's going, right?
Right.
And so that's what you need to know. So when we're trading and or scalping this, we already know it. Now, guess what you're coming up on? You close this. Let me show you right here. See this? Do where these touch? Now you're rolling up on resistance. You see it? And remember, the more touches, the more power it gives it, right? So even though it's near it, that's considered a touch. Here, those, right here, these, this, and this. You see them all?
Right.
That's what gives it its strength. The more times it touches, the more strength it has. That means the more that is resistance, which is based on, you can see it in here, right? See the little spots where it stops every now and then inside of it, which it's doing right here. The same thing. So do you see how they're all working in tandem? We have to keep an eye on all of this stuff. But everybody right now, if you are in a call or a long, you're like, okay, parameters are above 200. Check, bullish, right? Broke next level of resistance. Check. Broke through trend line. Check. Overall, from where it came from, trend line to the upside, bullish. Check. You see how we're going through all these fast things in our head?
Right. Above VWAP, check.
Exact. There you go. Yeah. Above VWAP. Check. You see what I mean? All the little things as it goes. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as these start fading, oh, it broke that. We're back down to here. No, broke that. Well, guess what? You know where it's going, right?
So at this point, it's kind of setting up for a reversal because it kind of tapped the top.
Not necessarily, but yes, you already know if it can't break 402.80, where's it going?
Down.
That's right.
Or sideways. But,
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Right? You see how you're getting it?
Roger that.
Yeah.
I love the hand that Carter started putting in there when he's pointing stuff out.
Oh yeah.
On your 2 minute, you would rejection.
Look at that trend line.
2 minutes. So if you're a disciplined trader, you would have been in this the whole time anyways.
Gotcha.
Right? If you're scalping, now you're scalping channels, which means you are in a put here, you're in a...
The 2WOers that look at that channel, look at the bottom with the green. It's like that area where it's so small. It's like anybody in their right mind would probably get out there. But look, it ends up going right back into it and getting you paid even more. You know what I mean? So it's like you never know until it completely tells you to get out. You know, you should be in it.
Well, you see
There's
why
no color
watching the
change or anything
videos
there.
is so important compared to watching them every day, because I guarantee you most people are in here trying
Yeah.
to trade while he is training, and they should be watching
Yeah.
only. If you're not watching only, you should be watching these videos every single day, because you don't retain, unless you're some fucking magician and you retain everything magically. You're watching him while you're trying to trade, ain't gonna work, trust me.
Yep. Big time. Tried it and it's not, it hasn't been working. So it's watch time.
Call here. You're in a call here. That's a dessert. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you're waiting to see if this rejects. If it does, now you're in your fifth trade, which
So you'd be in the 1 minute, right?
That's exactly right. That'd be in 1 minute. That's absolutely right. But it's going to wind up being exactly the same because it's still in a pattern. It's just going to look different, right? So up here, rejection, put. That's because now we're below it. Bang, right? As soon as it breaks back up here, we know that's a call. Bang, rejected off of here, which means sell it. Now this is a put. Bang, we already know right here, rejection. This is a call. That means as soon as it goes up, bang, came all the way up here, came all the way back down. Here's your sell. I'm in a put. It came here. Here's my call, and I'm still in the call. So if you are that good in scalping and you're watching this, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trades because you're a disciplined trader scalping. You see it?
Yes, sir.
That's what you're looking for. So this is what I mean when we're talking about trading the channel.
And if you were a 2-minute EWO, you just would have got in on that second candle and stayed in it.
Yep.
So if you get a break and hold above V1, right? What do you actually consider to be the break and hold? Is
There you
it
go.
a number of candles or?
So as soon as we cross over VWAP, we are preparing and looking at it, right? We're watching on a 1 minute candle time.
There's a blast from the pad. Look at that voice.
The very next candle is our indication of whether or not it's going to continue that trend above VWAP, right? It should be a continuation candle. It should not be within the body of the current candle. If it bounces off of VWAP, we still wait until we get a confirmed candle above VWAP to the upside.
There you go. Or the other way too is a giant candle.
Yes.
Yeah, either, that's the only other weird caveat, because here's the way you need to think about it, and this is what makes it easy. If you get a big candle that's a long way to come back below it again, right, which tells you to figure out if you want to sell it, right?
But you're looking at that in a 1 minute?
That is correct, because that's a scalp. That's right. If the 2 minute, like this is a perfect example. This is not a break and hold. Do you see how it actually broke?
Yeah.
That's literally, the wicks will come through. It'll look like this constantly. Like this means nothing to anybody, right? Right? Now, when you get a candle that does this, I'm paying. This matters. Or if you get a net starting to form up here, this means stay out, right? It's going to come down to
You guys still here?
These candles forming above that VWAP area, right? These are holding, meaning they're not falling back below VWAP. Does that make sense? For everybody else touched VWAP, it could not break. And look at the giant pullback. This, for all of you, is a very easy trade, right? Easy to do. If it doesn't break, did it here, and then it did it here. Right? Every time it touches one of these major, it cannot break and hold. Where is it going to go? What is the only choice? Right? Opposite. That's right. So if you are a scalper, and this is why triple bottoms, this is like it's going the other way. Just like if it can't break, it's going. So as a scalper, you can do that over and over and over. Now look at this. This is a channel. You see this? You see these? Now you got a channel. Let me draw it. Hold on. Right in here. You see how it bounced? Now you get to use this level. You can use that as support. So if you're a scalper, that's your support. Now you're also paying attention here. See how it looks like sellers have more control?
It's
Looking
awesome.
at here, it's telling us, hey man, this is going the other way. You're looking at the direction, which is bearish. You see how it's all telling you a story? This is getting lower, but we also have to pay attention to this right here. But we already know if we enter a call, this is a more dangerous play for us. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Because everything's going against you if you're trying to make a call right here. Doesn't mean it's not going to be successful, but you better be damn fast on the trigger with it. Because this was the pull. This is telling you. This is saying, hey, I'm out. All of these sellers or all these buyers left, and this is stair step all the way down. Right? Doesn't mean somebody won't come in here and be like, hey, let's buy it all up. But what is the overall odds of this going this way versus it going this way? Do you see the difference?
Greater to the downside.
That's right. And this is a questionable area, by the way. I don't like to buy in the middle. This is the middle of a channel, right? That's not my home. I don't even like that. I want to be here, and I want to be here. Does that make sense?
So that's where the waiting in the weeds or waiting in the clouds go.
That's right. This is the clouds. This is the weeds. Which is, in my world, this
Shout out to Carter.
Resistance is where you buy from, right?
Right. But I mean, if
Stay-
Jimmy brought that up, everybody
Yeah.
recognized that. Yeah, okay.
Yep, but that's exactly what he's talking about, is we're waiting right here on support or we're waiting on resistance. Because right here is no man's land. Somebody right here can be funny boy and go, you know what, I'm just going to buy this. Or funny girl. And be like, I'm going to buy this all up. Ooh, I shouldn't have done that. And then it's going to get rejected really hard and come straight back because everybody was like, dude, what are you doing that for?
So, Coach, when would you have bought and sold there then? You got on those two bars, two candles?
If I'm in a put, right, I'm still strong, but I've got to be careful in this range. So if I'm still in the put that bounced off of this, I can't have it go above these two bars, these tweezers right here, right? Yep. So above this means I'm out because this should continuation to at least the bottom of this channel. That makes sense?
But if you had nothing in it, right, and you came in at this time of day and you see those two candles like that, would you have done anything there? Would you have bought some stuff there or not?
Tell me why. What did I just say about this area?
Yeah, no.
Because it's in the middle.
Yeah, don't go there. Don't go there.
Right. Yeah, don't be in the middle of it. Like, why are you in the middle of it, right? Wait. Now, me, because I'm a super scalper, I'd be in a put, but that's me forever doing what I do. And you see how it looked like a call to the rest of the universe, but this was a put, right? This comes from living in here. But do you understand? Like, this to me is a successful trade. I could have made a couple $100 off of this. But for everybody else, there's no sense in having this minimal, risk to reward ratio. Because again, being in the middle, somebody can come in here and buy this right up and run over you. And if you're an inexperienced trader, you're just going to freak out and take a loss, right? So wait here. That's it. If this starts to form a nice pattern, if this starts to continually bounce like here and here, or here and here, it keeps doing this. But guess what? I'm buying here, I'm selling here. I'm buying here, I'm selling, right? And call put, right? Both ways the whole time until it breaks through one way or the other. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Trying to get over there. Can you guys still hear me?
Yep. The Air Twister in the chat was asking, when you're a newbie trading shares, your entry is at the low point and then ride it. Well, that if you're trying to do channel trading, yes. But if you're following the 2-minute Evo, you can ride all the ups as well when you're getting the flip of the Evo to the upside.
Trend line, just like this, see exactly what it's doing. Next thing I'm going to do is look at what the next range was, which was here. So this is the channel it's been in. You see this? I'm getting that from these, this, and this. I'm making sure it's staying on the trend line, which it is, and this is getting ready to collapse. You see it?
Yes, sir.
Now, if it stays in the trend line, you're good to go. If it doesn't, you're going to have to pull to create a new channel. That's why these trend lines matter. Now, see how the way it's just dipping? That's not that big of a deal. But if it starts to form candles just like our support and resistance, we're doing the same thing off this trend line, right? So we're keeping an eye on it just like this. See how it's barely popping through, a little bit of wick, long wick, but then shot right back up. We're watching the same things here. But as soon as that changes, we're going to know in what direction it wants to go.
Yeah, right. And it's the reason I mentioned this because we often talk about channels and we talk about these sideways channels, but you have to notice the trend channels too.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm always in my head without putting lines on the screen. Like
I saw it too. That's why, but I drew the trend lines to confirm it.
Yeah, it's built in there. Like when I see it, I don't need all this, but it's definitely great, especially this trend line, to know if this is going to break pattern. All I care about, honestly, is if the pattern breaks to a strange way or not. See right here, this is a good sign back to the upside. So now, as long as this stays inside this trend line, I'm going to use it just like support. So if it stays above trend line, bang, I'm going to call, and I'll ride this up as high as it'll go, which, by the way, it looks like it's about right here. See it?
And we're getting higher lows as it creeps up. And
that's right.
Testing that 147.80 range right now, continuously.
Yep. And then I'm just going to ride it all the way up. Bang, just a little nice scoop. By the way, this is about a $200 pop on the sides I do. Does that make sense, everybody?
Absolutely. And part of this goes to, when you've been watching an overall, like I've been living in Apple, David's been living in Apple, a lot of us have been in certain stocks, someone's watched Tesla, someone's watched Buy, whatever. But when you've been in it for so long, you start to see these patterns and things, not just the flags and the trends, but you get to see its overall movement through the day too, and watch what it does over and over again.
That's right.
Okay, so where he started drawing the trend line from, right at the beginning of that, if it goes past, hey, who's that? Right there. If it goes past that, would that be considered okay now a put?
Yep. Yeah. See right here? That's a put. See how it broke the trend line? That's a put. And then the good thing with this is you use this as your stop, right? Because if it goes the other side, I already know I can't be in it because it's got to stay down here. Treat it just like support and resistance.
Also, when you start looking at, because that was a strong pull all of a sudden, so they start their tickers, Tesla, SPY, what else is moving, what's happening, is there news?
Yeah, exactly. And you see this wick, this one, look how long it is up top, right? So that already told you a bunch of selling pressure is pushing this wick down. Do you guys see it? So as soon as it did, it pushed it all down, and then you got a giant pullback. And now you're below the trend line, so now we're being cautious in this range because this can start to break out into a completely different channel. And remember, a different channel is when I start to pay attention, like, hey, something's up. That's going to be a big drop, big pop. It can do weird things. I've got to really pay attention when all of it changes. The change in any type of formation, the channel, the way it's been driving, will indicate something big can happen.
Shout out to Carter with the hands. That added so much because Coach is fast, and if you can't follow with your eyes as quickly, those hands are really helpful. Who all do we have in here? I know I let a couple of you in.
There's Future Trader, Bruno, Ralph, me, and you.
Cool.
I'm a VIP guy.
More important.
Yes, you
are these critical levels that I read out.
Yes.
Right? I usually hang around in the background and watch.
Supply and demand areas, right? Everybody's sitting and waiting down here.
Well, feel free to ask any questions.
Right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is if this breaks, this 456, because it's a half number, right? 41150. Then you've got 41142, which is right here, and this is huge, by the way.
Yep, absolutely.
If it would have broke that, you would have had a long ride right down to 17, which of course will then take you all the way back down to 11. You know what I mean, and so on and so forth. But you didn't want that.
No.
So that's why I was saying. Now, of course, it doesn't mean later it's going to up, down, and around. But again, also be paying attention right here. You see this?
Yes.
That is a big telltale. If this starts to do this, right, higher or lower lows, and you're seeing this starts to pick up all sellers again, no bueno.
Yep, get out.
Yep. We need a bounce, an actual bounce, and continue to rise until we start to make new high again. Because if this cannot make new high again, you're sitting in this danger level right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Which means it's going to break or pop.
This is awesome, Coach.
Let's go.
This is badass. Do this and
yeah. But the good thing is, here's the beauty of it, Eric, and for everybody who's listening to him and watching what he's doing. Because he got in at such a good time, it's allowing him all of this movement because he's had several in the course of it. This one, all of this, giant pullback, the one we're in now, right?
Nice edit.
This one. So because you rode through all this, right, and now you're literally from the bottom to here, it's so much easier, isn't it, Eric, to figure out what you want to do?
Absolutely.
Time is on his side, right? Because all this is how much you're up. Love it.
That's when that Ewo works out like fire. That was so much money there.
Whenever you get yourself into a situation like this, you have to think to yourself, and this is where that journaling comes back, right? Remember we were talking about the journaling? This would have been a perfect example of journaling. I was in 10 contracts. It barely breathed back. But because of that, it turned into like a 30% loss inside of it. I didn't like it. I exited the position. Even 1 minute later, or whatever, boom, it took off and I left. You would know from what you wrote down that you shouldn't have been in 10, right? See the difference? Look at the difference in direction and change. Now, what else is in here, Pastor? Why did this happen? Do you see this?
Yeah, another rejection.
Yeah. So where's it going to go? Everybody?
I don't know if it, but the sound for the video went down for me quite a bit.
Yeah, I noticed that when multiple people come up on the panel, it's taking away from the sound, and I apologize for that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm trying to turn it up, but it's just, it's up as high as it can go.
Well, I'll help out with that. I'm just gonna go do some studying, maybe take a nap.
Go back and if it can't break this rejection, it's going down.
You flying again tonight?
No, I'm on tomorrow again at 8, so
okay.
I need a break.
All right, take it easy.
See ya, David. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for coming and hanging out, Bruno.
Well, it's going to bounce back up.
That's right. Do you guys see that? This is a channel. This is where you're trading, right? Do you see it?
Yep.
It's that simple. I need you to think about it that simple. There's your put. If it stays below here, that's your put. If it pops back up, this is your stop. Now, if it breaks and holds,
you know what?
Here, this is your channel, right? But does everybody see how this is working? You need to be in this headspace. I don't want you to make it complicated. I want it to be very, very, very simplistic to you because what happened here? That was a success.
Actually, let me try something.
Well,
I think if I
it's already loud again. Something happened, but it's loud again.
Oh, is it? Okay, that might have been because he dipped out. Okay. I hate that that's like that.
I have a question for Dave.
See where we're at?
Yeah, what's up?
Keep your stop.
All right, I'll pause it.
Right above.
Thank you. Dave, do you do the morning stocks pre-market?
The hot stock picks?
Yes.
I've done them a handful of times in the past year. Never really had good luck, so I just stay away from them.
Does the coach have videos on how to do those trades?
Like as far as evaluating those,
Learn actually how to trade them.
see, so a lot of those you're basing it on the same thing. It would be on volatility and volume at that pre-market level, and then so if you're playing it in the pre-market, you know it's a lot more risky because of the lack of stops and all of that, right?
Yeah, because I listen every morning, no stops.
Yeah, so that to me was the big thing. I was like, yeah, if I could find consistency in something else, then maybe I'll come back and play with this. But it's just for me, I've heard people making a bunch of money. I've heard people losing money. If I hear back and forth all the time and I haven't spent the time researching those stocks, I'm not going to jump into any of them. If it's like one of the, every now and then you'll hear them call something that's been on the list before, like they'll say, hey, this is a hot stock pick again. It's got news again. Maybe then you could start looking at them. But for me personally, I just don't like to mess with them. And I don't know if Coach has too many videos talking specifically about playing those, because basically you're playing them on just the news, or if it had any type of other info that dropped or something, but you're playing them on volume that has shown up in the early market.
Okay, yeah, because I hear how Nate talks, man. I'm like amazed.
Oh yeah.
But I've never traded pre-market like that before, so I never touched it.
Yeah, no, I might eventually try to dabble in it again later on, but as of right now, nah, nope.
Do you also the indicator that coach has? You use that a lot, or?
Oh yeah, yeah. I actually shared some screenshots, and I'll be sharing some screenshots today, hopefully later on tonight, of the chart that I posted on Thursday for Apple, and then how it played out on Friday with Apple. And I'll get my everything kind of updated, and I'll post them sometime on later on tonight, probably in the members lounge.
Okay.
And it's my trading view chart, so you'll be able to see the indicators and everything on there.
All right, because I've been VIP now for about 5 or 6 months. I never did anything with that indicator until this week.
You got.
I think
You got muffled
I think we
right
lost
there.
you in the
Yeah, something happened right there. We
Yeah.
lost you.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yeah, now you're back.
Yep.
No, I just started using that indicator. I can't believe I had it all this time, and I don't know what I was thinking.
Oh yeah, and you got it all dialed in. You made sure to follow all the little changes in the video.
Yeah, I did. I got everything working up this week. I mean, everything's there. Now I got to learn how to use it. I watched your video probably 20 times. Great video, great teaching. It's just I just got to get in my head to remember exactly how you're doing things.
I'm still waiting for Coach to give me the final okay, but I'll probably end up doing something on Monday. But like I said, I still need to reach out to him for sure, because he was busy with that 5K run today. So I'll talk to him tonight and see if I can get on Monday, and we'll do something Monday and probably go over a few things like that, settings, and kind of get familiar with these things.
What time you looking at?
If we can do it, it's probably going to be in the afternoon. That way, because I know a lot of people probably have stuff they got to do, maybe, and that at least that way in the afternoon it's more settled down.
Or you're thinking like around 1 to 2 o'clock in that area, or?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Because I don't want to miss it.
Yeah, so hopefully, and like I said, I haven't got a final yes yet, so I'm waiting for that. But I'll definitely post something.
All right, great. Yeah, because I do have questions on that indicator and exactly how to use it.
Cool beans. Thank you, Miranda. I appreciate the contribution to the lunch fund. Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right, thanks, man.
All right, you get your question answered?
Yeah. I just don't want to miss. Hopefully he can. The only question I do have for Dave is, like in a pre-market, like it just happened to, was it NVIDIA? I got the indicator up right now. Let me look. Yeah, NVIDIA. It showed as the stock, as the market opened. I get it says bear on the indicator. Should I have like go ahead and jumped on that as soon as it opened up and it said bear?
Well, see, that's the bad thing. The first usually 15 minutes of the day, you could see
Right.
a bear and a bull flip within a minute or two because it's so volatile. And so what if I'm going to do anything in the first few minutes of the day, I need it to match the 5-minute chart. So if the 5-minute is showing a green EWO and the 2-minute shows a green EWO, and we break pre-market and we break a support and resistance line that's in the same area, then I'll get in. If it doesn't, then I'm not touching it. I'll wait until it does something, or I know, like I get a strong rejection off of a support line. But the morning is bad if you're not familiar with your mechanics, and you're not comfortable with getting out of something quick. It could get nasty if you don't have your stop set. So even the first 15 minutes, and like I've said it a bunch of times, even for the first few months, at least 6 months, I probably wasn't getting in the first 30 minutes of the day. Sometimes even the first 45 minutes to an hour. If it was sitting in a channel that I didn't like, I was leaving it alone because it's usually not good for the EWOs.
I just wrote that down. That was huge. So within the first 15 minutes, if the 2-minute EWO and the 5-minute EWO aren't matching, most likely don't get in.
Yeah, because it's not a continuing trend. You're chopping inside the bigger picture.
Gotcha.
Do you have that time frame set up in the indicator?
Yeah, I have multiple screens now, so I use the 5, and then I have the 2, and if I'm practicing my scalping, I'll drop one that has the 1-minute chart as well.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm learning not to jump right in anymore.
Oh yeah, no, it'll burn you up. I at least I usually wait a couple of minutes for something to confirm, and there's been times even like in the past week where I didn't get in for like the first 10 minutes because I didn't like the way it was just bouncing around.
Yeah.
You don't have to rush, and if you're rushing, you're making bad decisions. You need to make sure you're sticking to your plan. Like break this level, do this. You need to have a criteria for jumping in, not just the first little signal. These things are telling you what's happening at that moment. And it was a perfect example yesterday where the Apple was running up, and it was already showing green. And then as soon as we hit the market, it starts tanking, but it hit a real hard resistance line and then started rejecting. So the indicators and all these tell you what's happening at that moment. You need to have your support and your resistance and everything else in place to know what could happen in the next candle, and that's why you're waiting for that confirmation.
Okay. Yeah, I try to have patience.
Oh yeah,
I try not to get the FOMO. That's my biggest problem.
Oh yeah, trust me, I know that.
It's like you think you're going to lose. You're missing something. Then I have time. I mean, I've been doing good, but I know I got to get a better hold of what I'm doing.
Oh yeah.
A few of us do, bud. You're not by yourself.
I've never blown a count out. I never lost a tremendous amount because of my stops, and I calculate, like you said, I think it's 1-3% a day.
Yep.
I do have that in there, but it's weird because sometimes options it'll blow by your stop a little bit, and then when you look back and see where your loss is, it's like you didn't catch it where you wanted to put it.
Yeah. Well, see, so like Apple, since the contracts move a lot slower, I hardly ever get missed on my stops. And that's why I throw it out there, because I've gotten stops broken when I was playing Netflix. I had stops broken when I was playing Tesla. Stops broken when I was playing what is it called? Even Amazon. Sometimes in the past I had stops break. And with Apple, very rarely will you have stops break.
because it moves so slow, and there's so many buyers in there all the time. There's usually somebody in your price range to buy.
Ah. Do you mainly do options or stocks?
Yeah, now I basically do like probably 99.99%. I haven't done a stock trade in quite a while.
Yeah, I don't never do stocks. I just do strictly options. I'm not. I can do hotkeys pretty well, and I do
Oh,
think
yeah.
or swim right now. But I'm thinking about going to Weeble.
And see, I started out in Robinhood, which was one of the worst ones ever. And I figured, well, shit, if I'm having luck in this thing, imagine if I had something that could press buy and press sell. And yeah, it makes a huge difference when you get into that Webull and then use that active trader. And oh yeah, it's great.
Which one do you like?
Well, there's Webull, but they have the active trade widget built into it, and you just
Okay.
add that widget to in a separate tab, and you can set up your own custom buttons in it. And so, Coach has a video on that as well. I think if not, there's some screenshots posted in the stocks education area showing
Okay.
the offsets that are preset in the custom buttons for the buy and sells. So you can basically set it up with like a little bit of a tolerance. So you say, I want to buy at mid, but I'll give it 2 cents or 4 cents of slippage. That way you're not getting skipped and having to go in there and manually modify. It'll give you that extra cent. And then you can set it and say, I'll pay up to 4 cents extra, but I want it to round down to the nearest cent at the time of purchase. So it might be filling at 1 cent over instead of 4 cents over, but you wouldn't go over the 4 cents max that you have as a threshold.
Okay. Yeah, I never penny pinch when it comes to the options. I always
Oh, yeah, 'cause they're
go
moving so
market.
quick.
Huh?
Yeah, because they're moving so quick.
That's I never use pen. I never because I'm looking at the whole big. I'm trying to look at the whole big picture on the whole move. So, 10 cents, 5 cents, that doesn't phase me at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and so see when you build in a slippage, then you're just hitting the button and it's going. And
Yeah.
if it's moving that fast, maybe you want to wait until the gamma dies down before you jump into it.
Oh, the gamma? That's what you're looking at?
Well, if you're buying in a huge candle, you're paying a hell of a premium, and then as any type of slight pullback, you're already down automatically. I like to wait and check it out so that I'm buying and trying to buy in a tiny little candle breathe back, so that I'm buying it at the bottom of the current price of the premium. And so I'm watching the contract price on the chart for the contract premium. And so you kind of see it bouncing around right there. And you're like, okay, yeah, we're coming to a spot. And here it looks good. The candle breathed back and you snatch it up and it'll buy it. And then that way, if it has any type of movement up, you're already pretty close to your purchase price or your break even or you're in the profit. If you're snatching it on the bottom and it's pulling you up.
Geez, I never thought about that. So you're looking at the smaller candle.
Yeah, I'm looking at the candles in the chart for the premium.
I'm gonna have to.
Snatch it
I
when
never
it's hitting
looked
the
at
bottom, and then if it has the retracement in a small candle, that means you didn't have a lot of gamma in that candle. So even if there's a small breathe back, it's not going to kill you. If you're buying it in a large candle on the upswing, yeah, maybe it's going to run for another 5 minutes, but do you know that for sure? No. So you buy in the middle of that candle and it has a retracement with that hell of a gamma jump, and then it has to die down when it's retracing. It'll rip you apart coming just back in those single candles.
Yeah, because I'm looking
Especially
at.
on the more volatile ones like SPY and Tesla.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, because I'm looking at the gamma right now on NVIDIA for September 8th, and the gamma is like 0.02. Does that usually go a lot more than that?
I'd
I
have
don't
to
know
look
what the
back
numbers.
at it because, yeah, so if you're looking back at previous, you'll see where the contracts are at and you'll see what an average is for those contracts. Because for some reason, some contracts are a little bit more volatile than other ones. And then you'll see the implied volatility jump too. I don't really pay attention to all that much because
Oh.
Apple, I don't have to worry about it with Apple.
Really? I'm gonna have to.
Yeah, because you're with Apple, I'm always just one in the money or one out of the money all the time. And then the only reason I'd go one out of the money, or yeah, because he calls it one out of the money. If I go one out of the money, it's only if the delta is still above like 0.3 or 0.4. Because on days where the delta's down to like 0.1 or 0.2, you have to have such a huge movement to get any money out of those contracts.
Interesting. That's very good to know.
So my main one,
I'm writing it down right
the
now.
main one I deal with is delta, and that's usually pretty damn good if you're one in or one out of the money. But you have to pay attention because sometimes, even on Apple, those contracts one out of the money, the delta drops so low that it's not worth getting it because it's going to move so slow.
What number delta is low to you?
Well, because coach would say probably 0.3, 0.4. I've seen him say that in a couple of videos, so I have that as kind of my lowest would be 0.3, but I mainly try to stay floating at 0.4 or above.
Okay.
And so if it's dollars that because I usually try to buy in batches of a dollar amount, because I have my account set up in a certain way. My percentages can kind of stay ballparked if I stay in a certain dollar amount. So if I can see that I can get a whole bunch of Apple contracts at $20 each and it's a certain dollar amount, I go in and start hitting the buy until I get to that. And then I'm like, okay, I know percentage wise off of this dollar amount, I'm okay where I'm at because I'm comfortable with my percentage, stop loss and everything. So I'm good. And then so I just keep that in mind with the contract prices.
So delta is to use the most important.
Let me ask you a quick question too, David. When you said get them down to $20, so say I go one in the money and it's $150. So if I add to it, I can actually bring my cost average down to $20 if I keep adding in.
Oh, no. You don't want to do that because that means you're already in a losing trade. What I'm saying is, so if the contracts are down to $20, but the delta is still above the 0.3 or 0.4, they'll still move pretty decent. But if you're buying a cheap contract on Apple that is under like
$20, but it's 10 points out.
Yeah, so that's why you really got to pay attention to the delta. And coach talks about the delta all the time. And then he reiterates it by going one in, one out all the time because it's always comfortable there in the bigger tickers.
Okay.
I just added delta to my platform. I never realized delta was that important.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to budget and get more contracts of a smaller price. It's sometimes not cost worthy to go too far out of the money because it's going to have to move that much more. But if you can get a cheap contract that's still in that 0.3, 0.4, which is still going to move pretty decent, then it's not bad. It's worth it.
Okay. Wow. Just
I didn't know that either because when I first came to ADT, I had some small experience in options, and I would just, because I'm a small account holder, so I would go all the way out. I would do things like Tesla, but I'd go like 10 positions out so I could get in for $20 and not realize that I was spinning my wheels the entire time. It would take me like an hour to make $1.
Yeah, see, so that's the bad thing.
Yeah.
And you never know that, like, basically that's what Data was basing his thing off of. He was saying, okay, we're at the extreme bottom of this channel today. If I can buy these cheap contracts at the bottom of the day and it does rebound like he was hoping it would do it, then great, it would pay. But then we all know that sometimes that bottom really isn't the bottom. And then it drags down against you. So you got to wait for those confirmations, even if you're playing on the bigger scale of the day. So if you're trying to swing trade, you're doing it the same way we're trying to do it in the day. You're just doing it on a bigger format. So that's what he was doing, was basically reading the larger channels and hoping to get that large movement, knowing that there was other channels or obstacles in the way. But when it does hit a home run, it hits a home run.
Mm-hmm.
And I've done the same
So he'd
thing
read
too.
the largest channel, buy in at the bottom, and hold
Yeah,
it.
and
Just buy it
I
out.
know that sometimes it'll pay off because I was doing the same thing, but I would go in as a lotto and I'd buy like $10, $20 contracts, and there was a few days where those $20 contracts went to like 120, like pretty decent. And it's like, shit, all right, but it's touch and go. So I personally don't stick with it because I haven't done enough research. Might I set aside some time soon to start digging into it more? You never know, but as of right now, I'm spending time on other stuff, so I might disappear down the rabbit hole doing that one day.
Wow, cool.
Yeah, I want to get that two-minute EWO down pretty good. That's my main goal right now.
Yeah, me too.
And with that indicator, because that indicator, after I just reviewed it, I'm just like, I can't believe I didn't touch on that in the beginning.
And then
Vincent, David has helped me to see the importance of knowing the 2-minute EWO with the support and resistance lines in place as well. It's like they go hand in hand. I see that now.
Oh yeah. Vincent in the chat was asking if you have to have Pro or Pro Plus. You can get away with just the Pro plan in the Trading View. That's what I've had forever.
Yeah,
that's the one.
The what?
That's the basic one.
Oh yeah.
It's like
the basic one. It gives you enough. It lets you do the 2-minute, and then it lets you add up to 5 indicators at one time. So it's more than enough. And then if you do more than 5, anyways, you're gonna blind yourself.
You got to pay for the real-time data though, and the New York Stock Exchange data.
Yeah, you'll have to pay for. I know the one that I have and the one that Mitch has, and that covers pretty much all the big stocks that we deal with. That's the NASDAQ and the NYSE.
Yep, I got that, and it totals out to about $19 a month. So like $20 a month, you got everything you need.
Well, I got the Pro Plus, and I did I think it's like a 7-day trial they give you.
Yeah, and then sometimes they'll give you an email that says you can upgrade for half the price and something else.
Yeah.
But if you wait, they'll send you an offer just to extend your Pro also.
I would say within a minute they popped up something. I think I paid the Pro Plus. It was like total of like $200 for the whole year, so I grabbed it.
Oh yeah. I think when I had done it, it was about the same thing. It was one of those what are they called?
Promotional.
The Black Friday or something like that.
Yeah.
I did it like the first year before I joined with Coach, and then after that I was like, well, I don't need all this crap. I don't need all this. And then when I found Coach, well, now I really know I don't need all those lines.
I watch you guys every day tight, and I notice you can't have too much on your. I notice you guys don't use too much, except those trend lines seem to help big time.
Oh yeah.
But my biggest hurdle right now is I run a shop, and I'm literally going in there pre-market to my computer, and then I got to go back out. I got to come back in, and when you guys do the pre-market lines, what do they call it?
Yeah.
And then they post it. I immediately put that in there immediately, and then when it opens up, then I'm listening hard to what you guys are talking about. That's how sometimes I base my entries, and I've been doing pretty good, but it's not enough for me to retire on yet.
Well, see, so your next homework is watch the group of videos on the support and resistance. That way you have them mapped out before we call them out. And then if your line is perfectly lined up with what Coach is calling out in the morning, then great. If it's not, you need to figure out what he saw that you didn't.
That's the biggest, right? The problem I'm facing is when you guys are doing that pre-market with the breaking lines, the high and low.
Yep.
Is you guys are using Webull, and thicker swim gives you a slight difference in price. I don't know why on the charts. And I got the 2-minute up.
Oh,
it's off. Sometimes my chart's so off by maybe about 20 cents. It's really weird. I don't understand. That's why I'm thinking
And do
about going
y'all
to
have to
leave
pay
it.
for live data on those separately too?
I have everything with Thinkorswim. Yeah, I got the whole 9 yards for that. So I know I'm okay there. But I put in what Coach puts in anyway. I'm not going to go what I see. I'm going by what you guys do.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's working out great. So there's a reason why you guys are putting it where your guys are putting it. So it's like, I ain't going to buck it. You know what I mean? I'll just go ahead and do it.
Well, and then the other thing too is if you have the high and the low and you're staying in there floating between the two, you know it's a choppy day and it's not going to be good for EWOs. If you have a break to the upside or downside, 9 times out of 10, it'll run. It might not run for all day, but a better EWO once it breaks out of the pre-market to the upside or the downside.
I've been noticing that. And I've been noticing when you guys say the 10 o'clock is not power hour. What do you guys call that?
A shift change.
Yeah,
It's
shift
because
change.
another market
Shift change.
opens up and you might see an influx of volume that comes in.
Oh, that's why it's 10 o'clock. I didn't know what you guys meant.
Yeah, so that's basically what it's based off of. So you
What is
could
it,
see an
Euro or
influx.
something?
A what?
Euro? The Europe? Is that what-
I don't even pay attention to it enough to know who it is. I just heard plenty of times, watch out because another market opens, and as long as I know that there's something that could happen at that time, that's all I really need to know. I don't need to overdo myself. Every time I remember something, I can imagine something falling out. So,
You know, I keep a close eye too. Like it seems like between 10 and 11 o'clock on the average, that 2-minute EWO changes and it gives you the signal. I've noticed that.
oh yeah, and you'll notice, and the more you start getting familiar with a couple of stocks, narrow it down to just a few, start keeping track of those, setting up your lines for those. Even if you're not going to trade all of them, just concentrate on a few so that you know that you're on the same page with what other people are seeing, so you can completely compare yourself to these pre-market lines. Okay, yeah, I did hit it. Oh, I was totally off on these. What did I miss? And then you review it at the end of the day. That way, if you're not trading it, worst case, at least you have some more data that you can start collecting and saying, okay, you know what? Out of these 6 damn stocks I did today, I hit it on all 6 of them. Oh, yesterday I hit it on 5 of them. And then you start tweaking and figuring out what you missed on the one that you missed.
Yeah, I know. Because when you guys, like, sometimes I'll be watching Apple, and next thing you know, NVIDIA shoots, or Google will be hammering, or AMD. I'm like, it's like I can't watch them all. And it feels like I missed out. But I was like, you know what? I'm just going to have to, like you said, pick a couple and stick with that for now.
Yeah, because I used to do quite a few in the very beginning. Then I started narrowing it down to about 9. And then I went to about 6. And then I went down to basically just Apple, and I haven't turned back. So
wow, you're mainly Apple guy?
Oh yeah, probably 99% Apple now.
How you make out with Apple?
Left my day job in June, so
wow, congratulations on that.
And we have all witnessed it.
Maybe that's what I'll do. I'm going to pick Apple.
And that's why I tell people, I said,
why we're here.
Coach tells us every day, start with something slow like Ford or Apple.
You know,
I heard that a million times, and I'm like, you know what? I might as well listen to him. And why am I still doing these other 6 if I could concentrate on the one he's telling me is slow? Why don't I do that? I'm okay with doing that. Let's try it out, and shit, it's working.
Yeah, Ford. You know, Thinkorswim has this on the Thinkorswim platform. It's called On Demand. You ever hear of that?
No.
And what you do is you hit On Demand, and you can pick anything in the past, and it's like you're trading that full day. It's like live.
Oh, well, see, because you can do that in TradingView.
You can? I didn't know that.
Yeah, you have a replay feature in TradingView.
Hold on, I'm looking at it right now. I'm on the Super Trader. Is it in there?
No, in Trading View.
Oh, you got to go to regular Trading View. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, in the where you have the coaches indicators.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at when I'm talking to you right now. I'm looking at the indicator part right now.
Yeah, so if you go into that one, then you have you should have a replay button at the very top of the screen that looks like two backward arrows.
You know what? I'll have to look into this. I don't see him. I see. Oh, replay. There it is.
You hit that, and then you can scroll back to whatever day you want.
Ah, this
and
is
start
great.
it. I started playing the stock market instead of playing Xbox because I can go back and I can pick a day and just test myself on whatever the hell I want to do. And if I was spending an hour playing Xbox, well, shit, let me spend an hour doing something that is going to improve what the hell I'm trying to be successful at.
Yeah. Well, that's
Right.
what. Go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with him.
Oh yeah, well that's why I've been doing this now for probably about 4 months, 5 months. I'll go on demand, go back and just randomly pick a day. Then what I'll do is I'll go to YouTube, pick a live day with Coach coming on live. I gotta wait till I scroll up. I take the time to where just as the market opens, and then what I'll do is I'll put them in hold, and then I'll go to on demand, bring it right to that time at 9:30 as it opens. And then I'll do is I'll click both of them so they're synced together, and I'll trade that as he's talking to try to practice on how to trade. That's what I do rather than what do you call it? You know how? Well, I was doing a what do you call it? Paper account.
Yeah, yeah.
What I'll do is I'll actually real trade on a demo from the past. Like last time, I think I picked June 20th or something like that.
Yeah.
Then I went to his live video, synced it in. I was trading for a couple hours, see what the mistakes I was doing.
Yeah.
Then I'd write down. I lately, I think you've mentioned in the past, write down what you're doing or write down your mistakes and write a log every day.
Yeah.
I've been doing that now.
Yep, because if you don't keep track of what you're doing wrong, you're not going to remember and you're not going to improve.
No, it helped me. So it helped me on a couple things so far by writing down. I got it at work. I got a big journal. I don't put it on the computer. It's faster for me to just to write it. So I write down the price, the time, why I did it. Did it go up or down? And my biggest thing is I don't look at the money end of it because that's where it was screwing me up. So I'm looking at the strategy. I could give a rat about the price.
I guess before you got on the call, we were saying that exact same thing. I told the guys that I said, I've already gotten to the point where Jimmy doesn't watch the dollars anymore, so it doesn't mess with you. So that way you're playing exactly what your plan is.
Yeah, the
and
strategy.
writing out your plan from start to finish and just going. And then, like he used to say, I'll look at it at the end of the day, but I'm not going to look at it throughout the day. And of course, sometimes he would, but it's just not on the screen eating away at you all day long.
That's what it was doing to me. It was just like I was seeing how much I was down, but then when I was going up, I cut out too early. I even said it one time with Coach. I was like, one day I was at, I should have made a heck of a lot more money, but I got out. I put my stop too close, but I was already up like $2,800. I'm like, I better get out because I didn't know exactly how to play it. The next thing you know, bam, that thing ran right in my favor. I could have made. See, that's the thing. Oh, I could have, would have. That's not right. You know what I mean? When I hear people, no, I'm going to look at my strategy. Then it took me a while to understand what he meant by it. Let it come to you. In other words, the trade. I couldn't get that in my head at first.
Yeah.
Now I'm starting to see it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and see, that's what we were talking about. So, like Jimmy was doing the channel trading, Nate does the channel trading. So they get the bigger picture and sit there and wait and let it come to the price point that they believe it's going to get to. And if it does get to that point and do what they expect it to do, it pays. And then they are disciplined enough to know, I picked this point for a reason. If it goes against me, I have to be disciplined enough to get the hell out of it and not hope it comes back.
Yeah, that's actually it's a to me it's you can say it's like a trade. You know what I mean? It's like somebody I think I explain it like framing out a house or something. You visually see what you're going to do ahead of time. You got to know what you got to do. Sometimes you make a bad cut, then you got to go back and figure out what you did wrong. It's sort of like the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, trust me. When I'm building a car, I gotta picture everything before I go forward because you don't want to end up chopping a frame that you need to put back together somehow.
Yeah. So it's the same thing. Like sometimes when you guys are talking, it's like, how the heck did you figure that one out? Like you've seen it ahead of time. So that's what I'm starting to learn that. Now I understand what you mean by the let it come to you. Now I'm starting to say it. I'm starting to understand that better now. Let it come to you. Don't you try to figure it out.
Right. You guys ready to get back to the playlist?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'll go ahead. Thanks a lot for your time, and I'll be back here. I'll just be listening.
Cool.
Thanks.
I'm gonna grab a bite to eat real quick.
Okay, that's what I'm doing now. I'm trying to order a couple things to eat. Trading strategy. Okay, I'll just go ahead and hit play here.
Yep, so the first I would always draw a trend line, just like this, see exactly what it's doing. Next thing I'm going to do is look at what the next range was, which was here. So this is the channel.
Can you guys hear that and see it?
These, this, and this. I'm making sure it's
sounds good.
line, which it is, and this is getting ready to collapse. See?
Okay.
Now, if it stays in the trend line, you're good to go. If it doesn't, you're going to have a pull to create a new channel. That's why these trend lines matter. Now, see how the way it's just dipping? That's not that. Candles, just like our support and resistance, we're doing the same thing off this trend line, right? So we're keeping it like this. It's barely popping through, long wick, but then shot right back up. We're watching the same things here. But as soon as that changes, we're going to know in what direction it wants to go.
Yeah, and it's the reason I mention this because we often talk about channels and we talk about these sideways channels, but you actually have some trend channels too.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm always seeing in my head without putting lines on the screen. Like
I saw it too. That's why, but I drew the trend lines to confirm it.
Yeah, it's built in there. Like when I see it, I don't need all this, but it's definitely great, especially this trend line, to know if this is going to break pattern. All I care about, honestly, is if the pattern breaks to a strange way or not. See right here, this is a good sign back to the upside. So now, as long as this stays inside this trend line, I'm going to use it just like support. So if it stays above trend line, bang, I'm going to call and I'll ride this up as high as it'll go, which, by the way, looks like it's about right here. See it?
We're getting higher lows as it creeps up.
That's right.
Testing that 147.80 range right now, continuously.
Yep. And then I'm just going to ride it all the way up. And just a little nice scoop. By the way, this is about a $200 pop on the sides I do. Does that make sense, everybody?
Absolutely. And part of this goes to, when you've been watching in Apple, David's been in Apple, obviously been in certain stocks, someone's watched Tesla, someone's watched buy, whatever. But when you've been in it for so long, you start to see these patterns and things, not just the flags and the trends, but you get to see it's over moving for the day too.
Right.
Okay, so where he started drawing the trend line from, right at the beginning of that, if it goes past that, right there, if it goes past that, would that be considered okay now a put?
Yep. Yeah. See right here? That's a put. See how it broke the trend line?
Mm-hmm.
That's a put. And then the good thing with this is you use this as your stop, right? Because if it goes the other side, I already know I can't be in it because it's got to stay down here. Treat it just like support and resistance.
Also, when you start looking at, because that was a strong pull all of a sudden, so then other tickers, Tesla, SPY, what else is moving, what's happening, is there news?
Yeah, exactly. And you see this wick, this one, look how long it is up top, right? So that already told you a bunch of selling pressure is pushing this wick down. You guys see it? So as soon as it did, it pushed it all down, and then you got a giant pullback. And now you're below the trend line, so now we're being cautious in this range because this can start to break out into a completely different channel. And remember, a different channel is when I start to pay attention, like, hey, something's up. That's going to be a big drop, big pop. It can do weird things. I've got to really pay attention when all of it changes. The change of any type of formation, the channel, the way it's been driving, will indicate something big can happen.
Important with these are these critical levels that I read out.
Yes.
Right? Because these are supply and demand areas, right? So this is where everybody's sitting and waiting down here. This demand, which is your support right here, right?
Yeah.
Hey, JJ?
Right.
Yeah.
1156.
There's no video showing.
Then you've got
Okay.
1142, which is right here, and this is huge, by the way.
Yep.
Absolutely. It would have broke that. You would have had a long ride right down to a 17, which of course would then take you all the way back down to 11. You know what I mean, and so on and so forth. But you didn't want that.
No.
So that's why I was saying. Now, of course, it doesn't mean later it's going to up, down, around. But again, also be paying attention right here.
Yes.
There's a big telltale. If this starts to do this, right, lower lows, and you're seeing this sellers again, nope.
Yep. Get out.
Yep. We need a bounce, an actual bounce, and continue to rise until we start to make new high again. Because if this cannot make new high again, you're sitting in this danger level right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Which means it's going to break or pop.
This is awesome, Coach.
But the good thing is, here's the beauty of it, Eric, and for everybody who's listening to him and watching what he's doing, because he got in at such a good time, it's allowing him all of this movement.
Can you see it now?
Several in the course of it. This one, all of this, giant pullback, the one we're in now, right? This one. So because you rode through all this, right, and now you're literally from the bottom to here, it's so much easier, isn't it, Eric, to figure out what you want to do?
Absolutely.
Time is on his side, right? Because all this is how much you're up.
Love it.
So whenever you get yourself into a situation like this, you have to think to yourself, and this is where that journaling comes back, right? Remember we were talking about the journaling? This would have been a perfect example of journaling. I was in 10 contracts. It barely breathed back. But because of that, it turned into like a 30% loss inside of it. I didn't like it. I exited the position. Literally within 1 minute later or whatever, boom, it took off and I left. You would know from what you wrote down that you shouldn't have been in 10, right? See the difference? Look at the difference in directional change. Now, what else is in here, Pastor? Why did this happen? Do you see this?
Yeah, another rejection.
That's right. So where's it going to go, everybody, if it gets rejected?
Right at that line again. If it gets past the rejection?
If it can't reject, where's it going to go?
It's going to go up. It's going to have to go back and retest that rejection point.
So if it can't break this rejection, it's going down. Now, Pastor, if it can't break this, where's it going?
Well, it's going to bounce back up.
That's right. Do you guys see that? This is a channel. This is where you're trading, right? Do you see it?
Yep.
It's that simple. I need you to think about it that simple. There's your put. If it stays below here, that's your put. If it pops back up, this is your stop. Now, if it breaks and holds in here, this is your channel, right? But does everybody see how this is working? That you need to be in this headspace. I don't want you to make it complicated. I want it to be very, very, very simplistic to you because what had happened here? That was a successful trade, right? See where we're at? Keep your stop right above previous wick. See this one? That will help you to stop it. That way, if it decides to pop, bang, guess where I'm going? Because guess where it's going to go, Pastor? We're going back up. If it can break and hold, right? There it goes.
Right back to the rejection.
Yeah. Like it doesn't, the thing is, we all want to make it very complicated, right? We're human beings want to make everything as complicated as we can. I want to make it as simplistic as we can. If I entered here, which is now a successful trade, my stop is here. Why? Because it went back there before. This is my stop. Now I'm making money. Do you see it, Pastor?
Yep.
We don't want this to be complicated. It does not need to be. But as humans, we want to make it, well, what's the strike price? Do you care? Well, what about the expiration? Listen.
Doesn't matter. Make money.
Yeah. Get rid of all that. You bought it here, you're going to sell it here. Right? If I paid $1, I want $1.50. That's it. You don't care how you got the $1.50. You knew exactly how to get it from here. Now, right here is your stop. Previous body. You're going to ride this until the previous body is killed. Because one of two things are going to happen. You'll break even on this trade, or a new candle will form, which means then you get to move up your stop to the previous body, right? So then you've made from here to here. Yes? Yep. That's all you got to do. Now right here, we can move our stop up. Now because it was so tight, I'd be about half candle. Right there. And I guarantee I made money. That's it. If you're in the camp of I want to ride it longer, have your stop right here because you're very small position size, and let's see if it'll do this or something, right? And then up here, you already know to watch for rejection, and then where's it going to go? You see what I'm saying? If you're quick scalping like me, though, every candle, as it moves, I'm in here just like this. So here you go again. You see this? This is what I just talked about. The difference between scalp, 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 or what I said, remember? I said if you bought down here, your stop is here, and you're going to let it ride all day, right? You're way up. See it? So you're either buying at the channel, you're getting ready to sell at the top, right? Or you're going to see if it'll reject, because you don't have to sell. But if it rejects, if it touches, comes back, bang, that's my sell. And here we go again, right? That's channel. This is channel trading, right? We call it channel surfing, right? Just riding this out. We're going to ride these waves out. We're going to nail it every time. So, something to think about. And I know this is more advanced, and I know we spend a ton of time on it, and I try to do this as much as I can until I lose my voice, but that's it.
Coach, it is advanced, but it is so simplified.
Yes.
That it can be understood by the basic level. And so I thank you for that. That's super helpful.
Good stuff.
You draw this trend line on Tesla. You guys see it? Look how perfect that trend line is.
Perfect, right?
That will, yeah, that'll help you big time to decide what Tesla wants to do. Can everybody see this on the big screen on mine? Look at that perfect trend line. That will help you huge to determine what direction that's going to go. Huge. Tesla only has a couple more minutes inside of that before it's going to make a massive decision, right?
Yeah.
And if you know that ahead of time, which you all do now, because you should be staring at my screen, you can see what I'm talking about. As soon as this gets filled up in here, it's got nowhere else to go. It's either going to break.
Sorry to break. Thank you, David. Appreciate that so much. Considering the fact that my debit card just got hit unexpectedly by Hulu, I'm like, shit, that was my weekend money. That came in perfect timing, dude. Thank you.
Take this trend line to the upside, or it's going to break down here through your support. But
I was willing to go without, and those fuckers jumped onto my Robin Hood card. I forgot I put it on there.
You see how the time is small now? If this breaks the trend line in either direction, through it or down through support, hammer it, right?
Yes, but on the 1 minute, the 200 moving average is fixing to meet the point right there.
Yeah.
But here, 1 minute, see what that looks like.
I don't want to keep pausing it. That's something I got to get into, those chart patterns. See how he's got that Jimmy's vortex drawn out? I think it's, what is that, a pennant? I got to kind of start recognizing some stuff like that too. But see, that I'm clouding my brain with too much information. I'd rather just keep it simple. Learn some support and resistance lines, which you've already started the ball rolling, because I'm only going to focus on Apple. So that's all I need. That right there is huge. Breaking it down to one stock so you're not clouding your mind with all the white noise of, oh, Tesla's doing this today, or oh, SPY's doing that. Wonder what NVIDIA is going to do today. That's all fine and good, but I feel like a huge weight has been lifted off of my shoulders, because now I have laser focused my attention on Apple and just learn everything there is to know about Apple's ebbs and flows. And that's all I'm focused on.
Yeah, I'm going to start doing that. Yeah, can you bring that video back about 15 seconds and play it again?
Yep.
In either direction, through it or down through support, hammer it, right?
Yes, but on the 1 minute, the 200 moving average is fixing to meet the point right there.
Yeah.
But here, 1 minute, see what that looks like. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know if that's going to make a difference or not.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, look at this thing, all right? This thing is a time bomb waiting to go. That thing is ready to pop or drop.
Exactly. It's trending down, so.
Exactly. So the way I'd be scalping it is every time it touches this trend line, I buy puts or I short it. And then I have a tight stop loss every single time as soon as it touches this trend line. Every single time, right? And then every time it touches 180.72, I'm buying calls or longs because it's touched it twice. You see it here?
Yes.
So, I mean, these are no-brainers. These ones are real easy as long as you know what you're looking for, and now you all do. Right here, if this does not break this trend line, it's going straight back down into this channel. Hey,
so it's going to establish and stay, right?
There's your pop. Tesla pop, trend line.
Crazy.
There it is. Yeah. You're going to use this trend line only for this candle to see if this is going to pop back down into here. But I told you this was getting ready to make a decision, right? That's the move. And now look how tight this space is, by the way. This has got nowhere to go now. That has to create a big move. That's a good straddle position too, right? Because it had to go up or it had to go down from this exact range it's sitting in, right? But it bounced. I mean, if you think about it, it bounced off of 180.73, and it has not come back since then. It broke through this trend line, and now you're to the upside. That's it. It doesn't get any better than that. Because a lot of times you don't have that much information to clue you in on what it's doing, right? It's like the perfect setup, by the way. There we go. Look at it breaking now. It's going to be a massive move if that breaks down through this trend line again.
It's 8th candle too.
Yeah, this thing's crazy. Crazy right here. See the long wick on the bottom? Still strong on the up to the upside though. See it? But look at this. So now you've got, look at down, down, down. This is a tough spot. It was great when it broke the trend to here. This is tougher.
Hammer.
Yeah, this is still undecided. Straddle. Let it figure out what it wants to do, right? You can have one up, you can have one down, and then when it makes a decision, cut the other one.
Yeah, that was a good video.
Yeah, that was. Sometimes watch him a couple times back to back.
You should be watching your EW, everybody in these trades. This is going to dictate how this is moving. We did this yesterday. Remember, I said stop doing this. Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Take that away. That'll help you. See that? There you go. There goes your fear. Notice your fear is gone?
Yeah.
No more fear, because you know why? You should be watching right there. You're in a long hold.
That's the
Once you've entered a long hold, You should be watching this mostly.
Okay.
Most people are up here. Oh, it looks like tweezers. Oh, now it's a engulfing candle. Oh, is this a? Now I'm in a bearish triangle.
Yeah, that'll whip the crap out of you.
What we're doing right here. Okay, you're all set.
Did you pick up that resistance line from not just the?
Yeah, I did it from previous right here. It's from yesterday.
Yeah, I don't do chop.
Post-market. See this?
Okay.
Yep. And then, of course, so right here, you can draw one out. This is the strongest one. 88.
Love that hand.
30 is going to be the
that's
strongest. See it?
I see it.
So then what I do is I color code this green, like there's the promised land. If it breaks that, you know, I'm a gazillionaire. But then I watch each one of these levels as they come up. So here's one, which, by the way, you can see it right here. Right here. See it?
Yep.
Yeah.
You got one here. So the next thing I would do is then I would draw this one out. There you go. So there's every level of resistance on your way through each one of those channels.
Okay.
It's like how your chart looks, David.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Who was in that AMD that you were up 60%? Do you see what I'm talking about?
I'm still in it, Coach. And honestly, when I told you when I got into it when I did,
yeah.
I was scalping, but it looked strong, and I just said I'm going to stay in it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Just, you know, now, listen, this is funny. You got in on a scalp, but you know what I would do? Treat it as a 2-minute, right? Because you got lucky. You got in at the right time, right? Because this told you to buy, which would have been back here, by the way, which you would have been in. And now go ahead, right? Run it. But I told you, watch here.
That's a really good edit.
Right?
Carter's on point there.
And then I'm telling you, it'll take all the pressure away. All of it will go away. It'll fade. Now you're coming up on the next hard level of resistance. So right here, if you had 10 contracts, shave 2, right? Or 3 or 5 or whatever you're comfortable with. You've already made all the money from here to here, right?
Yep.
And then if it decides to pull back and rip again, you're still in the game. But now you don't have so much that if it then decides to bleed all the way back down to VWAP, right, and you lose the profit.
Right.
And that's called shedding. So there you go, another master class.
Sometimes I feel he gives out too much information.
Yeah, well, he's started cutting that.
Man, he is amazing.
Coach, can you go over, like, explain a triple bottom again? Like in that 2 minutes?
Oh, this is a good one.
Oh, sure. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Goes like this, this, and this. There's a triple bottom. See it?
Okay, but like, what does that mean? Like, is it good news, bad news? Does it really matter?
Well, it matters because every one of these is a sign of weakness, meaning they're going downhill, right?
Correct.
So typically by the third time, it likes to do this more than it likes to do this, because in people's minds, you're like, well, dude, if it can't stay away from this, I'm probably going to go to the downside, right?
Correct.
Just like the same thing up top, if it does this 3 times, well, that's typically a sign of strength. Like it keeps touching, right? So expect a pop. Doesn't mean it's going to, but that tells people like, hey, it keeps going up there. One of these times it's going to break.
Just to pause that for a quick second, Pastor, I'll never forget, and I said this before the last time I saw this, Pastor did a good analogy in the after hours one time where he said, see, if it keeps tapping on the ceiling, eventually it's going to bust a hole through it. If it keeps tapping on the floor, eventually it's going to bust through to the basement. It's like a pressure point, and it keeps tapping on it, and eventually it's going to give.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
And then the other thing that I
think about it.
Bottom, if it does this, and then it takes a long time, and then it does this, and then immediately does that, super sign of weakness, because it didn't take as long to come back, right?
Right.
Is Meta doing that right now?
Take a look. Yeah, Meta just exactly did a triple bottom. See it? Meta
And those two are close together, just like he just said.
Is it the triple Qs also?
It's here. Well, this is actually 4. This is a super sign
Right.
of weakness, by the way. You got 1, 2, 3 immediately. This was super weak. And then right here. So meta is extremely weak to the downside. Do you guys see it? The other thing you guys can watch on meta, check this out. The other thing you should be paying attention to, now listen, it doesn't mean it's going to,
It's
but
the
this
trend
is what
line.
it's showing. You see the overall
Look
trends
at
to the
that.
downside?
Damn it, I didn't even see this before.
Here, 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 and here, right?
Might be
You're
learning
It's
something.
trending to the downside.
Jimmy's Vortex.
You guys see it, right?
Yep. Yep.
It's extremely sign of weakness. So what I would do first thing is I draw this trend, which will look just like this. Then I'm going to draw the bottom, like where these keep touching, which is here. It's this wick, these candle bottoms, and this candle bottom. Then what you can do is finish this off right like there. See it? That's where it's trading inside of this area.
Coach, can you do the same thing to Google? Does it look like a triple top then?
But you guys see this? As soon as this breaks inside of this,
I'll be back. I
the
got
other.
to get something to eat.
Google's different.
All right.
I'll show you what Google is. Same thing. Always draw your trend line. The very first thing you do whenever you look at anything, which is here. Can't really. Nope, it doesn't go here. It's going to go here. So no, Google's completely 100,000% different. See it?
Just so everybody knows, I'm probably going to cut this at 5.
Versus what you were just talking about with meta.
Correct.
So we got about another hour
If you look at
15,
Meta,
and I'll go ahead and cut it.
anytime it comes
Okay.
down to the same level.
Thank you.
Down,
Yep.
Right? This
Yep.
one's not doing that. It's here, then here, then here. See it? So if this is the same case, guess where it's going to go, right?
Eastern Standard, of course.
Yes, SPY is identical. Yep. Up, up, up. See it?
God bless.
So here's what I would do with SPY. See this? Always draw your trend line. Bang, right there. See it?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And now, as long as it stays in here, you know where it's going. If this starts to pull and go through this trend line, you could see a possible bearish position going to the downside, right? So if this breaks at any point, any of this on this exact line, you could start to look here. Right? If it does it, if it breaks through at any point, right?
Yep.
So the nice thing is, let's say you entered a call here. The good thing is, if you entered a call here, this line, you're golden, right? Doesn't matter if it keeps ding, 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 ding. None of that matters until, and then questionable. Pay attention. So same thing here. Let's love. Okay. Let me see if we can do this off the trend. Nope. Now here's the thing. You can't use a higher trend line if it doesn't make sense off this. Do you see how this would be here almost? So what I'm going to do is I'll try it off of this one. But right here, if Tesla, because it's trying to gap back down into the bottom. If it breaks back down there, look for 1 to 2 things. You're going to use this again. That it's either going to be a big giant bounce, or back here, it's going to stay on this a little bit, consolidate, and then bye-bye, right? Yep, and it's very, 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 very weak. You want to know how I know that? See this? See how I was hovering around VWAP, couldn't make a decision? That's trash.
Okay,
Bottom, see it?
okay, but like, what does that mean? Like, is it good news, bad news? Does it really matter?
Well, it matters because everyone's either going downhill, right?
Who did I just send?
So
Thought it was Christina.
Hey, girl, hey.
No, I think you just let me in. I think I left the room. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Hey, bro, hey.
it's because in people's minds, you're like, well, dude, if it can't stay away from this, I'm probably going to go to the downside, right?
Correct.
Just like the same thing up top, if it does this 3 times, well, that's typically a sign of strength. Like it keeps touching, right? So expect a pop. Doesn't mean it's going to, but that tells people like, hey, it keeps going up there. One of these times it's going to break. And then the other thing that I look for on something like a triple bottom, if it does this, and then it takes a long time, and then it does this, and then immediately does that, super sign of weakness. Because it didn't take as long to come back, right?
Right.
Is Meta doing that right now?
Take a look. Yeah, Meta just exactly did a triple bottom. See it? Meta is a triple bottom.
Is it the triple Qs also?
It's here. Well, this is actually 4. This is a super sign of weakness, by the way. You got 1, 2, 3 immediately. This was super weak. And then right here. So Meta is extremely weak to the downside. Do you guys see it? The other thing you guys can watch on Meta, check this out. The other thing you should be paying attention to, now listen, it doesn't mean it's going to, but this is what it's showing. You see the overall trends to the downside? Plus, here, 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 and here, right? And it's trending to the downside.
Should be Vortex.
You guys see it, right?
Yep, yep.
It's extremely sign of weakness. So what I would do first thing is I draw this trend, which will look just like this. Then I'm going to draw the bottom, like where these keep touching, which is here. It's this wick, these candle bottoms, and this candle bottom. Then what you can do is finish this off right like there. See it? That's where it's trading inside of this area.
Coach, can you do the same thing to Google? Does it look like a triple top then?
Look. But you guys see this? As soon as this breaks inside of this.
And I noticed you used the bottoms and not the wicks.
Google's different. But let me show you what Google is.
Sometimes he'll flip-flop back and forth, or he'll use bodies and wicks in the same thing.
Yeah.
Here. Can't really, nope, it doesn't go here. It's going to go here. So no, Google's completely 100,000% different. See it?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. So the kind of inverse of what you were just talking about with Meta.
Correct. Here's the difference. If you look at Meta, every time it comes down to the same level, down, down, right? This one's not doing that. It's here, then here, then here.
Higher
right?
lows.
So if this is the same case, guess where it's going to go, right? Yes, SPY is identical. Yep. Up, up, up. See it? God bless. So here's what I would do with SPY. See this? Always draw your trend line. Bang, right there. See it?
Yes, sir.
And now, as long as it stays in here, you know where it's going. If this starts to pull and go through this trend line, you could see a possible bearish position going to the downside, right? So if this breaks at any point, any of this on this exact line, you start to look here, right? If it doesn't, if it breaks through at any point, right?
Yep.
So the nice thing is, let's say you entered a call here. The good thing is, if you entered a call here, well, you know, as long as it stays above this line, you're golden, right? Doesn't matter if it keeps ding, 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 ding. None of that matters until, and then questionable. Pay attention, everybody. So same thing here. Let's draw out Tesla. Okay. Let me see if we can do this off the trend. Nope. Now here's the thing. You can't use a higher trend line if it doesn't make sense off this. Do you see how this would be here almost? So what I'm going to do is I'll try it off of this one. But right here, if Tesla, because it's trying to gap back down into the bottom here, right? So if it breaks back down there, you're going to look for 1 to 2 things. You're going to use this again. That it's either going to be a big giant double bounce,
right?
Or it's going to come back here. It's going to stay on this a little bit, consolidate, and then bye-bye, right?
Okay.
Yep. And it's very, 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 very weak. You want to know how I know that? See this? See how it's hovering around VWAP, couldn't make a decision? That's trash.
Dude, that is freaking. When we're done, I might watch a couple of these like another 10 times each. And that might be one of them because that was huge.
And see, like I said,
As he talks about double bottoms and double tops.
Yeah, rewatching the videos is important because you catch so many things that you don't catch when you're trading live.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you had the pre-market of was the break. Had it right here, like barely touched, right? But really, if you would have held this, there's only a couple key points. Now, what I've been training you on for week number 4 now is that if you had 10 contracts and it pulls and you get nervous, you can shed some weight, right? That doesn't mean get out. That means you can sell 50%. So let's say you dumped 5, you have 5, yes?
Yes.
It rides up.
That's true.
Comes up, it pulls back, you don't like it, you get rid of 2 more, right? So now you've gotten rid of 2 more. This is how I like to do it when this is happening, right? So it consolidates more, you could get rid of 2 more. You still have 1, okay? The last one, this would have happened for you, and eventually you would have got rid of it being the end of the day or close to 3 o'clock, right? Or 3:30-ish, right? Which puts you somewhere in this range, and that would have been your last one. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yeah.
Yes. Now, if you're in the diamond hands or only holding 1 for the day, this is going to look a little different. You have to gut it a little bit more if you're going to hold 1, but that's okay because you guys know you're supposed to hold it and leave it alone. So if you have 1 contract and it does this move, are you getting out?
No.
No, why?
Because you're stealing the money.
Hasn't told you to get out yet.
You're above VWAP. Why have
Yeah, above bebop and you still.
There it is. Yep. Once you're above VWAP. So yeah, that's right. So if you're in a call, okay, and we're above VWAP, right, that is a sign of strength. Right?
Yes.
So if that's the case, this doesn't panic you. Then it continues to go up. You're a hero. You start to see a super trend. Half of you panic. This is where the other half starts to sweat. Oh no, coach, but you said, and you see a change of color down here. Everything's going against you. If you have 1 contract, I would not blame you if you got out here, okay? I'm not saying that this is not like the point to flip, but we're going to talk about this in a minute because I'm going to show you something else. You got scared right here, right? And you got out. I don't blame you, not bad. But what should have happened is it never, ever once broke below VWAP. So I wouldn't touch it and you could let it continue to run. If it would have came down here and started dancing on VWAP and you had the color change and the super trend, that would for sure tell me, okay, I need to be thinking about getting out at this point, right? So do you see how we have these different critical levels that you need to be considering? If you're 1 contract, you can just ride it longer. Because if you get in and out and in and out and all that crap, which you probably can't, that's the reason why you're in 1. You need to play it a little differently. I wanted you to buy 1 contract, which would have been in here, both of you, 2-minute EWO and scalpers, and I wanted you to feel all of this. Haven't I been saying this?
Yes.
Yes.
Now,
Coach, quick question.
Yep.
So in a situation like I planned to stay in Tesla all day yesterday because all the indicators were there. However, I got stopped out and I didn't even realize before it was too late and it just ran away from me.
Well, the first thing I'd figure out is how would you ever get stopped out on this play, right? So something didn't jive if you got stopped out ever at any point during this whole thing. Because if you bought here and your stop was here,
none of this could have ever possibly stopped you out, right?
Yeah, maybe I had my stop too tight then.
Yeah, so what's going on is it's moving up and you're pulling your stop, and it goes up and you're pulling your stop. You're just way too tight inside of here, right? When you get these clear, definitive runs like this, let them go. Leave the stop alone. You already know you've got your stop at or above what you paid, right? Leave it alone. Now, this all came from Apple, which I told all of you. I even said to some of you, like, stop looking at everything else. You should be in Apple, right?
You did say
Apple.
Yes.
Here goes Apple. This was the break right here. Whether you were 2-minute EWO or if you purchased this on the scalp of our pre-market setup, right? That was Apple. Okay, so you bought here, and this is your stop. At or above what you paid. It never once came back ever to tell you to get out, correct?
Correct.
Man, that's when the EWOs are pretty. We don't have to deal with the chop.
I just want to ask a question. I was just watching here one of the hot stop a long time ago, and I'm looking here and it seems that in the bid and the ask is $1 million for a big limit.
Man, that's low.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. It means
You guys hear that?
I see what you're talking about. The level 2.
No, this video got pretty low.
It means there's 1 million orders getting ready to execute if that pulls to 1365. That's exactly what that means. Which means I would use that as a support level, right? Does that make sense? Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Now somebody wants to know. Okay, good. Let me train you on this.
There's a order for that million at that price, right?
Correct. So let me explain this to everybody, which it now disappeared, which is funny. So somebody pulled it out. Level 2s. Do you see this? This is called level 2. All of these are orders to buy. You know how you guys can place a limit order and you can say, hey, I want to buy 1,000 shares at 13 cents. See it?
Yes.
When you see this, you know that 117,000 shares, $13. So if you put a line on your chart at $13, that's going to be a strong support level because as soon as it touches, everybody's going to buy it. If everybody's going to buy it there, where do you think it's going to go? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So
Let me go out and come back in and see if that helps
So
it.
you use that as a support level, just like if you
Let's try this again.
Don, you don't think that was just a low video, or you had did something?
Yeah,
I
that's
was
why I
thinking.
got out and came back in.
Okay, I thought it was just a low video.
Um,
My bad.
yeah,
I'm sorry. I had myself muted. I
I
was
think
talking to
it was.
myself. I was trying to tell you.
I noticed when I listen to them, sometimes they are.
That one was loud.
And then put a stop loss on the
Yeah, because I jumped out.
Yeah, I can hear this one. All right, I'm about to go back into my hole.
Contract and strike price. Yeah.
if you paid, let's say $1.45, right?
Yep.
Your stop loss is $1.45.
Oh, so like, but the free share on a contract different though.
What I'm trying to right now, let's look at this together. Let's look at Tesla. Can you see my screen?
Yep. Okay.
183 is the break. That means you would have bought this at 1004. So if I went to options, what did I say? 183. There is no 183. There will be a 185. Here it is. 1004 is going to be exactly right here. Let me create a vertical line right here. This means I paid exactly $1.93 for that contract. You see it? What did I say? So as soon as it breaks above $1.93, stop at $1.93, and then you can manipulate it, put it anywhere you want. And what I'm trying to train everybody in here is that as long as this doesn't break back down through, you can have your stop anywhere in here and make money, right? No matter what, this trade is massively successful, right? It's up $1.
Yep.
So
worst
case scenario, you'd put a stop, what, 221? Or it could be, once it gets down below VWAP, so 210, see it? That's how you control it with a contract.
So you're just so now that you're just using the table, your option table instead of the shares table.
Chart, correct.
Oh, okay. I was trying to find a correlation
chart.
Yep. Yeah, I was trying to correlate that with the shares chart, like the VWAPs and stuff.
Yeah.
So you just use the option chart.
That is correct. If you're trading options, you use an options chart. If you're in shares, you use the shares chart, right?
I see.
Yep. But you can see right here to the exact penny, I can manipulate it wherever I want. See it?
Yep.
And then if I have my stop, it's sitting on the screen.
Yep.
And then I can do whatever I want with it. If you're like, hey, I'm comfortable collecting 245, or if it was up here around 280, or you're like, hey, I don't want it to pull back below this 247.
Is that an option VWAP same as the shared VWAP?
It's very close, yes.
Okay.
Very close. You see how Apple's heavy down here?
Yep.
This is getting heavy. I'm not now sitting in here blindly going, this is going to go to the moon anymore. The reason is, it did this a couple times. Pulled back here, here, here. See them? It's pulling back more. It's pulling back more than it is continuing to go up again, right? So now, because we've been letting it run to the moon, just don't let it come back below this 163.10. See it here? Because if it does, it's most likely going to then come down to VWAP because it's already touched this twice in a row in succession too fast right here. See it? I don't like that move. That's all I'm looking at. But other than that, Tesla we had on the downside to break 190.31. That is this red line right here. It never came back. Okay. Then the nice thing is you also got a 2-minute. So you got to run this all the way down. This one right here retired you at least for the rest of the year. Right? And then this one ran up and then wherever you collected profits. So that was off the 2-minute. So you got to run it down with the pre-market and you got to run it up with the 2-minute EWO. Does everybody see that?
Yes.
You need to pay attention.
Yes, Coach.
Because I mean that's this is what I call those account changers, right? If all you had to do was go in there, and for some of you, if you're in panic mode, listen, one contract of Tesla here, which by the way, this is probably 200% move, right? So even if it was a $400 contract, you just made $800 profit on that move. Then you got to play off the 2-minute here, and you probably got another 40 to 50% run right here. You're talking 250% run.
That's crazy.
Off these 2 moves. That's 2 trades. So it required nothing, right? $400, and your risk would have been about $40, 10%, right? Now, this one was choppier.
Okay, this is for you scalpers. If we're looking at like SPY, which was really chopped, right? It broke the pre-market up here. You barely made anything at all. Broke down, you made a couple bucks, pop back up, you need to be out, hold back down, and there you go. There's your payday, right? Never came back till way over here. So if you guys are scalping these ranges, right? Even something like this, it pops to the upside and your stop is down here, right? Very minimal. Same thing here. You entered here, your stop is here, you got paid on this little move, right? It breaks back through, you're out, it breaks back down, there's your move, right? So start watching those. I mean, the other thing, obviously, is you could have got in on these little 2-minute EWOs and you could have got paid too, right? But I'm just saying, if you're using these pre-markets, use them. This is why I'm telling you guys to call them out. And I also said that they're going to be critical all day long, right? It's nice because most of the time they happen at the bell because they'll pull really hard or they'll pop really hard. But you can use them all day if you guys are going to scalp. You guys understand that, right? Yeah, that's what I'm doing this fine, coach. Good, good. Right here, Netflix. Here's another payday situation, all right? Netflix right here, the break of 344.68, if you're looking at your pre-market setup from yesterday, is this move. It never, ever, ever, ever comes back even close to VWAP till here. Well, guess what? You should have already been out anyways, and now you're in your 2-minute EWO. Same situation. Do you see how this is going to pay you? One contract of Netflix, probably, I don't know, $600-800. You could even go super far out of the money. You can buy $100, $200, right? Whatever it is, right here. There's your payday, okay? Telling you directional change. Right here is your first 2-minute EWO because it's larger than the rest, which means you bought it somewhere in here and you got paid the rest of the day to the upside. Does everybody see that? You wrote it down, you wrote it up. 2 trades, minimal risk, congratulations. Have to take advantage of those. That's what this pre-market is for. I'm just kind of going down the list to see what these look like. Here you go. Apple, I said if it breaks 164.99, there's your downside hammer, right? Guess what it did at the open? I said give it a couple cents. Go ahead and hammer it. Look at it. Barely candle broke through it, and goodbye. See it? There's your ride to the downside. There's your 2-minute EWO to the upside. You rode it up the rest of the day. So you rode it down on pre-market, up on your 2-minute. Do you see it?
Yes, coach.
Yes, sir.
For sure.
So while you guys are like, I don't know what to do, stop. You know exactly what to do. You know exactly when to do it. Google to the downside was 106.11. That's this red mark right here. Now this one waited because this one popped up. It broke through. You could have did it here, very small, and then it did it here again. Goodbye, lights out. Go ahead and collect all your money. You see how that one happened twice? Same thing though, broke through here, okay, stops here. It did it again within the next 2 minutes, broke through here, bye-bye, right? Yep. Here's the other thing that I need you guys to pay attention to, all right? Because a lot of times you're scaring yourselves out of all of this money. The break was here. Did it come back ever through VWAP again?
Nope.
So should you be getting rid of it?
Nope.
There you go. Do you see how easy that is? And some of you are like, well, coach, I got scared out on this move. Well, why'd you get scared out? You bought it up here, right? Oh, this one scared me. Why? Oh, coach, I didn't like why. You bought it here, right? You could have rolled this all day if you wanted to, because right here's VWAP, right? You still would have collected. If you rolled this all day, you still could have collected all the way to here, right? Again, you guys get the advantage
that you get to ride it all day and stare at it. If you're in it, you get to stare at it all day. I don't get to do that. You do. Amazon. The poll was 103.77. Do you see it right here? There it is. Did it ever come back? Did it ever one time break VWAP?
Nope.
Nope. So are you supposed to get out? Nope. Nope. How many of you did? All of you. Do you understand now?
Yes.
I want at least one contract, which with Amazon is going to cost you about $40. Your risk is about $5 to $10. That is if it breaks above the breakout line that you had of pre-market to the downside, right? And you doubled your money at least on this. At minimum, you doubled your money. Probably times and a half. 1.5 times, maybe 2. All right?
Dawn, I'm gonna head out.
Bye, David. Have a good weekend.
All right, you got a cup for me. Set up. Notice
I'll post it. We're gonna be able to do a Zoom on Monday.
Out of our pre-market setup we discussed this morning. You see it? 4 cents. Here we go. See if Mara can break 884 and hold. If it cannot, it can only go down, right? Which was right here. You wrote it up and you wrote it down. Yes? This move. Up, broke, down, right? Right there is your stop on the short. Everybody see it? Okay, good. Same drill here. If this breaks here, there's your long, there's your stop. If it cannot break 884, where's it going? Yes?
Going down.
That's right.
And there it goes down.
Yep. It hasn't yet. Don't, not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. Yep.
Almost the same thing on Riot.
Yep. Look at Tesla, super heavy.
Taking another try.
Tesla, yeah, and it shouldn't be. It should not be trying again this early, should it? No. It should have been come down, bounce up, come down, bounce up.
So today's VIP, I wrote that cover call on Tesla, and now it's at 27%. If that thing, continues to pull.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
boy.
you cash it again today, right?
Before noon.
Yep.
Yes. On Stride, I got stopped out when I made 500 on it. It's just going sideways.
That's awesome.
Does it look like, what time should I get back in? Looks like we're starting to go up now.
Let me look.
I've been keeping an eye on it, but it hasn't really been moving.
Okay, okay.
Sideways.
Here comes a master class. You ready?
Yes.
This is a beautiful channel of trading. Let me show you. Right here. So every time it's touching 810, there's your buy. Every time it touches 845, that's your sell. Do you see it?
It's on SPRY, right?
SPRY, yep. You guys see it? Master class, right here. Ding, 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 ding. See it? There it is. If it breaks 845, that's you to the upside with a stop at 845. But I'm telling you, every time it touches right here, that's around that 810 range. Put it in. Have a couple cent stop loss there. Look at 845. You're welcome. You see it? It just did it again. This is a huge 25 to 35 cent range. As soon as this gets filled up in here, it's got nowhere else to go. It's either going to break this trend line to the upside or it's going to break down here through your support. But you see how the time is small now? If this breaks the trend line in either direction, through it or down through support, hammer it, right?
Yes, but on the 1 minute, the 200 moving average is fixing to meet the point right there.
Yeah.
What do your 1 minute see what that looks like? I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know if that's going to make a difference or not.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, look at this thing though, right? This thing, waiting to go. That thing is ready to pop or drop.
Exactly. It's trending down, so.
Exactly. So the way I'd be scalping is every time it touches this trend line, I buy puts or I short it. And then I have a tight stop loss every single time as soon as it touches this trend line. Every single time, right? And then every time it touches 180.72, I'm buying calls or longs because it's touched it twice. You see it here?
Yes.
So I mean, these are no brainers. These ones are real easy as long as you know what you're looking for, and now you all do. Right here, if this does not break this trend line, it's going straight back down into this channel. Hey,
So it's got to establish and stay, right?
There's your pop. Tesla pop trend line. There it is. Hammer it. You're going to use this trend line only for this candle to see if this is going to pop back down into here. But I told you this was getting ready to make a decision, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the move. And now look how tight this space is, by the way. This has got nowhere to go now. It has to create a big move. That's a good straddle position too, right? Because it had to go up or it had to go down from this exact range it's sitting in, right? But it bounced. I mean, if you think about it, it bounced off of 180.73 and it has not come back since then. It broke through this trend line and now you're to the upside. That's it. It doesn't get any better than that. Because a lot of times you don't have that much information to clue you in on what it's doing, right? That's like the perfect set. There we go. Look at it breaking now. It's going to be a massive move with that break down through this trend line again.
It's 8
Yeah, this thing's crazy. Crazy right here. See the long wick on the bottom? Still strong on the up. To the up.
Carter whispering.
But look at this. So now you've got, look at down, down, down. This is a tough spot. It was great when it broke the trend to here. This is tougher.
Hammer.
Yeah, this is still undecided. Straddle. Let it figure out what it wants to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can have one up, you can have one down, and then when it makes a decision, cut the other one. So 185.40 is a double top, everyone. And it doesn't need to be there, by the way. It's already considered right now a double top. You do not have to touch it. Do you see it?
Yeah.
So this is now considered a double top. So be careful in this range. If it does not break and hold, where is it going there?
Straight down.
He has a way around.
Yep.
Damn.
Yep. If it does break and hold, where is it going?
Up. Weed.
We've been stressing on the double tops and double bottoms for a while now, right?
Uh-huh.
They're critical for your information. They're some of the biggest traded plays in the market is doubles and triples.
Especially if you're scalping, they're great.
Yep, absolutely. And if not, you guys are still riding the 2-minute EWO ride, right? And you really don't care because look at the 2-minute. You got in here, which was here, right? Came up here, you could have scalped some, came up here, pulled back, you could have got rid of some more, it came down here and you would have got out, right? Because that's the break and hold of VWAP. So 2-minute EWO, you would have collected here, here, finished inside of here when it broke VWAP. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's exactly what your 2-minute would have looked like for you guys today on Tesla. Showing a sign here, this is what's crazy. Let me draw this out. So it's still bullish. It's still bullish. Hold on. Remember how we do this every time? But this one's a little harder to tell. You see it right here?
Yeah, that's what I have too. I've got my lines drawn, and it's just at this pivot point right here that I'm like, where are you gonna go?
Yeah, it really is. This is a nice bull flag. So I'm not super concerned, but we do have some indicators that are starting to give us threatening signs, right? You see your super trend here. You can also see down here that buyers are fading. You see right here on your EWO.
Yeah.
But honestly, as long as it's staying above VWAP, just depending upon how much you have in, what your risk tolerance is, and of course where you got in to know, is this still viable for you to be in there now? Because otherwise what you're looking at is this channel that it's in, right? there, right? So I don't like it breaking 312.66 because that's where it touched just a second ago. And it's got all this downward pressure to the downside. What that means, if this breaks this 312.66, this could then try to make a flush back down to VWAP before it decides what it wants to do again.
Okay.
I can see
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I can see other critical levels like 312.09 is one. Let me see. I can see one. But 312.42. But honestly, if it was me and I'm in a call, I don't like it below 312.66. I just don't. I can always re-enter later again, but I want to collect the money back. You know, just like this. So with Uber, its critical level is going to be this, which is 40. So Uber has to stay above 40. Otherwise, same thing. It can try to pull back down to VWAP. And it's a whole number, right? Amazon new low a day. Shop's completely flat. Let me show you what shop looks like. See how it's heavy on the vine? Doesn't mean it's not going to come back, but look at the difference here. Let me draw this for you. See how it's heavy? What I mean by that is it goes up nicely, and now the vine's starting to curve that way, right? You see it? Kind of like fruit pulling down the vine. That's what I always think of. You see how it's heavy? That's what I always watch for. I don't like that. The other thing, if I'm in shop that I'm looking at, is the channel where it is now. This is the channel right here. So it has to stay above 63.35. This is its trading channel right now. It's sitting inside of, which is this. See it? So we get to use a combination of our scalp strategy along with the 2-minute and everything else with all of our indicators, resistance and support, and this channel, and that's going to tell you what it can possibly do from this level, right? Now everybody again collect.
Yes.
Okay. Now you take some more off where you had 50 or 50%, or you had 5 contracts. Shave more. You see how this works? Now here's what's nice. This is what's nice about this. You've made money from here to up here on your first collection. And you made money, which is the same spot, from here to here on the next set. Do you see how this works? Profit, 50%. Profit, 20%. You have 30% to ride. Does that make sense, everyone? All right.
Hey, Coach, where do you go to collect a percentage instead of collecting the whole thing?
Same thing. You just do a order sell, except you change the quantity you had. So here was 5. Here was 3 or 2, whatever you want to do. What do? I always do 5, 2, 2, 1. Okay. So right here would have been 5, 50%. Right here would have been another 20%. Right here would be another 20%. You have 1 left. Yes? You see how this works? Boom. And now you're down here. This will be your last. This is where the buck stops. Right here.
That's where you get kicked out.
Does that make sense, everyone? I need you on this page with me right now.
Yeah, boom.
All right. Thank you. That is how you make your money. So again, let me draw it on the screen. You bought here. I don't care if you scalped or 2-minute. They were the exact same location, right? You shaved up when it pulled back. Here's 50%. You shaved again when it pulled back. There was 20%. You shaved again right here. That's 20%. You now have 10% or 1 contract if you had 10. Now this is what you need to look at. You bought it here. So you had 1 up to here, 1 here. If you look at the average of 50, 20, 20, you guys all see my screen, right? That means your average is going to be about right here or a little higher. Do you see that?
We do.
All right. Now, If this decides to run again later, because it doesn't mean it's done, we don't know. When should you look at a re-entry, everyone? Right here. 171.
New high day when it's new high day.
That's right. So your re-entry will be above 174, and your stop will be right below it. Because if it touches the ceiling again, it has to break and hold, or guess where it's going to go again? Yes? Okay, good. Because now you guys know, you all know, and you should be charting it out. Your level of resistance is 174. That's a hard level of resistance.
But the important part that I wanted to point out is I risked 0.1% of my account. I got in Tesla on the break of VWAP, and I've been kicking myself for a while that I only got in with one contract. But then I started looking at that, and I looked at my risk to reward, and I risked 0.1% of my account, and I made 10%.
That is awesome. You made 10% of your total account?
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Dude,
Great
that
job,
rocks.
partner. How's that feel?
It feels really good.
That's beautiful, man. The risk to reward ratio was perfect. You went in. What do I always say, everyone? Small position size, base hits, which equals less risk, right? Higher reward, and your single hit right here just turned into a home run derby on you, right?
Yep.
And that's it. And by the way, if Truckin had 3 of his worst days he's ever had, the maximum amount of risk that he could ever have on his total account is 3%, which means he just made off of this one trade with low risk. He just made back over 3 of his worst trading days he's ever had. Does that make sense, everyone?
Yes.
That is awesome.
To the upside, 428.84. To the downside, it's moving in on that right now, 428.23. That's SPY. Netflix right here at 416 or above. Market, by the way, as you can already tell, is green today. Doesn't mean it's going to stay that way, but today it was green. Yesterday I told you it was red. We'll see what it does. Netflix 416 to the upside, below 408 to the downside. Let's see, Google to the upside, 128.11. Earlier, right here, 128.08. Google, I'm sorry about that, Bruno. 128.08. To the downside, 127.60. That's for Google. Let's see, Amazon. Amazon to the upside above 126.59. To the downside, we can get in this earlier. Hold on a minute. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, looks better. Or below 126.16. It's almost there now. Half an hour to the bell. Don't forget, if it breaks one of those pre-market critical levels, let it go a little bit. That doesn't mean just hammer right into it. You could get a fake out. This one we're going to have to go down here because this is going to be a bigger level. Yeah, it did it right here too the day before. See this? It's 269.69 range. So we're going to say below 269.61 to the downside. This is for Meta. I think we can do it here early. And above 271 to the upside. That's Meta. Look at NVIDIA cranking away again. Doing all the NVIDIA things. All right, NVIDIA to the upside, 390.24. Let's see, to the downside, 387.23. Mara to the upside, 995. To the downside, 986. Ford, 1301 to the upside. This one we're going to have to go right here. 1296 to the downside. That's for Ford. 355.56 on the Qs to the upside. Oh, right here. No. Yeah. 354.85 to the downside. That's for the Qs. AMD, To the upside, 124.89. Coach is so mean to me. To the downside, 123.92. Does everybody see it? Netflix above 405.79 or below 404.19 to the downside. That's Netflix. Apple. It's already up here. I'm gonna just a little bit more. Apple above 180.50. Apple looking nice. Or right here. I know it's really tight and it might hit this. We'll see. And below 179.69. That's Apple. 6 minutes, 15 seconds to the bell. I'm watching. Don't worry. Google to the downside. Below 126.43. To the upside. 126.88. That's Google. Let's see. Amazon. Let me get rid of all these. I think we get to this one early. I know it's at 80 though. Let's just wait. Let's just be safe. 125.80 to the upside. That was key off of yesterday's pre-market high and pre-market, or I'm sorry, yesterday's market high and pre-market. Do you see this? By the way, if Amazon gets up here, you already know that's going to be a super, super, super level of resistance, okay? Play it. 125.34 to the downside on Amazon. Let's see. Meta to the downside, 270.29. To the upside, 271.64. That's Meta. 4 minutes, 50 seconds to the bell. I got it. NVIDIA to the upside above 390.50. To the downside, 389. I think we get this early. Nope, we can't. 389.27 to the downside. Watch for NVIDIA pull at the open. But for you new people, or anybody that's not used to trading, I would love for you to buy and hold one contract and see what you can do with it, right? As long as it's a break-even trade, there's no risk, right? The biggest risk could be is, let's say you bought Ford and it, over pulls back, you lose $10, right? So if you're new to trading and you look at something like a Ford, let me see, what was our Ford break-even? Here, I can tell you what it should have been. It should have been right here. 1231 should have been what Ford was. So if you look at that 1231, which was pre-market high, by the way, it never hit. Right there's your put. See it? Comes back around, starting to indicate what to do differently. Do you see the color change right here, ladies and gentlemen? It's already telling you, hey, you're about to get your face ripped off, right? So that was the trade. Remember, if you guys are scalping, okay, remember this is different than the 2-minute EWO, but if you are scalping, it doesn't break the key critical level, right? If this does not pop to the upside, where's it going to go, everybody? Downtown. That's right. So like downtown, what do you want to buy? That's right. And then you guys can see all of this right here, right? Everything going on underneath the surface of the water, right? If this is the water up here, this is underneath. And right here, you can see the sellers were in control, and then flip the buyers, right? Which is also indicated here, right? These are a lot of warning signs. You saw it up here, could not break. Super trend is your friend. It's telling you go ahead. It's pulling to the downside. You see a color correction change. I'm scalping. I'm getting out on VWAP. Does that make sense? Here's your put with a stop just above. Let me show you this trade. In case any of you are also new to scalping this. What this looks like is we buy the put. We buy the put here, right? Pulls back, that's our money. Where does our stop go then? Well, the stop's going to go just above the critical level, right? So whatever that critical level is, all the time, that's where your stop is. So it's at or above what you paid. It's up, does it again, nothing, comes down, breaks down, right here. This would be your call. You see the call? Up. And then it rides. There's your put. You can see it's trying to touch it a bunch of times, doesn't really do anything, and then that's what it looks like. But so that's what your scalp should always look like, by the way. That's up here in the ceiling. But down here, right at the gate, right at the open on this scalp, right here is your put. And then your stop is at or above what you paid, because you don't want it to go back above 1231, right? Because we already know if it goes back above 1231, where's it going?
Up.
Right? So right here is your put. You're writing this down. You're watching the traffic. Right there is your change. That's a for sure. You want to be looking at getting out, just depending where it was. Now, if this did this all day, and then we saw it change colors, I'm not concerned anymore about it, right? Because I've got all this profit. But when it does it right here out of the gate, when I'm in it, and it just flips, I don't want nothing to do with it, right? So, and you can see right here. So you made money on your put. Right here, as soon as this breaks, there's your call. Where's your stop go, everybody?
Just right below it.
That's right. And why is that?
Because it could pull back. If
That's
it
right.
can't break and hold.
That's right. And if it pulls back, it's going to pull back hard. If it's going to pop, it's going to pop hard. And there it goes, right? You could do a straddle here. You could have same expiration. You could have one call, one put, one stop on each side of the fence for either one. As soon as the other one breaks loose, it would stop out your put, and there goes your call, right? Again, keep an eye on SoFi. I've already posted the hot stock picks for you guys. Let's go over them real quick. You can see a ton of volume came into ARDS, also WLGS. This is another one to keep an eye on. WLGS right here, you guys want to be watching for that break of 228, but you can see a ton of resistance is going to be here at 224. See it right here? It stopped every time it's touched it. Here, 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 and working its way back up, all right? But definitely be keeping an eye on WLGS today. You guys see that one?
Yeah.
ARDS, this one's starting to fade. You can see the Elliott down here is also showing fade. But as soon as this gets volume, because it's at one, it's already at its average day volume right now. So if this gets more volume, you could have a nice pop from that, okay? VQS, also getting some decent volume here. This one, though, I wouldn't be watching until well above VWAP. So really the critical level on this one is going to be around this 42.7. Oops, that just moved. Hold on. Yeah, right here. 42.98, so really about 43. And the reason I got this one is if you look in here, here, and here, that's going to be a critical level. So anything from here to here, you can collect, but it is going to be a little bit more dangerous until you're above 43. That's going to be your VQS. Same thing here, though, with MRKR. You can already see we've got a triple top here in the pre-market. It's already at the triple top now. As long as it stays above VWAP, breaks this 1943, you're going to have a move back up here to 2. As you guys know, 2 is going to be your natural resistance because it's a whole number. So if, big if, but if, put this on your chart, if MRKR can break $2, you should have a nice run on that, okay? We'll see what it does. This needs volume. It's already up 42%. It's very cheap. It's a penny stock, meaning anything under $5. You could have something really nice there today. VTGN, same thing here on VTGN. You got 3 million.
I remember
volume, so it's
VTGN.
already almost at its average day volume. keep an eye on this. I'd really be watching for the break right here, which is around 0.21 cents, almost 0.22. If it does, this might be the move for you guys. It'll be about VWAP. You'll get some room. Again, just be careful from VWAP up to 21.6. Let's see. Now this one's a new one that's popping off just now, starting to get some decent volume. Let me look at it though. It's only 186. I saw this early this morning. We're gonna put this on our radar because if this starts to get any type of volume again, this could really move because it's got such a low flow. But keep an eye on this one today as well. JEWL. I saw it in here earlier this morning. We're gonna have to really keep an eye on that one though. TRV, of course, we've had that in our hot stock picks. Go ahead.
I was going to say they acquired a stake in artificial intelligence solutions provider Next Gen AI. That's why they're popping. Looks like.
Yep. So hopefully that'll be a nice one. Previous hot stock pick here as well. BRFS. We're going to put that on our watch list for today. It just now started to get a little bit more volume here at this very end. We'll keep an eye on that. I'm adding that now. Just be careful of that. Now this one might be, like you said here, Mitch, this one might be a good one to actually scoop up a Danny DeVito toe while it's sitting here on VWAP at 32%. It's at 250K. It's almost double its normal average, and there it goes. Somebody's listening.
Yeah.
But this one might be a decent one. Like I'm going to scoop up a very small amount here, just to have something, just to have some skin in the game. So right here, so basically I put in $635. Listen, if this thing pops up 50 cents, I made $300. If this thing drops right 50%, which would be over the day, well, then I'm only going to be out $300. So this is one of those, I can set it, forget it, not really worry about it. Again, it's always better to try to dabble with some, like you guys might do, 10 or 100 or whatever you're comfortable with, if it even makes sense. If it doesn't, don't worry about it. If it's not the trade for you, don't worry about it. But this is one of those, again, like I said, I can set this, even if this pulled back. Like if this thing lost, think about it. If this lost 30%, it's going to be 30 cents, right? $150 is my risk. If it loses every cent it's made since pre-market, I'll lose $150.
He makes it look so easy.
When I'm doing this with 500 shares and I'm scalping it like that, and I make $100 to $300 every time I click go, it adds up a lot. Right here, you see this? This is now I've shorted it, right? Now it wants to pull right here. Boom, and it makes that little bit of move. There's $100. Then it comes back up, and if it breaks 269.19, I jump in it. Boom, there's $100. I can do this constantly.
Amazon's still approaching that 125.50, 124.50.
Thank you. Checking it now. Yep, I see
it. Yeah, it's still in that range.
Yeah, now look. What did we talk about on this one? I told you guys to take advantage every time, right? Here it is. Here it is. There it is. Comes down here. Look at this trading channel. Right? Look at that. That is scalper's paradise, isn't it? Now, Tesla. The fact that it's staying up so high is bullish. Boom, I'm in the trade. There it goes. Sell it. Just made $30. Do you understand how fast, how I can maneuver this? This is very bullish on Tesla, by the way. Like, I can't stress that enough. Oh, Coach, what do you think it's going to do? Well, I already told you, right? I can tell off of the move, you're getting volume. It's skyrocketing. And I told you it wanted to come back up to this channel anyways. But I said if it can break and hold 269.19, didn't I say where it would go? Well, there you go.
I just played that range again, Coach. 124.50 to 124.19.
I said it every time, right? It's the third time I played it. I made money each time. Nice job. Dude, listen, what you're doing is you're starting to get in a good rhythm. And right, you see how it touched right here? That is what you sell.
Yeah.
Boom. And then it goes back to the upside, right? So sell long, sell short, sell long, sell short. Over and over and over and over and over again. Until it breaks one side or the other, and then hang on. Because like right here, the fact that this came right back and a long candle, you could get now a push to the upside. And because you would be in the long off the bounce of 124.19, you get to ride it. If it pulls back, sell it. But this is bullish right here. Do you see how this candle looks different than all the previous candles?
Yes, sir.
Look at that shit.
Coming off that triple bottom too.
Now you're in a new range. It did not pull back immediately. Still sitting up. Now what I'd do is I'd have a stop right here at 124.50 again. And there you go. And that's exactly what I told you. Do you see the difference?
Wow.
Yep, I like space here above VWAP. So just like this, right? The things that I love about trading VWAP. Here, I'll show you. I'll just go small so you can see it. VWAP is at 563. What I would do is I'm going to go in here. I'm going to put a stop at 562. Right there. The reason that is because if it can't stay above VWAP, why would I long that, right? So my risk is pennies compared to the potential upside, which is back up to 576. See it? I don't need to have a big, giant open risk because I already know the strength is off of VWAP. Are you guys following me with that?
That's huge.
Strength of VWAP. I don't need to put a risk when if it can't hold, where is it going to go? I'll give you one hint. Yeah, that's right. So why would I put a bunch of inherent risk when I should have my stop right here, which I did, for the potential move to go to the upside? Because if it can't, there's only one place to go.
Expose the cranium. And this is super good information, Coach. I mean, just again, going back to the risk reward.
Yes.
You know, you have the chance. That big candle paid back.
That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And in my mind, right, I know I do this fast a lot, but in my mind, I'm always calculating this. See the double top on MSTR? So this is going down. Where's it going to go? Right to here. Now it's at a critical level, and I could trade off of this level. I can do it every time. If this stays below 328.50, I'm going to short it. Where's it going to go if it goes below there? Most likely close to VWAP. Right? If not, so I'm going to short it. I'd have a stop right here. There's my puts. As it gets closer, I shed. If I had 10, I get rid of 50%. This is the move right there. If it pops back up, so what? My stop is so tight here, I don't care. The risk to reward is, this is the risk. This is the reward. Does that make sense? That is how you need to be as a trader. But in my head, I'm always thinking about that. And there's your pull. There's your payoff. Didn't I just say that? That's the pull off or payoff, right? There it goes. Did everybody see it? That's live for you. But I can do this.
Got me some of that, Coach.
I can do this over and over and over and over and over. I can do this 6,000 times a day. I hope that makes sense to everybody. Like, I'm not trading because I'm training you. Did anybody get in, by the way, while I was discussing it, did anybody get into MSTR on that?
I sure did. Eating it up. Thank you, Coach.
Very welcome. This is what I mean. So if you guys look at these and we start practicing our risk to reward ratio, look at your risk was so small and your payoff, by the way, you should be making a ton of money. A ton. That is a $3 3-point move. 328 to 325. That is a 3-point move, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Muln. Here we go. Perfect example again. Look at the risk to reward. I'm going to enter now. I'm in. Right here. $8.32 is my stop. Close. Stop. $8.32. Let's see where it puts it. 8.30. I don't even know if it'll let me do that. Oh, yep. Why is that? Because it's right below VWAP. And then, right, because I know my risk, right, because I know how many shares I have, and I know what my risk to reward is. Because the other thing I can do is I could just scoot this up tighter, right? But I want this to have a little bit of range. Why? Because I have $300 in the trade. If I had, see there, boom, again, do I want to be in the trade if it can't stay above VWAP?
No.
Not at all. No. Hell no. Exactly. Now right here. Now what it did is it touched that one. I was off by 0.2 cents. It hit 183. So I should have been 183, but whatever. The moral of the story is if it cannot hold, and this is why I love trading around VWAP, especially with these smalls, and then I can go smalls, small entries. Because the risk to reward is huge. Look at the reward. It's up here around $1.99. And my risk was what? Maybe $1.50 risk I put in there because I had $300 total. And it moved less than 2 cents, right? So again, always with the risk, which was here. Well, let me rephrase that. I bought it like here, and the risk was to here. This is my risk zone, but my reward zone was from here to here. You see the difference? Look at the difference. I will take that trade all day long. That is at least a 5-to-1. Sure, it costed me $1.50, right? But it could have made off of this, right? $20, $10, whatever it would have been. SPY, by the way, pulling right here, just like this, right here. Look, where are we at? This is in your video. Look at where you're at. You see this? This is a triple bottom. You should already know what to do. Here, here, and here. Look how long it took to get back here. Big moves. If that cannot hold here, where is it going to go? If it breaks and holds, where is it going to go? So isn't this a nice one to trade? Right here. There it goes long. There it goes.
Calls are dirt cheap.
Oh yeah, but look at it. So right here, if I bought them, I could have a stop at, this 434.33. Why? Risk to reward. This is my risk. This is my reward. Do you see it? What is the rule, guys? How do we determine a break and hold?
Either a big long candle above or the next candle closes above.
There you go. And isn't this a big long candle?
Yes.
Yep. So why? So let's do this. Why would I say it's good off a long candle? Can anybody explain why?
Because you've got a lot of volume. Regress down.
Because it takes a long time, that's right, to come back. Nice one. Mara getting ready to pull right here. Sign of weakness. Let me show you. You see where this is at? Mara. Mara on the break of 962 to the downside. Does everybody see this? Actually, let me go to these wicks because it stopped every time. 961. If Mara can break below 961, do you guys see it?
Yes, sir.
Right here, right here, right here. Guess what? So this is either going to be a critical level of support and a bounce to the upside, or it's going to break right through and head back to 956, which is where we had our upper level pre-market to the upside. So everybody get ready, right? Pay attention to that. It's close right here. This could reject and go all the way back up to VWAP. Just keep an eye on it. I don't get the luxury of staring at it all day. You do. When I give you those call outs, now it's on your radar and now you're staring at it, right? Okay. Yeah, because you were in the beginning of the trade and it changes colors, you get out. If you were, if it was way up and it changes colors, you don't worry so much because you're still so much in profit. But if you are in the beginning of the trade, which this is, yes, you immediately would get out because it changed color. Yep. Let me show you this. Does everybody watch my screen? You see this? We don't have an entry on this one until one of these candles. And it's really questionable on this candle because they're not bigger than the previous candles. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
These on them, do we? That's a sign of weakness, right?
Right on. Right
So
on.
until it goes bigger, bingo, and then we're in the trade somewhere in here, rock and roll. You just made more money than you ever had, and all you had to do was look down here.
Did you pick up that resistance line from not just the?
Yeah, I did it from previous right here. It's from yesterday's post market. See this?
Okay.
Yep. And then, of course, so right here, you can draw one out. This is the strongest one. 88.30 is going to be the strongest resistance you're going to get all day. See it?
I see it.
So then what I do is I color code this green, like there's the promised land. If it breaks that, I'm a gazillionaire. But then I watch each one of these levels as they come up. So here's one, which, by the way, you can see it right here. See it?
Yep.
Then you got one here. So the next thing I would do is then I would draw this one out. There you go. So there's every level of resistance on your way through each one of those channels.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
So listen, who was in that AMD that you were up 60%? Do you see what I'm talking about?
I'm still in it, Coach. And honestly, when I told you when I got into it when I did,
yeah.
I was scalping, but it looked strong, and I just said, I'm going to stay in it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. Just, now listen, this is funny you got in on a scalp, but you know what I would do? Treat it as a 2-minute, right? Because you got lucky, you got in at the right time, right? Because this told you to buy, which would have been back here, by the way, which you would have been in, and now go ahead, right? Run it. But I told you.
This one played earlier. I think it must be on a shuffle.
Right?
Yeah.
And then I'm telling you, it'll take all the pressure away. All of it will go away. It'll fade. Now you're coming up on the next hard level of resistance. So right here, if you had 10 contracts, shave 2, right? Or 3 or 5 or whatever you're comfortable with. You've already made all the money from here to here, right?
Yeah.
And then if it decides to pull back and rip again, you're still in the game. But now you don't have so much that if it then decides to bleed all the way back down to VWAP, right, and you lose the profit.
All right, guys, that'll bring today's watch party to a close. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. Let me go ahead and minimize that. Close it out. Yep. That was cool. You guys still with me? Are you sleeping up there?
No, I did fall asleep earlier, but I forgot I had my mic on mute. So I was talking to you, but you couldn't hear me. I've been muting myself today, so I got a lot going on, friend. You know,
I can imagine.
I'm
Yeah,
worn
no.
out. I'm worn out. The farmers market did it to me. The farmers market, whatever. Yeah, yeah. Tell Sheila I went to the farmers market today. Okay, every first of the month.
She'd be
It's because my
proud.
daddy get the little. My daddy get the little free. You know what they give to the senior citizens. And like they
Yep.
give us. They got like a. I don't know, some type of voucher that they give to them. I
Mm-hmm.
think it's like $50 or something that they can spend. They're trying to help the community, both
That's
ways.
cool.
Yeah,
Situation like
so
this.
Hold on.
I
What the
participate.
heck?
Gurley comes back, right? Remember we were talking about the
Let
Gurley?
me stop
This
that.
would have been
Okay. Oh man. But that was pretty cool. I got a lot out of today. I love David being in here and helping us through it. Uh-oh. Hold on. Being in here and helping us through it. And helping us go through a lot of that stuff because support and resistance is huge. You know what I mean? That's becoming everything now because I
It
see
really
where,
is.
Eric Smoto has gotten it down to a science. So I know hey, listen, the proof is in the pudding. People who know it end up green more often than not. So that's enough proof to me right
Right.
there. Who did I just pull in?
Christina.
Oh, what's up, babe?
And
Is she?
I'm gonna look for you some more support and resistance education, friend. Suck in as much as you can.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm gonna let you guys go. I'm gonna go ahead and get down here and hang out with my wife for a little bit, and just do some relaxing. And I'm probably gonna get up and do some more studying on my own tomorrow, and just keep going over the stuff that we went over today and practicing with the chart that David. And I'm stoked about David coming in here or going on Zoom Monday and doing that doing that training. So I'm gonna keep a lookout in the Discord for that for the hour. I think he said he's gonna try to do it around 1 o'clock if Coach approves it. So that'll be huge. But you guys want to add anything before we dip out? Guys, don't forget, tip jar is down there. It's in the link of the description. If you valued the content today and enjoyed it, please leave a tip. It is much appreciated and always needed. And if you are not a member of American Dream Trading, feel free to hit the link that's in the description of the video. It's a referral link, and I've got his YouTube in there. So if you if you want to go over there and watch some of the live videos, you have that. And then you've also got the playlist that's just got all of his stuff in there, the testimonials and the tutorials. And then if you are a member and you want to go over to Discord, there's new channel called Training Videos right at the bottom of the Discord on the left, where David's playlist, where he has categorized and grouped a lot of these, all support and resistance or mostly support and basic mechanics. He's got about 4 or 5 different playlists where he's taken the time to go through and group them and create sub playlists off of the main playlist. So take advantage of that and get in there and watch those videos. That's what we were watching today, the support and resistance grouping. So, and I don't think we got through all of them, but we've been on here since 10:30. So that lets you know just how much information Coach has out there for you. We've been watching literally almost 8 hours, dude. And it's still not even tapped the surface of what's available to look at. So thank you, Coach. Thank you, David. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And I'm going to go ahead and dip out. Anything else anybody want to add?
Have a great holiday.
You too. Everybody have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see you guys hopefully Monday in the Zoom class. Go ahead and do a little shout out to the Fun House. Peace and blessings, everybody.